Chapter 13. Notebook still in hand, Frederick walked down the corridor and knocked on Dr. Fox's door. Fox and his wife were playing a game of chess, but the physician said he would join him in a few minutes. As Frederick walked back to room 3, Miss Lane came up the main stairs. "Good evening, Sir Frederick. We missed you at dinner." "I attended the inquest." "So I guessed." She glanced from him to the door he was hovering near. "What are you up to, if I may ask?"
"I was just about to go in again and see if the coroner missed anything. Dr. Fox will be joining me shortly. Mr. Mayhew lent me a key."
She asked, "May I look too?" He was taken aback by her request. There was still a body in the room after all, although at least now it was covered.
"If you would like."
"I would." Why was she so interested in the man's death? They entered, and he closed the door part way, glad Dr. Fox would soon be there for propriety's sake, as well as for his medical opinion. As they waited, Frederick thought again of the author approaching Miss Lane's room the previous night. Was he simply pursuing an attractive woman, or had he sought her out for some other reason? He asked,
"When Mr. Oliver came to your door, was he, forgive me, seeking an assignation, or—"
"Oh, I don't know. I hope not." She shuddered, a flush rising to her cheeks.
He added, "When I confronted him, he said something like, 'I want to speak to the guest inside, to see if she is who I think she is.' Seemed odd to me. When he knocked, did he call your name, even know your name?"
She looked away in recollection. "Come to think of it, he never called me by name."
"Ah."
Frederick concluded that Oliver had probably seen a young woman enter her room at some point and simply thought he'd try his luck. She turned back to him. "Thank you again for sending him away." He nodded, and the two of them began searching the author's room. The desk held many quills in various stages of sharpening, ink pots, some half empty, and a few thick, leather-bound notebooks. He picked up the top one, flipping through several pages filled with scrawled lines. Might this be the beginning of the great book idea Oliver had promised his publisher? It seemed unlikely. He moved to the chaise longue, unnerved anew to realize a dead man lay beneath that makeshift shroud. Unbidden, a memory revisited him. Marina's body lying broken and still, her head at an unnatural angle. Him staring in horror, then feeling for any signs of life and finding none. He'd whipped off the holland cloth from a nearby settee and laid it over her, one shoeless foot sticking out, the missing kid slipper halfway down the stairs. With effort, he blinked away the horrid image. On the octagonal writing table beside the chaise stood another quill propped in ink and 2 wadded pieces of paper. Might a clue lie within? He unfolded the first wrinkled page and discovered not discarded words, as he'd supposed, but a sketch. An amateurish drawing of a woman with dark eyebrows, wearing a mob cap and apron. Why draw the chambermaid? At least the drawing wasn't at all suggestive. Unflattering, actually. The man's drawing skill was even worse than his writing. On the back were scrawled the initials R.J., followed by a list of names. Rachel, Rosalind, Ruth, Rose, Rebecca. Had the author been trying to remember someone's name, or to name a character? On the second discarded paper, Frederick found more words. Title ideas, he guessed. The Last Temptress, Ancient Deeds, The Wronged Widow, Valley of Ashes, and The Doom of Drugger's End. He tucked the pages into his own notebook. Then he looked over and saw Miss Lane digging through the desk and dressing table. He asked, "Are you looking for something in particular?" She glanced at him, then around the room, a line between her brows. When had she grown old enough to have such a line, even a charming one like that? "I'm surprised not to find more paper. His publisher told us Mr. Oliver was writing away feverishly, so I assumed we would find a manuscript in here, or at least the pages he'd written so far." He recalled Mary Hinton mentioning missing paper as well. "There is some writing in these notebooks, if you'd like to take a look." She walked over to join him and flipped through the first notebook he'd indicated. "No, this isn't it," she murmured. "How would you know that?" he asked, his uncertainty now tinged with suspicion. "I mean, these are not the first pages of a novel. These are just quick descriptions of several different ideas, and I'd wager not the one he'd missed dinner to write." She read aloud. "The ghost of the abbess of a long-destroyed nunnery haunts a modern-day lady abbess, the mistress of a brothel." Ugh! She shuddered. "I'm glad he didn't live long enough to write that." Her gaze flew to his. "Forgive me. I suppose it's disrespectful to speak ill of the dead." "I'm the last person to judge you for that, I assure you." Rebecca glimpsed a corner of paper sticking out from beneath the chaise and bent to retrieve it. She held up the page and saw written there, "Ashes from the Fire" by Ambrose Oliver. She read the lines that followed and her heart hitched. In one of those beautiful valleys in which the Thames flows through lush green meadows and chalk hills, stood an isolated villa in the bosom of an old wood, the home of a respectable but reclusive widow. Rebecca shook her head, not quite able to believe it. Here were her brother's words in another hand, not Rose's, but a man's handwriting, although the title had been changed slightly and the author's name completely. How could he? How dare he? "Did you find something?" Sir Frederick asked. "I did. I believe this is what he'd been writing. Unless there are more pages somewhere, he didn't get very far." She looked around the room again. Where was John's manuscript? Sir Frederick squatted near the hearth. She walked over and lowered herself beside him. She saw the curled remnants of several pieces of paper among the ashes. An inferior draught used for kindling, or destroyed evidence of plagiarism. With careful fingers he extracted a charred corner. It crumbled into dust. He tried again, retrieving another fragment, and this time managed to lay the curled piece onto his palm. She peered over his shoulder. A few words were still discernible. "After the Fire" by R.J. Stevens. The words were written in a hand she did recognize. Rose's. "After the Fire," Sir Frederick read aloud. "Beyond the irony, the words mean nothing to me. Perhaps they would mean something to Mr. Edgecombe. And why would Mr. Oliver be using a pen name?" "How many more pages are in there?" Rebecca asked, ignoring his question. "A whole book's worth?" He frowned into the rubble. "I don't think so. Only a dozen or so, if I had to guess." Sir Frederick carefully tucked the remnant between 2 pages of his notebook, and took the full page from her as well. Had Ambrose Oliver been burning John's pages as he rewrote them? It certainly appeared that way. Then where were the rest of them? Again she thought of John. Had he come to reclaim what was his? Knuckles rapped and the door opened wider. Dr. Fox appeared in its threshold. Sir Frederick said, "Thank you for coming." "Glad to." The physician added wryly, "Jane won again.
and I wasn't eager to start another match and suffer another defeat. Sir Frederick said, "You remember Miss Lane, I trust?" "Indeed. Good evening." The doctor bowed, and Rebecca curtsied in reply. Sir Frederick gestured to the shrouded figure. "Just wanted you to take one more look. Make sure we didn't miss anything. The undertaker will be here in the morning." Dr. Fox nodded. He flipped back the sheet and studied the victim once more, starting with the back of his head. Rebecca was glad she wouldn't be able to see the wound from where she stood. "It's clear Mr. Oliver was struck with enough force to cause a serious contusion." "Enough to kill him?" "Apparently." Sir Frederick frowned and looked from the victim to the door and back again. "What I don't understand is this. If Mr. Oliver was sitting there on the chaise, across the room from the door, how did his assailant sneak up on him to deliver the blow? Assuming whoever it was stole a key or picked a lock and let himself in. Oliver would have heard the door open and seen the person approach, likely with weapon in hand. Why sit there so complacently, so vulnerably? Why not rise to his full height and face his foe? Much harder to deliver a blow to the top of a man's head when he is well over 6 feet tall." The older man nodded. "Good point. Perhaps he'd fallen asleep and was a heavy sleeper. Or maybe he'd been drugged, or even poisoned." Rebecca's pulse began to accelerate. The doctor stared at him. "I say, what a thought." "Why not?" "Well, if true, who could have done it? The maid who brought his meals?" Rebecca gasped. "Mary would never," she amended. "Not knowingly, that is." Sir Frederick said, "Or the chef himself or anyone in the kitchen could have done it, and Mary unknowingly delivered drugged coffee or poisoned soup." He gestured to a tray holding a bowl, a cup, and a plate scraped clean. "There's what remains of the meal sent up last night." Dr. Fox winced in thought. "If you are right, the culprit gave the drug time to work, then returned, struck the guard, and went inside to finish off the author." Rebecca asked, "Why would the chef wish him any harm?" "Perhaps he complained about the food." Dr. Fox snorted. "Seems unlikely." "I agree, though people have killed for lesser reasons." Rebecca regarded the coffee cup and soup bowl, both mostly empty apart from murky dregs. Might Ambrose Oliver have been drugged? Probably only one of the hotel staff would have opportunity to adulterate food or drink sent up to the man, she reasoned, trying to reassure herself. But why would any of them do so? Apparently having a similar thought, Sir Frederick lifted and sniffed both cup and bowl, then offered them to Dr. Fox. "I don't smell anything. But are not some poisons odorless?" "I believe so." "Is there any evidence he's been drugged or poisoned?" Rebecca asked, hoping her anxiety didn't show. "Nothing obvious, not without an autopsy." Dr. Fox pointed to Mr. Oliver's face and hands and explained for her benefit. "We noticed these black smudges before, here on his lips and fingers, and assumed it was ink. Probably is. Arsenic poisoning can cause blackening of the tongue and lips, but with all the ink on his hands and shirt cuffs, I still think ink stains seem far more likely." Sir Frederick nodded. "Any idea how long he'd been dead?" "I'm no expert in post-mortems, I'm afraid. I would estimate at least an hour or two before I first examined him this morning." Sir Frederick said, "Logically speaking, he would have been killed soon after Mr. George was attacked. Someone struck George this morning between 8 and 9. How long would you guess he remained senseless before Mary saw him and shouted the alarm? Would he have remained senseless a full hour? He has a nasty head wound, true enough, so it's quite possible. So that probably means whoever did this struck Mr. George shortly after 8, and with him out of the way, somehow forced his way in and delivered the fatal blow to Mr. Oliver. Rebecca thought of an alternate solution. She hesitated to suggest it, but decided Mr. Oliver would probably not have invited her brother into his room. She said, "There's another option that requires neither drugs nor poison nor lock-picking. Mr. Oliver might have known whoever it was and willingly let him or her in and sat back down. Then this person could have taken him by surprise." "And the weapon?" Frederick asked. She thought, then said, "Perhaps concealed in a sleeve or under a cloak, or it might have been something already here in the room." "Good point." They looked around for likely objects. The water jug, perhaps. No, the earthenware would have shattered. The fire-iron. Frederick picked up the iron and wiped the end with his handkerchief. No trace of blood. Dr. Fox asked, "Was the door unlocked this morning when you got there?" Frederick shook his head. "It was locked. We used the maid's key to open it." "To lock the room from the outside would require a key. Is Mr. Oliver's room key missing?" "No, it's right there on the table," Frederick replied. He added, "The chambermaids have keys, as do Mr. Mayhew and Mrs. Somerton. Perhaps one of theirs has gone missing. I asked Mayhew to look into that, and haven't yet heard back." Frederick stepped to one window, then the next. "Latched. No one went out this way." Dr. Fox picked up the cup and bowl. "There are a few tests for arsenic, although some dispute their validity. I could ask a colleague to examine the contents for us." "Excellent," Sir Frederick replied. "Please do." A current of urgency rippled through Rebecca. She was tempted to run off to the lodge to confront John right then, but worried she'd be seen sneaking away and look suspicious. She was also reluctant to face her growing suspicions about who may have killed Ambrose Oliver. Perhaps someone with a close relationship to the chambermaid who had a key to the man's room. After a few more minutes of discussion, the three departed. The doctor bid them good night and walked away. Rebecca, however, lingered in the passage. As Sir Frederick fished out the spare key to lock the door, she stepped closer and nervously licked dry lips. "I know you asked us to remain in the hotel, but would it be all right if I made a brief visit to the lodge in the morning? I imagine word has spread quickly around the village, and I don't want Rose or John to worry. I only want to assure them I'm all right. I wouldn't be gone long." He considered, then nodded. "Very well, but come back directly. It's unlikely the coroner will summon you, although he might take it into his head to do so, since you and I discovered the body." "I'll be quick," she said, and turned to go. He called after her. "I've been wondering. Early this morning you said you thought you saw someone you knew outside the Abbey." For a moment she stilled, heart pounding. Then she feigned an indifferent shrug. "In hindsight, I think it must have simply been Mr. Dodge. His field abuts the Abbey grounds. It was foggy, you'll remember." True. But Sir Frederick did not look convinced. After Dr. Fox and Miss Lane had returned to their rooms, Frederick walked downstairs to the hall. There he approached the desk and addressed the night clerk, explaining his reason for coming. The young man nodded. Mrs. Somerton mentioned you'd be stopping by." The clerk gave his name and length of employment, and then Frederick asked, "Did you notice anything out of the ordinary late last night, or in the small hours this morning? Anyone asking for Mr. Oliver's room number, or loitering about?" "No, sir." "Do you stay on duty all night?" "In a manner of speaking. I sit here at the desk until midnight, then I leave a sign near the bell and go into the back room to sleep. There's a cot there. Very kind of Mr. Mayhew to provide it, and the truth is, I rarely get summoned between midnight and 7. It's an easy job, really." "But couldn't someone steal a key or get into the cash box while you sleep?" "They could do, which is why I lock them in that drawer there before I leave the desk unattended." Frederick nodded. "So if someone were to enter or leave the hotel in the small hours, you wouldn't see them. Anyone could come and go as they pleased and commit a crime, leaving no one any the wiser." The young man's Adam's apple rose and fell. "Not exactly. I lock the front door there at midnight, and the barman locks the back door when he closes up for the night at 1 or 2. "And they remain locked until 7. I unlock them before I go off duty." "I see. Well, thank you. If you think of anything else, do let me know." Next, Frederick went below stairs to the gentleman's bar and billiards room. Dr. Fox and Thomas were there before him, preparing for a game, and an older gentleman sat alone near the door, cigar in hand and cognac glass at his elbow. Frederick introduced himself to the barman, Mr. Heck, a small man with pointed features and merry eyes. After a similar preamble, Frederick asked, "Did you meet Mr. Oliver during his stay?" Mr. Heck looked one way, then the other, as though suspecting eavesdroppers. "I did, as a matter of fact. He asked me to keep it quiet-like. As he's gone now, I don't think it will do any harm. He came down a few times, quite late. Had a drink and played a few hands of piquet with the fellows." "I see. So much for sequestering himself in his room to write." "Oh, a fellow has to take time off now and again, keep the old cogs going." "Did he meet any former acquaintances here, as far as you know? Anyone angry to see him, threaten him?" "Pah! Nothing like that. In Swanford. This may be an old convent, but it ain't London's Covent Garden." Frederick managed an awkward, closed-lipped smile, then lowered his voice. "And that older gentleman sitting alone. I saw him at dinner the other night." Mr. Oliver had clearly noticed him as well, Frederick recalled. "Do you happen to know his name?" "I do. That's Mr. King. Ike King." "The Ike King?" "Yes, sir. But he ain't what you think. He lives abroad now with his new lady. He's only here in England to visit family." "Did he ask you about Ambrose Oliver?" The barman shook his head. "Not a word." "And were the two men in here at the same time? Did they interact?" "No. King has kept himself to himself as far as I've seen." "I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Heck." Frederick crossed the room, planning to talk to his brother and Dr. Fox for a few minutes before turning in for the night. Thaddeus Edgecombe entered just then, approached the bar and ordered a whisky. Frederick walked over to him, pulling his notebook from his pocket. "Mr. Edgecombe, good. I wanted to ask you about a few things we found in Mr. Oliver's room." "A first-rate novel, I hope," the publisher said bitterly and downed his drink. Frederick opened his notebook and spread out the page Miss Lane had spotted beneath the chaise. "Is this Mr. Oliver's handwriting?" The publisher studied it. "Yes," he murmured. "Ashes from the Fire by Ambrose Oliver." He read the opening lines silently, then said, "Tell me there's more." Not that we found. Frederick also laid out the charred remnant, sketch, and list of titles. These mean anything to you? The man's gaze landed on the words, After the Fire by R.J. Stevens. His eyes hardened. I recognize neither the hand nor the name. Do you? No. Frederick tucked away the pages. Edgecombe ordered a second whisky. When the man's drink arrived, Frederick said, You know, rather than trusting me and young Mr. Brixton to get to the bottom of this, you could engage a Bow Street runner. Since Mr. Oliver had no close family, it would likely fall to you to do so. Brixton and I will do what we can, of course, but in all honesty, we have little experience with murder. And the coroner? Frederick shook his head. His role is to decide the cause and manner of death, not to track down and punish the perpetrator. That's a gap in our current system, unfortunately. Edgecombe frowned. It would be up to me to pay this runner. And what would be the benefit? There's no bringing back Oliver now. No. Frederick agreed. Although justice would be served if the killer is apprehended. He watched Edgecombe with wary speculation. There had certainly been no love lost between publisher and author. Apparently Edgecombe had little interest in justice. He merely lamented the loss of his milch cow. Frederick said, You mentioned your brother's death. May I ask how he died? Edgecombe nodded. Heart failure. He'd been under a great deal of pressure. Financial pressure? Yes. Edgecombe threw back the second whisky and slammed the glass to the table. Ambrose Oliver drove him to an early grave. Chapter 14. The next morning, as arranged, Frederick began interviewing the rest of the staff. The effort required him to rise earlier than usual, but he didn't mind. He was eager to do his part and discover any useful information, and hopefully before the inquest reconvened, so he could attend the proceedings. True to his word, Mr. Brixton returned to the Abbey early as well. He now stood in the hall awaiting the arrival of the undertaker, and would join Frederick later. Mrs. Somerton sent staff members in, one after another, with little pause in between, beginning with the kitchen maids, grooms, and porters. He received little information from any of the young, green lot. Next came the chef, Monsieur Yves Maric, a dark-haired man with bushy brows, whose black whisker points showed through his fair skin, although it was clear he'd recently shaved. Frederick regarded with interest the man dressed in white. French chefs were in high demand. He was curious why this one chose to remain at the Swanford Abbey Hotel, of all places. After greeting him, Frederick asked, I wonder, do you like working here, monsieur? He added lightly, in a place rumoured to be haunted by nuns. The chef shrugged. This does not trouble me. My own sister is such a one. Sadly, she lives far from here, and I do not see her often. Frederick nodded, then launched into his official questions. Mr. George mentioned that a chambermaid, besides Mary Hinton, delivered Ambrose Oliver's breakfast tray 2 days ago. Mary seems to have no recollection of this. Do you know who that might have been? The chef shook his head. No, c'est Mary. She delivers to room 3. Le petit déjeuner, most excellent. Oh, and le dîner, one night also. Alas, she couldn't deliver yesterday. Instead, she dropped the old tray. Every morsel wasted. He spread his fingers wide. All my work. Poof! I know. Mary carried up the breakfast tray the morning Mr. Oliver died, but I'm asking about the morning before that. Before? The bushy brows lowered. Mary, as I say, tous les jours, Mary. Did you actually see her? Oui. I am very particular la cuisine prepared to each guest's tastes be delivered to the correct room at the correct time. Would anyone else have seen her? Again he shrugged. Perhaps Jacques, mon assistant? But with his head in the pot safe, he is not the keen observer I am. And did Mr. Oliver enjoy your cuisine? Yes, sir, mais... The first morning he sent back the marmalade. Detest the marmalade. And my coffee. My aromatic French café? Too strong, he says. Never before has my coffee been criticized. Hélas, Monsieur Mayhew insists the patron must have his way. So, alors, I make him the weak English coffee. Birk. You were angry with him. The chef laughed. You think I kill him for criticizing my coffee? Oh, a crime in France, perhaps. But not here, where an Englishman wouldn't know a good cup of coffee if he bathed in it. The chef held his rounded stomach and laughed until tears leaked from his eyes. I didn't intend to amuse you. Merci, monsieur. I have not laughed so well in many ages. He wiped his eyes with the hem of his apron. And had you any other reason to dislike Mr. Oliver? Bah, no. Why should I? I am not even sure I ever met him. Very well. Thank you, monsieur. Next, Mr. Moseley came in, looking as smart as an officer in his regimentals. Frederick bit back a smile to see his father's former valet in his role as head porter or commissionaire of the Swanford Abbey Hotel. His fine livery, gold braid and jaunty hat gave the mild-mannered man a proud bearing and seemed to lengthen his spine and broaden his once thin shoulders. Good day, Mr. Moseley. I'm glad to see you looking so hale. The livery suits you. I hope the position here does as well. It does indeed, sir. I enjoy it. Out in the fresh air, welcoming guests and assisting them. Yes, I find it suits me very well. It seems the role I was born for. Good, good. Mr. Moseley added, and now and again I see former acquaintances like you and your brother, and now Miss Lane too, almost like old times. As much as he was enjoying chatting with the older man, Frederick was aware of the ticking clock and pushed ahead with his questions. Moseley listened, then shook his head. No, sir. I didn't see anyone enter the hotel who looked remotely suspicious. Not while I was on duty. And I'm out there all day in all weather. And what are your hours? 9 till 8. Goodness, that is a long shift. Don't you grow weary? Not a bit of it. I move around, help with bags, open doors, and stop to have a bite to eat now and again. The time goes by quickly. Moseley sighed, then sent him a sad sidelong glance. I do miss your father, though. He was a good man. Thank you. So do I. Frederick paused, then asked, Did you meet Mr. Oliver when he arrived? I opened the door for him, that was all. I considered telling him I'd read his books, but I'd seen him rebuff someone else, so I thought the better of it. Whom did he rebuff? Moseley worried his lip before replying, Rob Tarvin. I doubt there's anything in it, but I heard the two talking when Rob delivered the man here in his fly. What about? I didn't hear all Rob said, but I could see the author didn't like it. He alighted rather abruptly, and what a scowl! I heard Rob ask Mr. Oliver to wait. He said something like, 'There's another error in Chapter 3. But the big man held up his hand and said sharply, 'I've heard more than enough.' Moseley tusked and shook his head. Poor Rob. Not a bad fellow, but always was something of a know-all. Doesn't realise folks don't like hearing their every mistake enumerated." "Did Rob say anything else to Mr. Oliver?" "Not to his face, but the author didn't tip him, so Rob grumbled to me about it and called him a skinflint. I'm sure he meant no real harm." "I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Moseley. I appreciate your time." He excused the commissionaire and summoned the flyman. Rob Tarvin came in, removing his flat cap as he entered, and sat in the offered chair. "I have just a few questions. I understand you delivered Mr. Oliver to the hotel." "That's right. He requested a ride when he wrote to secure a room. Mr. Mayhew sent me to Worcester to meet the Birmingham stage." "And what did the two of you talk about on the way here?" Rob shrugged. "This and that. Told him I'd read his books." "That all?" Rob hesitated, avoiding his gaze. "More or less." "I've been told the two of you parted in an unfriendly manner." Rob jutted out his chin, nostrils flaring. "I suppose meddling Moseley told you that." "Why did you not mention it?" "Because Mr. Mayhew doesn't like us speaking ill of any guest, no matter if he is a miserly skinflint." "So you argued with the author?" "Not argued exactly, but he didn't take it too kindly when I pointed out a few errors in his novels. Was only trying to be helpful." "I see." "I offered to read his next draft in advance, to review his facts." "He declined?" "That's right." "And did you see him again after that?" "No," Rob replied. Then he quickly modified, "Well, I glimpsed him in the dining room one night, but I didn't talk to him." Frederick regarded him with some surprise. "You were in the dining room?" "No, Rob lowered his head and shifted uneasily. "I simply looked inside, out of curiosity." Frederick noticed the young man's neck redden and wondered what he was hiding. "Where were you between, say, midnight and 8 a.m., the day of Mr. Oliver's death?" "Asleep in my bed." Rob's eyes widened. "Wait, you don't think—" "I was vexed with the man, I own, but I went nowhere near him. Didn't even know which room he was in. I rarely venture farther than the hall. Anyone can tell you that, and I've never once been upstairs." "Then how did you know his room was up there?" Rob blinked. Most are they not?" Frederick watched him squirm a moment, then replied, "Yes, well." Mrs. Somerton knocked on the door to announce that the undertaker had arrived. Frederick excused Rob and asked the head housekeeper if he could ask her a few questions while she was there. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she said, "Of course, anything to help." He smiled to assure her and began, "Did you have occasion to meet Mr. Oliver?" "Unfortunately, no. I was overseeing the repair of the laundry mangle when he arrived. Raymond would have been at the desk, and Anton showed him to his room." "You have keys to all the rooms, is that right?" "I do, yes." "None have gone missing?" "No, sir. I take prodigious care of them." "And no one else has mentioned any missing keys?" "No, sir." "And do you recall assigning anyone besides Mary Hinton to Mr. Oliver's room?" "I do not. But that doesn't mean it might not have happened. The girls sometimes help each other out in a pinch. It's not forbidden." Frederick nodded. "And who would Mary most likely ask for help if the need arose?" "Milly, I suppose.
although it could have been Lydia as well."
Frederick noted their names. "May I speak with them next?" Mrs. Somerton obliged him, going to fetch the chambermaids. Mr. Brixton came in while he waited and sat down to join him. When the maids arrived, Frederick asked them if they had delivered anything to Mr. Oliver's room. Both answered in the negative. Strange. So perhaps Mr. George had been mistaken. But then, why had Mary Hinton seemed so nervous when he'd asked her about it? Perhaps he should question her again. But when he asked the helpful Mrs. Somerton, her mouth tightened and her chin gave an obstinate lift. "Mary has already been questioned by the coroner. It's a busy time of morning, so if it's not absolutely necessary, I hate to call her away from her work just now." Frederick consulted his pocket watch. The inquest would soon reconvene. He decided it was probably not important since the murder didn't occur until the next day, but for some reason it troubled him. "Very well. Who's left?" The day clerk came in next, Mrs. Somerton taking his place at the desk for the time being. Raymond said he'd met Mr. Oliver briefly when he first arrived, but hadn't seen him afterward. Frederick asked, "Did you notice anything out of the ordinary the morning he was found dead? Anyone asking for Mr. Oliver's room number, or loitering about?" "No, sir, though I did see a man leave the hotel that morning." "Oh, what time?" "Just before you followed that young woman from 13 into the blue parlour." "Ah." Sweat prickled at the back of his neck. So not Mr. Dodge. Frederick felt Brixton's gaze on his profile, but kept his on the clerk. "That would have been a little before 9. Who was the man?" Brixton asked. "Don't know. Didn't see his face." Frederick asked a few more questions, each as fruitless as the last. He almost didn't bring in the youngest member of staff, the new page, but with a sigh decided to finish what he'd started. "Your name?" "Billy Jackson." "And how long have you worked here, Billy?" "A whole month now, sir. Mrs. Somerton made mention of the fact just last night." "Well done. Is this your first position?" "No, sir. Not if you count mucking out the neighbour's pigsty and collecting his eggs. Did that since I were breeched. But I like this more, pays better, and I smell better too." Brixton guffawed at that, and the boy grinned, showing a missing front tooth. "And did you meet Mr. Oliver during his stay?" "No, sir. Anton carried up his baggage and Mary his meals. I did clean his boots once, but that was as close as I got." Disappointment balled in Frederick's chest. Nothing to learn from this lad either. About to dismiss him, he saw the boy sitting forward, eager to help. So he asked one more question, though he set aside his pen, expecting nothing useful. "Did you notice anything out of the ordinary over the last few days? Anyone where they shouldn't be? Any unusual comings and goings?" Billy's eyes lit. "Now you mention it, I did see one thing that surprised me, sir, but I ought not speak out of turn." "Go on." "Mrs. Somerton don't like us to gossip about the guests." "In this instance, she'll understand if you speak freely." The lad considered, then smiled. "If she gets cross, I'll tell her you twisted my arm, shall I?" "If you wish." Frederick grinned back, but his smile soon faded. "I saw a man letting himself into one of the guest rooms, a lady's room." The coy countenance of Selina Newport flitted through Frederick's mind. Had Thomas paid her a clandestine visit? He wouldn't put it past him. "When was this?" "The night before last, around 10. Brixton clarified. "The night before Mr. Oliver's body was discovered?" The boy nodded. "The man is a guest here, I'm assuming?" "No, sir. At least, I've not seen him here before. I suppose he might have registered when I was busy elsewhere. but I've not seen him in the hall or dining room neither."
Probably not his brother, then. At least Frederick hoped not. What did this man look like?
The lad shrugged. "Ordinary, dark hair, gentleman's clothes, although wrinkled, in need of a shave."
Not terribly specific, though at least dark hair excluded Thomas. The flash of relief that it hadn't been his brother quickly transformed into something else. Dread.
"And which room did the man enter?" Brixton asked. "Number 13. The lad lowered his voice. "Miss Lane's room."
The words struck hard. The thought of Miss Lane alone with a man in her hotel room sent bile coursing into his stomach. "Are you sure?" Frederick asked. "Was it not perhaps the room of another woman, say Miss Newport?"
"No, sir, she's in 12.
Lady Fitzhoward's words from the day before revolved through his brain. Don't ask questions for which you don't really want to know the answers. He wished now he hadn't suggested Brixton join him for the remaining interviews. Frederick swallowed and thought quickly. "I see. Well, thank you for telling us, Billy. Now, I want you to promise not to tell anyone else, understand? As you said, it's not right to gossip about a lady. Mrs. Somerton wouldn't approve, and nor would I. There's very likely some respectable explanation for what you saw, and I intend to find out. In the meantime, let's keep this between ourselves, all right? Have I your word?"
The boy's brow furrowed. "Yes, sir." Although he'd agreed, he looked puzzled and perhaps a little disappointed. Frederick hoped he could count on his silence, Brixton's too. He also hoped the boy was mistaken. The young page left, and Brixton departed to look in on things at the bakery. Frederick, however, remained sitting in the small office, alone and motionless. His emotions and resolve, however, swung back and forth like a pendulum.
"There is a reasonable explanation," he told himself, much like he had told Billy. "Don't jump to conclusions or sully her reputation based on one lad's tale."
He reminded himself that he trusted Miss Lane and knew her to be virtuous. The next moment, doubts chased each other through his brain. Yes, he'd known her as a girl, but really, how much time had they spent together in recent years? Very little since he married, and none at all in the last 2 years. She may have changed. His all-too-capable imagination conjured a vivid picture. A young man entering her room at night, wearing a familiar smile. At the thought, jealousy wrenched his gut. He clutched his hands tight, striving to subdue the emotion. Had he been foolish to believe her the same sweet innocent he'd once known? To trust her? Mr. Dodge my eye. In the back of his mind, he realized his own past fueled the potency of his reaction. Suspecting a woman of meeting a man in clandestine fashion, a man not her husband, brought back all the old sickening feelings of betrayal. His wife had played the innocent too, lied straight to his face, took other lovers and laughed behind his back. "Miss Lane is not Marina," he scolded himself. And yet, she was definitely hiding something. With great effort, Frederick mastered his composure. "Stop it. Calm down. Talk to her before you do anything you might regret." Rebecca put on her outdoor garments, preparing to walk to the lodge to talk to John and reassure Rose. Would her brother tell her the truth? Did she really want to know? Someone knocked on her door and Rebecca jumped. Who is it?" "It's Mr. Brixton, the constable."
Alarms rang in her brain.
She pressed a hand to her lurching heart and opened the door, endeavouring to look as composed as possible. "Yes?" "Good morning, Miss Lane. I'm on my way home, but first wanted to ask you a question." She hesitated. "I'm in a bit of a hurry myself." "We'll just take a moment. It's rather important." "Very well." He looked around to make sure they weren't being overheard, then began. "Thing is, we have a witness who says he saw an unknown man enter your room the night before Mr. Oliver's death." Her stomach churned. "A strange man? In my room?" "Yes, miss. I understand it's delicate, but I wonder if you could tell me who it was, in case it might have some bearing on Mr. Oliver's death." She shook her head. "I invited no strange man into my room, Mr. Brixton." He looked over her shoulder as if trying to see inside. She swung the door wide. "You are welcome to search if you like." "You deny it?" "Adamantly." Wait. John. Realization dawned. Of course. Though he's no stranger. She swallowed. "Who says he saw this?" "A young page. He's pretty positive. I realise it's awkward, but you see why we felt we must ask." "We?" "Sir Frederick and me. We've been interviewing people to identify anyone whose testimony might be helpful to the coroner's inquest underway now." Sir Frederick had heard of this. What must he think of her? But she couldn't name John without placing him under suspicion. Rebecca's nerves jangled. How she dreaded being summoned to the inquest. It was bad enough to lie in an informal setting, but in a legal proceeding, please God, no. "And what time was this, supposedly?" she asked. "Around 10. John had arrived earlier, before dinner, though he'd also gone out and returned again later. She shook her head once more. The lad was mistaken. A way out flashed through her mind. "Oh, I know what must have happened. A man did come to my door later that night. He knocked, but I didn't let him in." "Who was it?" "Ambrose Oliver." "What?" That must be where the misunderstanding originated. The page must have assumed I let him in, but I never even opened the door to him. The constable scratched his head. "I know it sounds odd," she said in a rush. "I thought it odd and rather disturbing at the time, which is why I didn't answer his knock. Oh, Sir Frederick can confirm this. He heard Mr. Oliver knocking and calling through my door and told him to go back to his own room." "Did he indeed?" "Yes. You can ask him." "I shall." She looked up at him, hoping her face didn't reveal her unease. "Anything else?" "Not at present." He frowned at her bonnet and cloak, as though just noticing them. "You weren't thinking of leaving the hotel, were you?" She raised her chin. "Only to reassure my family. I imagine they'd heard about the death and may fear for my safety. I did ask permission, and Sir Frederick said it would be all right if I came back directly." The normally friendly man's eyes darkened. "I shall verify that with him as well." Rebecca walked to the lodge, full of self-reproach. When had she become such a liar? Yes, she had been trying to protect John, but that didn't justify her actions. If she were called to testify at the inquest, would she have to lie again to protect herself? To save John? The commandment ran through her mind, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." God, please help me make this right. The cook-housekeeper came to the door, wiping stained hands on her apron. "Ah, Miss Rebecca, I'm very glad to see you." Rose looked down ruefully at her red-smeared apron. "I apologise for my appearance. Caught me chopping the last of the beetroot. The first time you came home, the house was as untidy as you've ever seen it, and this time you find me covered in red stains. Probably thought I'd murdered someone, or at least a chicken." Rose grimaced. "Sorry. That was an idiotic thing to say, considering what happened up at the Abbey." "You heard the news, then?" "Yes, Rob Tarvin brought it. A regular town crier he is. I'd just resolved to walk up to the Abbey this afternoon to make sure you were all right. Come in, come in." Rose led the way back to the kitchen. "Just let me wash my hands, and I'll put the kettle on." "Thank you. Is John—" Rose shrugged. "In his room, as far as I know. Haven't heard a peep out of him all morning." John would wait. Tea first, for courage. The older woman bustled around the warm kitchen, wiping one end of the table, bringing out cups and saucers and filling a plate with honey biscuits. The two sat down, and while the tea steeped, Rebecca said carefully, "Rose, what would you do if you suspected your sibling had done something wrong? Would you try to protect them, or let them face the consequences?" Rose slowly nodded, gazing off into her own thoughts. "As a younger woman, I was devilish angry over something mine did. I determined to banish her from my life and my heart. Easier said than done. Had I to do it over again, I would have forgiven Daisy, not lost my only sibling over one wrongdoing. Family, once gone, there's no replacing them." Rebecca considered this. She helped herself to a buttery sweet biscuit, then said, "2 nights ago, when John came to the hotel, did he—" "He did come to see you then?" Rose asked. "He said he was. But I admit I wondered if he'd some other purpose in mind. He so rarely leaves the lodge." "What other purpose?" Rose added milk to their cups and poured the tea. "Oh, going to meet that stoker fellow in the wood, or to see a girl." "Is John seeing someone? Or do you mean Mary?" Rose shook her head. "Mary isn't the girl for him. She's got a good head on her shoulders, I can't deny. But John, well, don't be offended, but he's in no fit state to be courting anyone." "I agree, though I sometimes wonder if becoming interested in a woman might be good for him." "That's crossed my mind too, that having someone depend on him might spur him to break some of his habits and settle down. But he's already got you and me depending on him, or at least me, if you're continuing on as a companion. And if that hasn't roused him to any sense of duty, I doubt another female would. Though I grant you, a pretty sweetheart might be more inspiring than either of us." Rebecca nodded thoughtfully, then said, "I know John asked you to write a clean copy for him. Did he ask you for anything else? Or do anything unusual?" Rose dipped her chin and raised a brow. "This is John we're talking about." "I know, but—" "There was one thing that surprised me. A few days before you arrived, he asked me for a paintbrush, like an artist would use. Said I hadn't one, and if he tried to borrow my pastry brush, I'd feed him gizzards and leeks for a week. I remembered your things in the attic, and thought you might have a box of painting supplies up there. You used to draw and paint a little." "A very little and very ill. Why did he want a paintbrush?" "He didn't say. I heard him rattling around up there, so I assumed he found one. I was too busy trying to finish my housework to pay much attention. Don't know if he put it back or not. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," Rebecca murmured, but her mind was spinning. Did he ask for anything else? The older woman nodded. Steak and kidney pie. I told him we had neither in the larder and an unpaid bill at the butcher's. Anything else? Rose screwed up her face. Come to think of it, he also went down to the cellar for something. When he came up, he had cobwebs in his hair and said he'd seen signs of rodents down there. She shuddered. Nasty place. Shall I summon the rat-catcher? Rebecca offered. No, we don't need another expense. John said we had some white arsenic down there. That should do the trick. Rebecca stared, stomach cramping. White arsenic? Please, God, no. Rose's eyes shot open like a whipped-wide curtain. You don't think, John... The housekeeper shook her head, expelling a long breath and answering her own question. No, of course not. Good thing Rob already told me the author was struck dead. If he'd been poisoned, one might be tempted to think... But no, John would never do that. Rebecca prayed she was right. Less than an hour later, Noah Brixton returned to the small office Frederick was using with 2 cups of coffee in hand. Here you are, sir. I took the liberty of adding sugar and cream. Frederick usually took neither, but he simply thanked the constable, his mind on other things. Recalling the younger man's errand, he roused himself to ask, How were things at the bakery? Good, good. Brixton sat, legs sprawled in front of him. So, about Miss Lane. Frederick looked up sharply. What about her? Well, it seems to me we have a reliable witness who saw a gentleman enter her room, apparently with her permission, the night before Mr. Oliver's death. Yet the young lady denies it. Miss Lane denies it? Frederick echoed, voice tight. Yes, sir. I took the liberty of stopping by her room before I went out. I asked her in confidence, and, don't worry, with due respect. You take a lot of liberties, Frederick thought acidly, but held his tongue. The man was only trying to do his job. The constable went on. With the inquest going on, and us with a lad who's pretty certain of what he saw, well, it's dashed awkward. One doesn't like to doubt the word of a respectable young lady, not without strong proof to the contrary. And she denied having a man in her room? Frederick mulishly repeated. Yes, sir, as distinct as could be. I wonder if we ought to report it to the coroner. He might want to question her to see if she or this man knows something about Mr. Oliver's death. But I thought I should ask your advice first, both as magistrate and as the gentleman who got me elected in the first place. Frederick attempted a light tone. Perhaps you are regretting that now? The constable shrugged and looked down. A bit. Suddenly Brixton eyed him again. She said you gave her permission to leave the hotel? Warily, Frederick replied, Yes. She also said something about Ambrose Oliver knocking on her door that night, but that sounds far-fetched to me. That's right, Frederick affirmed, the tightness in his chest easing. He did. I saw him myself, though I believe it was later than Billy reported, and he certainly did not go inside. I heard him at her door, asked him to return to his own room, and waited until he left. What did he want? He'd been drinking, and Miss Lane is a young woman on her own. What do you think he wanted? Ah, that must have been who Billy saw, and he confused the time. The man did make a spectacle of himself, and since Billy never met Mr. Oliver, he wouldn't have recognized him. But the lad distinctly said he saw a man go into Miss Lane's room. I know what he said, but people make mistakes. In his heart, Frederick knew Miss Lane was lying, or at least hiding something. Had she entertained a man in her room at night? What would happen to her good name if she was questioned about it during the inquest? It would likely provide no evidence about Mr. Oliver, but would damage her reputation beyond repair. No, she wouldn't be summoned to the inquest if he could prevent it. And if he was wrong, he would take the blame. The girl he'd long held affection for, as well as her honoured father, should be protected from scandal and shame. And shame it would be either way, to confess the truth or to pledge herself to a lie. He squared his shoulders. At all events, you are right to speak to me first. Don't go to the coroner with this. Brixton hesitated, expression sombre. If you think it best, sir. I do. We've no evidence that this is related to the Oliver case, and it's outside the coroner's mandate of determining cause of death. Take no further steps, and tell no one, to avoid injuring the lady's reputation unjustly. I shall speak to her in confidence about the matter, and if it turns out to be somehow related, I'll report it to the justices myself. But for now, leave it, and any recriminations with me. Mr. Brixton nodded and blew out a puff of air. Well, that spares me from an awkward job, especially as our young witness is less likely to take an oath once he hears Miss Lane roundly denies it. Frederick nodded, but wasn't at all certain he'd done the right thing. Rebecca knocked on her brother's door and wasn't surprised when he didn't respond. She knocked again. "John, it's Rebecca." Trying the latch and finding it unlocked, she announced, "I'm coming in," and gingerly opened the door. She made out a rumpled mound on the bed and heard John's telltale snore. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw a jar on his desk she hadn't noticed before, the handle of a paintbrush propped inside. She sniffed the contents of the jar, but smelled nothing. Beside the jar lay a small brown bottle on its side, empty. She went and sat on the edge of the bed, sitting on something hard beneath the twisted blanket. She rose and fished out the offending object, another small bottle with a glass stopper, all but empty. Carrying it to a thin shaft of light between the shutters, she pulled the stopper and took a whiff, instantly recoiling at the strong, sweet smell. A reddish-brown residue clung to the bottom like spoiled molasses. Tincture of opium, if she had to guess. Heavy on the opium. Her heart sank. She returned to the bed and with her free hand shook her brother by the shoulder. "John?" She patted his cheek, to no avail. His breathing was shallow, and holding his wrist, she felt a sluggish pulse. Her brother wouldn't be answering her questions any time soon. She heard a heavy sigh and glanced up. Rose stood there, shoulder against the doorframe. She looked from John's prone form to the bottle in Rebecca's hand. "It's as I feared. Apparently he did meet Leo Stoker." The local man, with an unsavoury reputation, was rumoured to deal in smuggled liquor and other substances. Rebecca winced. "Oh, John." On his bedside table, she noticed a copy of a book their father had read to them as children, The Arabian Nights' Entertainments. She picked it up, and for a moment childhood memories warmed her. Then she remembered John's favourite story from the collection, and the fleeting warmth froze in her veins. Chapter 15.
The inquest reconvened, and Dr. Fox was the first to be sworn in and deposed. Mr. Smith began. As you were here in the hotel when the incident occurred, we'll allow you to give your professional opinion on the cause of death. How gracious, Dr. Fox wryly replied. Frederick heard the barb in his friend's tone, while the coroner's expression remained placid. Full name and residence? Charles Fox, M.D. I live at Wood Lane, near Cheltenham. And what brought you here? Sir Frederick Wilford is a friend of mine. I came to support the canal project he plans to undertake in the area. Meeting was a few days ago. I've stayed on for a bit of a holiday with my wife. I see. And you were called in when the victim was discovered? Yes, after I treated Mr. George's head wound, I was asked to confirm Mr. Oliver's death and complete a cursory examination. I disturb nothing, I assure you. How gracious of you, Smith countered. Now, before your deposition, I feel I should inform the jury that you are not a surgeon, nor a physician in general practice. You've little experience with bodily injury, as you deal mostly with diseases of the mind. Is that not so? You are, in fact, a mad doctor. Fox's face tensed. I object to that term. My patients are not mad dogs. They're human beings with personalities and emotions, fears and hopes like any of us. Yes, they may suffer from various manias or hysterias, but they are still humans created in God's image and deserving of dignity. Are you suggesting God is mad? Heavens, no. But this fallen world has taken a harsh toll on many. My life's purpose is to rehabilitate those I can, and to protect and nurture those I can't. How noble, Smith replied with asperity. And I am, in fact, a duly licensed medical doctor. Very well. And your findings? Mr. Oliver was struck on the back of his head with sufficient force to cause a contusion. The cause of death? I believe so. I also noticed the dark appearance of his lips and fingers. That gave me pause, wondering if the man might have been poisoned. But at the time, I concluded that the black marks were simply ink stains. Smith nodded. We concluded the same. Anything to add? Fox considered. Only something Sir Frederick observed. That if Mr. Oliver were sitting on the chaise, alive and well, reading or writing, he would have heard his door open. Why did he sit there instead of rising to challenge his assailant, to defend himself? And your point? Either he knew and trusted whoever entered, or perhaps he was drugged or poisoned and could not rise. You already said you discounted the black stains. Did you see any other evidence of poison or drugs? No, but an autopsy might reveal telltale inflammation of the internal organs. I've sent the contents of the cup and bowl found in his room to be tested for traces of poisonous substances. The results may take some time. Smith frowned. That was quite presumptuous. The man was bludgeoned. You said it yourself. Struck with enough force to kill a man. Dr. Fox sighed. Yes. I see little reason to delay this process further by requesting an autopsy when the body has already been removed. But the jury will deliberate that option later. You are excused, Dr. Fox. Next, I would like to hear from the constable. The young man was sworn in, then began. Noah Brixton, born and raised right here in Swanford.
And you are the current constable? Yes, as well as local baker now my father's gone. Well, Mr. Brixton, anything useful to report?
Brixton looked uneasily at Sir Frederick, then said,
No, sir. I thought I might, but turns out I was mistaken.
Oh.
That's right.
Very well. And as constable, what's your opinion of the manner and cause of death?
If I had to wager a guess, I'd say maybe a robbery gone wrong. Famous author staying in the hotel and all. Times are hard for some, and now and again a man gets desperate, especially if he's a family to feed.
Smith said archly,
And do you have many robberies here in the metropolis of Swanford?
Apparently aware he was being mocked, Brixton lifted his chin.
A few, yes. A theft of hens, and another from the church poor box.
Large-scale crime, indeed.
The way I see it,
Brixton went on, undeterred and warming to his theory,
is someone desperate-like heard Ambrose Oliver was staying here and decided to rob him. Even though we've heard testimony from others that Mr. Ambrose Oliver was in financial difficulty. Well, a local man wouldn't know that, would he? He'd assume a famous author had money, wouldn't you? He's written a few books that were quite popular, especially his last, The Faded Rose of Wickwood. Have you read it? Very affecting. The missus cried for hours. At all events, driven by worry for his starving children, this would-be thief sneaked up the stairs, struck Mr. George and Mr. Oliver, took what he could find, and left again.
Listening to Brixton weave his tale, Frederick thought the man had missed his calling. Perhaps he ought to have been a writer of affecting novels himself. At least he'd not mentioned Miss Lane. Mr. Smith said,
As far as we know, nothing was stolen from the room. Mr. Oliver's purse containing 3 and 6pence was on the side table, as well as a silver pocket watch.
Brixton nodded.
Maybe the intruder got scared, realised he'd killed a man when he never meant to, and hide it out of there, taking nothing. Diverting supposition, Mr. Brixton.
The constable beamed.
Thank you, sir.
Next, the coroner called on Mr. Mayhew again.
Have you anything to report after questioning your staff? No, sir, You questioned everyone?
The hotel proprietor sent Frederick an uncertain look. Frederick had shared his findings with Mr. Mayhew just before entering the coffee-room, though there'd been little to report, since he decided not to mention the Page's claim. Mayhew shifted uncomfortably.
Actually, as there were so many to question in such a brief amount of time, Sir Frederick Wilford kindly offered to help conduct the interviews.
The coroner looked over at him, brows lifted in surprise, but not, Frederick thought, disapproval.
How kind. I'm staying here and was happy to help. Frederick shrugged off the praise. Mr. Mayhew is a busy man. Then perhaps we'd better depose you next. I'd planned to summon you at some point, as you were the one who discovered the body, were you not?
Miss Lane had been with him, but would saying so cause the coroner to summon her as well? Persons present when the crime was committed, along with the finders of the body, were all attached to appear at the trial before the itinerant justices. He didn't want to put Miss Lane into a situation where she would feel compelled to lie in a public court.
That's right, Frederick replied.
He had gone in ahead of her after all, and been first to see the body.
Your name and residence? Sir Frederick Wilford, Baronet. I live locally at Wickworth. And were you acquainted with the deceased?
I've seen him, here in the hotel dining-room, for example, but we never formally met.
Frederick thought of seeing the man knocking incessantly at Miss Lane's door. He didn't think it relevant to mention, nor worth the risk to her reputation.
Tell us how you came to find the body. I was in the parlour when I heard a scream and a crash, and ran upstairs to see what the matter was. After ascertaining that Mr. George and Miss Hinton were alive, I then went into room 3.
Was the door unlocked?
No, we borrowed the maid's key.
We? Dash it.
Yes. Miss Lane heard the scream as well and followed me upstairs.
Smith made a note in his diary.
But you were first on the scene? Yes, I went in before anyone else and saw Ambrose Oliver lying on the chaise, eyes and mouth open. I felt for breath and a pulse, and finding none, realised he was dead.
What did you assume was the cause of death?
I didn't study the body nor the wound until Dr. Fox came in.
But now, do you concur that the head wound was what killed him?
Frederick hesitated. He definitely had what appears to be a fatal head wound, but as Dr. Fox mentioned, I wonder if there might have been a secondary cause. He might have been drugged or poisoned first to allow the culprit entry and to prevent Mr. Oliver from defending himself. I do hope you will consider requesting an autopsy before it's too late.
The coroner's brow rose.
Even considering the fees involved? Yes. I also wonder if it wouldn't be prudent to question all the guests as well. It's likely that in a hotel like this, with many people on the same floor, someone may have seen or heard something that might shed light on the crime.
And are you offering to interview them yourself? Or are you suggesting we imposition every wealthy, respectable guest by demanding they appear at our inquest?
Mr. Mayhew wouldn't like that, and neither would they. Gritty business, these depositions. Nor do I see that I would be justified in doing so, unless you have reason to believe one of the guests was involved. No, sir, not yet. But yes, I would like to ask them all a few questions. And you're right. My doing so would be less objectionable, I believe, to everyone. I would endeavour to be discreet. And you will inform me of any relevant information? I shall indeed, without delay.
Frederick's conscience smote him, for he couldn't be sure the visits to Miss Lane's room by Ambrose Oliver and an unknown man were not relevant.
Smith nodded. Very well. I shall request the autopsy, and we shall adjourn until the results are reported. In the meantime, you may begin interviewing the guests. Mr. Brixton will help you, of course.
Frederick forced a smile.
Oh, of course.
That afternoon, Frederick knocked on his brother's door. Thomas opened it, well and fully dressed, complete with gloves and beaver hat in hand.
"May I speak with you a moment?" Frederick asked.
"Now?
But I'm meeting Miss Newport for another game of bowls." "This won't take long." Thomas huffed. "Are you asking as my brother, or as magistrate?" "Both. I plan to interview all the guests. Someone must have seen or heard something."
His brother's fair brows rose.
"And what has Mr. Smith to say to this plan of yours?" "He no doubt thinks it a waste of time, but seems content to leave it to me and Brixton, assuming we continue to pay his expenses. I don't want to show partiality, so thought I ought to start with my own brother." "Ah, and will you question Miss Lane as well?"
Frederick blinked before meeting Thomas's gaze. Why do you ask? Just making sure no one shows any partiality. Thomas gave a sly grin, then asked, And who shall question you? I've already been deposed by Mr. Smith. And I don't imagine you told him that Ambrose Oliver maligned you and your wife in his novel, Thomas replied. That gives you a motive, old boy. You said I imagined a similarity in names. Frederick narrowed his eyes. Do you actually think I had anything to do with the man's death? No, but I could ask you the same question. Frederick sighed. I know, but we both saw the way Mr. Oliver looked at Miss Newport, and you do seem to know something about her. Thomas raised his hands. Truthfully, I know very little beyond how irresistible she is. I met her last season when she played Josephine in An Actress of All Work. Frederick rolled his eyes. Thomas sent him a scathing glance. Look, I realise actresses have a certain reputation, but it's not deserved in this case. Selina is not a light skirt. Some men, however, don't want to believe there can be exceptions to the general rule. I take it Oliver was one of those. She told you that? Not in so many words, but I saw how she reacted to seeing him. I asked her about it later, and she shuddered and said, The man's a snake. Was she aware he would be here? I don't think so. Thomas looked away, searching his memory. No, I doubt she would have come in that case, at least based on the vehemence of her reaction. Then why is she here? Thomas shrugged. She was in the area, sent me a note letting me know. And you told me you didn't arrange to meet her here. I didn't. Not directly. I may have mentioned this lovely hotel and our ongoing refurbishments that might necessitate we stay here, but don't insult my intelligence. Look, I understand this has the appearance of an illicit liaison, but it isn't. Grant you, it might have been if I'd had my way, but Miss Newport is more of a lady than I realised, and I admire her for it. You lied to me. I did not. I told you I had a hint she might be here. But I didn't invite her, nor did I know for certain she would come. Why are you so cross? I don't know. Thomas's lips quirked. I could tell you if you'd like. No, thank you. Are you saying you're in love with this Miss Newport? Hope to marry her? Oh, now, let's not place the cart before the horse. I've spent but a few hours in her company. For the present, suffice it to say, I admire her. Careful, Thomas. If you have genuine feelings for the woman, and Mr. Oliver wronged her, that might seem like motive enough to kill the man. His brother's mouth fell open. Me? Kill a man I never met for trying to seduce the woman I barely know? Do you really think I would? Have you ever known me to be violent? No, but if this comes out, Mr. Smith or another J.P. may take a different view. Well, then don't tell them. I cannot promise that. I'll need to speak to Miss Newport as well. Thomas sighed. You're determined to ruin this for me, are you not? No, only to get at the truth. His brother looked at him soberly. Tread gently, will you, old boy? Frederick hesitated, then promised. I'll try. Thomas reluctantly agreed to ask Miss Newport to speak to Frederick before starting their match. Finding the library and writing room unoccupied, Frederick sat down, idly fiddling with one of the chess pieces on the table. Mr. Brixton had yet to join him. A few minutes later, Miss Newport appeared in the doorway. Frederick rose. Thank you for coming. Please sit down, if you would. He indicated the chair facing his. Her tight lips expressed displeasure. "Very well." She gracefully sat, spreading her skirts around her. He smiled in hopes of reassuring her. "As magistrate, I'm conducting preliminary interviews with the guests, and will report anything relevant to the coroner." Her eyes glittered with what? Irritation? Fear? It was difficult to tell. "Will I be called to give testimony at the inquest?" "Not unless you've information that bears on this matter." She clasped slim fingers together, but said nothing. Frederick asked, "So, what can you tell me about Ambrose Oliver?" "Why should I be able to tell you anything?" "I gather the two of you were some acquainted." "Oh?" One arched eyebrow rose high. "And who told you that? Your sweetheart, I suppose." Frederick reared his head back. Sweetheart? He had no sweetheart. The only woman he was fond of was Rebecca Lane, but why would Miss Newport assume she had said something? "Who do you mean by that?" She lifted one shapely shoulder. "Miss Lane. Her chambermaid received a message from Mr. Oliver requesting I come to his room. Miss Lane passed along the message to me. Of course, I didn't go." He absorbed that. Then, noticing he was bouncing an agitated knee, he crossed one leg over the other. Attempting a casual smile, he asked, "And why do you call her my sweetheart?" She studied him with interest. Was he read about the collar again? Drat. "I observed the two of you during our game of lawn bowls," she replied, "and the night before last I heard Mr. Oliver pounding on Miss Lane's door, trying to wheedle his way inside. My room is the next one down, past the night stair. At first, I thought perhaps he mistook the rooms and was looking for me. Thankfully not. Then I heard you coming to her aid." "Ah, I see." Frederick relaxed a little. He said, "When Oliver saw you in the dining room, I thought his expression revealed recognition, or at least interest." The coy grin lifted her rouged lips. "You think it notable that a man should look at me with interest? You injure me, truly." "It was more than that. My brother, only when I asked in my official capacity, confided that you'd been acquainted with the man, and unhappily so." "Did he?" Her coy grin faded. "How indiscreet of him." "Again, he didn't offer the information until I pulled it from him. I'll add that he speaks of you highly, with both respect and regard." "Now that's more like it," she quipped, but her smug words didn't hide her unease. "He didn't go into any detail, if that helps." She smoothed her glove. "Because he doesn't know any details." "Could you tell me, in confidence?" "I don't like remembering it, let alone speaking of it. Nor do I see how it has any bearing on this matter. It's all a long time ago." "How long?" "Oh, about 3 years. I thought him charming for about 2 seconds. Soon I realized his true character, and we had a falling out." "And you've not seen him since?" "No." "Until you came here?" "Obviously." "Did you know he would be here?" She huffed. "I would hardly have come had I known." "Not even to see Thomas?" She shook her head. "I could have easily seen your brother at another time. There was no urgency to see him this particular week." "But you didn't leave once you knew Oliver was here?" "No." Her fair eyes glinted. "I'm not frightened off so easily.
nor am I the malleable fool I once was." She lifted her chin. "I've done nothing to be ashamed of. If anyone should have left, it ought to have been him."
"You got your wish. He did leave, permanently."
She frowned. "See here, if I killed every man who tried to take advantage of me, I would get little else done. I did not kill Ambrose Oliver."
"But you're not sorry he's dead?"
She looked down at her clasped hands and then up again. "In a way, I am. Sorry for whoever that lecher wronged so badly that they were driven to such a desperate act, to risk his or her own life to take another's." A shudder passed over her frame. Frederick studied her ashen countenance and realized he believed her, even as he doubted whether he should. She was, after all, an actress. Chapter 16. Stepping out of the library and writing room a short while later, Frederick saw Rebecca Lane coming through the garden door, in cloak and bonnet, a book under her arm.
"Miss Lane, could you join me for a few minutes?"
Her gaze flew to his, showing alarm rather than pleasure. Even so, she entered without protest and sat in the chair he indicated. Sliding the book onto her lap, she folded her hands, entwining gloved fingers tightly. He resumed his seat.
"How's everything at the lodge? Did you reassure Rose and your brother?"
"As best I could." He nodded.
"I noticed you brought back some reading material."
"Just one of my father's books."
"Well, I've undertaken to question all of the guests with the intention of notifying the coroner of anyone with information to share. Pray don't be offended. I even interviewed my own brother."
He gave a small smile at that, but she remained sombre. "I understand." Noah Brixton appeared in the threshold, hat in hand, out of breath.
"Sorry, had to refire the ovens. Ah, Miss Lane."
He made to tip his hat, only to realise it was in his hand. Sir Frederick silently cursed the man's timing, but made do with pointing to a nearby chair. Then he returned his attention to Miss Lane.
"To begin with, when did you last see Mr. Oliver? Alive, that is."
He winced at his lack of tact. She looked upward, eyes shifting to the right. "Let me think. We all expected him at dinner 2 nights ago, but he didn't make an appearance at his usual time, nor at all that I saw. Mr. George either. Mr. Edgecombe, however, came to the dining-room in quite a happy mood."
"And you didn't see Mr. Oliver after that? Not until you and I discovered his body?"
"Right." She scratched an eyebrow. "As you know, he knocked on my door late that night, so I heard his voice, though I didn't see him." Here she sent Mr. Brixton a significant look. Brixton leaned forward.
"Excuse me, sir, but Miss Lane didn't really answer the question. She said when she didn't see him, but not when she did."
"Oh." She blinked rapidly. Seeing her discomfort, the desire to help rose in Frederick, like Brixton's half-pecked loaves of bread dough. He suggested,
"Did you see him at dinner the night before that? The last night he appeared in the refectory?"
"Yes, that's it. I did see him then," she added awkwardly. "Alive."
Frederick nodded and continued. "And had you met him or seen him before his stay here?"
Miss Lane hesitated. "Saw him, yes, although only from a distance."
"Where?"
"Birmingham. I went there with John a few times, when he went to call on Mr. Edgecombe. Not the Mr. Edgecombe here now, but his brother.
On one occasion I saw Mr. Oliver leaving the office.
And why did John meet with Mr. Edgecombe?
He hoped the publisher would help him with his novel, but sadly no.
Your brother worked for Mr. Oliver at one point, did he not?
She swallowed. Just for a few months, about 3 years ago. William Edgecombe arranged it. John assisted Mr. Oliver with clerical tasks to free up his time to write.
A good experience?
No, though John learned some valuable lessons, and he still aspires to be published. She smiled, but the expression didn't reach her eyes. He was about to probe further into the Lanes' dealings with the author, but before he could, Mr. Brixton took over.
With your brother living nearby, may I ask why you're staying here at the Abbey?
I came to Swanford to visit him, but when I got to the lodge, I found him... She paused, and Frederick saw a flurry of emotions pass behind her eyes. Worry, fear, shame. Preoccupied with his writing. She shrugged. At all events, Lady Fitzhoward was staying here, so I took a room as well.
Not the clearest answer, Frederick realised, though he didn't interrupt. And who is that lady to you? Brixton asked. A friend?
In a manner of speaking. I'm her companion.
Frederick said, Speaking of John, has he been to see you here at the hotel?
Again, she blinked those wide hazel eyes. John, here? When he sent me away for peace and quiet? She chuckled, but it sounded false.
Frederick's heart sank. Rebecca, the innocent girl he'd known, the darling vicar's daughter, was lying to him again. He sat there feeling deflated. He felt, more than saw, Brixton's concerned gaze on his profile.
The younger man cleared his throat and asked another question.
Don't mean to embarrass you, miss, but any idea how and why Ambrose Oliver came to your room? Had he seen you, say, in the dining room, and somehow managed to learn your room number?
I don't know. I suppose he might have asked the clerk or one of the maids for my room number. Or perhaps he saw me go inside at some point when I didn't see him. Frederick roused himself to say, for Brixton's benefit as well as Rebecca's,
Miss Newport heard him knocking that night too. Apparently her room is nearest yours. She wondered if Oliver thought he was knocking on her door. She also indicated that you were aware of her previous acquaintance with the author.
Did she?
Miss Lane's white throat convulsed.
Did she say how I knew?
Something about your chambermaid receiving a message from Mr. Oliver and you passing it along for her.
Oh, yes, that's right, I did.
Frederick frowned. Speaking of chambermaids, we still don't know which one entered Mr. Oliver's room the day before he died.
She nibbled her lip. Is that important?
He grimaced. Probably not. Bothering me, though. Like something stuck in one's teeth, or a missing chess piece. He nodded toward the nearby game board. Only a pawn, but still troublesome. I think I'll question Mary Hinton again. He added on a chuckle, or line up all the maids and ask Mr. George to identify one.
Brixton laughed, but Miss Lane didn't seem to find it at all amusing. Frederick glanced at the questions outlined in his notebook and asked,
And have you seen or heard anything else that might help us? Anything suspicious while you've been here?
Actually, yes. She took a deep breath and upon its exhale said, I saw the abbess.
Not this again.
A flicker of disapproval tightened his mouth.
Miss Lane.
I did, in the corridor yesterday morning, as well as my first night here. And of course I thought I saw her going below stairs that night. happened into you and your brother. At least, I know I saw a figure in a black hooded gown that looked like a nun's habit, from what I've seen in paintings." Brixton laughed again, but this time Frederick silenced him with a glare. "Are you seriously telling us you saw an apparition? Thrice?" "Or a real person who looked like one, yes." She pursed her lips in frustration, and Frederick saw her at 6 years old pouting when she'd been denied something. "I thought you would believe me, if no one else did. Apparently, I was wrong." She stood, tucking the book under her arm. "Are we through?" Her eyes glinted and her nostrils flared. Yes, he feared they were through before they'd even begun. Brixton excused himself to use the water closet. During his absence, Frederick took a few notes and was about to summon the next person when Lady Fitzhoward threw open the door with a bang. "Miss Lane says you are interviewing guests. As I don't wish to be disturbed during my nap later, I'm here to be questioned now." "Thank you, my lady." Lady Fitzhoward entered, hair piled high in ornate style, its thickness in contrast to her sparse eyebrows. A wig, perhaps? Her gown was equally ornate, a rich brocade in plum and grey. Her fashionable dress and coiffure fostered the illusion of a 40-year-old, while her lined face and drooping eyelids belied the appearance. He guessed her to be 60 at least. And she still seemed familiar to him. The woman sat without waiting to be asked, as befitted her station, or at least her assurance. Raising her chin, she asked, "You are questioning everyone, I understand?" "Yes, even my brother. Showing no partiality, you see." "Very thorough." He decided an indirect approach might be more fruitful. "I gather you are a keen observer of human nature, my lady. What can you tell me about Mr. Oliver and your fellow guests?" "Flattering my mind, eh? At my age, I'll take what I can get. A rum bunch, the lot of them, Mr. Oliver included. I'd not planned to stay on so long, but I found the company diverting." "How so?" She chuckled. "Where do I begin? First, having the esteemed, some might say eccentric, author staying here, ensconced in his room, with a henchman at his door, who even stood guard while he dined, added a certain excitement. Then there was the titillating appearance of the beautiful Miss Newport, and the romantic tension with your brother, and the hints of some unhappy history with Mr. Oliver. Add to that spicy stew the rumours about an abbess's ghost. Why, it was all deliciously Gothic, don't you think? And now a murderer among the guests. I was right to stay on." Her conclusion intrigued him. "I know you listened to the inquest. You didn't believe the constable's theory of a desperate would-be thief?" She shook her head. "You wouldn't be questioning the guests if you thought Oliver was killed by some hapless stranger. I'm sure you've better things to do with your time, like admire my pretty young companion, or meet with more wealthy investors in hopes of seeing your canal plans come to fruition." True. Thunder and turf. He'd called her a keen observer, but perhaps a bit too keen for comfort. He was glad Mr. Brixton had stepped out. He shifted and asked, "Were you acquainted with Mr. Oliver before coming here, I mean?" "No, never met him, except through his books." She watched him closely. "Have you read them? If you read the latest, I imagine you didn't much enjoy it." He decided to let that pass without comment, and said instead, Tell me about yourself, my lady."
Her grey-blue eyes glimmered.
"What would you like to know?" "To begin with, where are you from, if I may ask? You mentioned your husband being from Manchester, but nothing about yourself."
In reality, simple curiosity drove him more than any conviction that her history might be relevant. "Oh, I've lived in several places, and I travel a great deal."
"And your given name is Marguerite?"
"That's right."
"And your husband's name?"
"Donald. He died over a year ago. I miss him, yet I'm grateful we had so many happy years together. Since his death, I've lived primarily in hotels and inns. I love them. No clutter. Everything fresh and clean. No reminders of the past."
"I can understand that. Have you any children?"
"Impertinent question." "Sadly, we remained childless, despite our best efforts. Donald did have a son with his first wife, who died young trying to bear him a second. His son and I don't get on."
"And how did you and your husband meet?"
"Goodness! Has my romantic history some bearing on the author's death?"
"Doubtful. It's just... You seem familiar to me, my lady. I'm trying to work out why."
"As I said, I've travelled extensively and lived in many places."
"Yet I've only ever lived here."
"Come, surely you went away to university and spent seasons in London as most young bucks do."
"True. I've spent several weeks in town, and my brother spends most of his time there now."
"There, you see. Perhaps our paths crossed then."
"If you say so."
"It's all I'm prepared to say. Can we not leave it at that?"
"Very well, for now. Can you think of anything else that might have a bearing on Mr. Oliver's death?"
She slowly shook her head. "I think you've extracted quite enough information from me for one day, young man." She rose. "If you'll excuse me, I'm tired. Feel free to arrest me, or let me go and have my nap."
Frederick stood. "By all means, my lady. Rest. I didn't intend to wear you out."
She dipped her head as majestically as any royal and turned to go. And in truth, she did seem a little unsteady on her feet. After asking Brixton to meet him back there in an hour, Frederick took a respite to stretch and have an early dinner in the coffee-room. He'd been up since dawn and had eaten nothing all day. First, he walked out through the garden to clear his mind. Evening was approaching, but the air was still mild and the breeze refreshing. Seeing Miss Lane sitting on a bench near the fountain, eyes downcast, he hesitated. So many questions and emotions had run through him in recent hours, and he was uncertain how to proceed, especially where she was concerned. Walking closer, he asked,
"Daydreaming, Miss Lane?"
She looked up with a start. "Just thinking." He sat beside her, heedless of keeping a proper distance, dispirited when she averted her gaze.
"Look at me,"
he said, his tone more commanding than he'd intended. She obeyed, blinking up at him, her expression fearful. He gentled his voice.
"I believe that, at heart, you are a good and honest person, and you must have an important reason for withholding the truth."
Miss Lane lowered her head, but not before he saw her face mottle red and white in mortification.
Regret stabbed him. "I've no wish to shame you. I want to help. To do that, I need to know the truth. I'll wait a little longer for you to confide in me, but I can't wait forever."
"Thank you," she whispered.
He leaned closer and said, "And I hope you know you can trust me with whatever it is." He pressed her hand and rose to take his leave. "Good evening, Miss Lane." After a simple meal, Frederick asked Mr. Brixton to join him in questioning Isaac King. If he were truthful with himself, Frederick felt a bit uneasy about interviewing this particular guest. His reputation had preceded him. "Mr. King, thank you for agreeing to speak with us." The impeccably dressed older man raised his palms in a magnanimous gesture. The jewelled ring on his little finger sparkled. "I don't mind. I would say I've nothing to hide, but at my age that's not entirely true." He gave a self-deprecating smile. "However, I can honestly say I've nothing to hide in this particular matter." "Good. Now, during the inquest, Mr. George, who was employed by Ambrose Oliver in a protective role, testified that his employer owed money to—" Frederick consulted his notes and quoted, "impatient, dangerous people." The coroner asked if he was suggesting a moneylender or bookmaker might have killed him, and George replied, "It's possible." Mr. King shook his head, expression as placid as his tone. "Are you accusing me? Nonsense. If a man doesn't repay what he owes, I take the collateral he pledged when I made the loan, not his life. Why do you think I demand security? I'm no fool." "Clearly not. And Ambrose Oliver? What security did he offer?" The dark eyes glinted. "What could he offer? The man owned almost nothing. The profits of his next book, of course." Frederick said, "Not exactly as guaranteed as, say, an indebted lord's property or family jewels." "True. Perhaps I took an unwise risk in Mr. Oliver." "So you came here to remind him of his debts?" "Not at all." Isaac King spread his hands. "My lady and I reside in Naples these days, but I returned to visit my daughter, who's recently given me another grandson." "And you originally left England to avoid prosecution, I gather." "What an ugly rumour! Tusk. You must never have been to Napoli, or you would know a man needs no other persuasion to sojourn there than the pleasure of his lady-love." The man was charming and well-spoken. Frederick would give him that. He certainly didn't fit the image of a dangerous moneylender. Brixton spoke up. "Can you account for your whereabouts between midnight and 9, the morning of Mr. Oliver's death?" King nodded. "I was down in the bar until midnight or so, then returned to my room for the remainder of the night. My manservant can vouch for me." Brixton nodded. "Thank you. I shall confirm with him." Frederick made a note, thought, then added, "You can understand that it stretches credulity that you just happened to be staying in this out-of-the-way hotel when a man in your debt was killed here. I saw him react when he noticed you in the dining room. He wasn't happy to see you." Again the expressive hands lifted. "Is any man happy to see someone to whom he owes money?" Mr. King shook his head, then sighed. "Very well. Perhaps I came here to remind him that I'd not forgotten his debt, even though a sea separated us." "How did you know he would be staying here?" "Ah!" The man's eyes glimmered. "Now that is interesting. I received an anonymous letter notifying me of his plans. No idea who sent it. Perhaps someone who wanted me here as scapegoat. In any case, I didn't harm Mr. Oliver, and now I'm without recourse. I suppose I could appeal to his publisher, but I gather no new book will be forthcoming. So I've lost by the man's death." He pressed a hand to his breast. "I tell you, upon my honour, which I realise you may doubt, that I had nothing to do with his death. Nothing." "Very well. Thank you for your candour, Mr. King. Am I free to go?" "Please wait until the inquest concludes," Frederick requested, although he knew that if the man decided to flee to Naples, there was little he or Brixton could do to stop him. Isaac King rose. "As you wish. The barman here serves an excellent brandy from the Cognac region. 1811 was an outstanding year." After Mr. King left, Brixton went to find his manservant, while Frederick sat there for several minutes, pondering. Did he believe the moneylender innocent? Not in everything, but in the case of Ambrose Oliver's death? Despite himself, Frederick had liked the man and was tempted to believe his version of events. And beyond the circumstance of his presence, they had no real evidence against him. Not that men hadn't been hung for less. Should he suggest that Mr. Smith question King during the inquest? Frederick felt oddly reticent to do so. It seemed too easy, too convenient to lay the blame at the feet of a notorious moneylender. There were those who would happily convict a man for that fact alone. Thankfully, this jury was only to decide the cause and manner of death. Convicting any suspects would wait till trial at the county assizes. Would there be any justice for Ambrose Oliver? Despite the author's contemptible character, he felt compelled to seek it. While Brixton was talking with Mr. King's manservant, Frederick questioned the other guests, a middle-aged couple named Mr. and Mrs. Curtis, followed by Mrs. Sizemore and her daughter. All expressed disappointment that they'd not seen more of the famous author during their stay, but could shed no light on his death. Then Frederick questioned Lady Fitzhoward's maid, Nicole Joly. "Have a seat, please, mademoiselle." The thin, dark-haired woman sat and folded her hands primly in her lap. "You are employed by Lady Fitzhoward, is that right?" "Yes." "And how much do you know about her history, family, etc.? Miss Joly reared her head back in surprise. "What has this to do with that man's death? Is that not why you question us?" "Yes." Not wishing to cast suspicion on the woman's employer, Frederick retreated. "I'm simply trying to gauge if you have been with her long." "Oh, 3 years." "And what do you do when you are not attending Lady Fitzhoward? I see her often in the library or garden alone, so—" She frowned. "You suggest I am idle?" "No, merely wondering where you spend your time." "In my room. I sew for my lady, take care of her clothes, remove the small stains or dirt from the hems." "And do you dine with the staff, or—" She shook her head. "The chef sends up this special food to my room. He cooks for me his favorite dishes. He says the English would not appreciate. Oh, I should not tell you that part." "I shan't repeat it, never fear. And what did you do before you started with Lady Fitzhoward? Had you been lady's maid for someone else first?" "No. I worked in a dress shop, so I knew how to sew, and she taught me to arrange the hair. She's quite particular and likes it just so. And I learned to apply the cosmetics. My lady is most patient, though she says I make her look like— what is the English saying? The mutton as lamb." He nodded. "And have you been to Swanford before?" "Me? No. But I think my lady was here long ago. At least she had some acquaintance in the area." "Do you know who?" "Not the name. After she delivered Miss Lane here to visit her brother, she planned to send a note to this acquaintance and see if the invitation arrived." "No invitation was forthcoming?" Miss Jolie raised her hands. "She did not send her note. She changed her mind and decided to stay in the hotel." "Did she say why?" Miss Jolie winced in memory. "Something like, 'It's best to leave the past in the past.'" "I see." Her dark eyes studied him. "How inquisitive you are. I thought you would ask about the night the author died." "I'm getting to that. Did you see or hear anything the night of Mr. Oliver's death? Anything that might help us?" "No." She scrunched her face in thought. "Wait, the night before last?" "Right. The body was discovered yesterday morning." She considered. "Most often my lady goes to bed early, but that night she wanted to sit on her veranda and think. She said she would call for me when she was ready to retire, but Monsieur Maric made for me the coq au vin and sent up the French bread and wine." She kissed her fingertips. "Ah, delicious. I confess I ate too much and fell asleep. In the morning I wake with a start and realize if my lady had called during the night I did not hear. I hurried into her room, afraid she would be vexed, but no. She had removed her overrobe herself and went to bed that way. She said she'd stayed up late and did not wish to disturb me." "Is she always so understanding?" he asked. Miss Jolie shook her head. "Sometimes she is peevish, but more often she is understanding, as you say." "And did you venture out of your room that night?" "No. I wanted to go down and thank Monsieur Maric, but I fell asleep, as I said." He made a note. "And lastly, have you seen or heard anything unusual since you've been here?" She tilted her head to one side, her long, narrow face puckering. "Unusual? How?" "Well, I don't mean to lead you, but one person staying here reported seeing a ghost, or at least someone dressed as a nun or abbess." He expected the Frenchwoman to scoff, but instead her expression brightened. "C'est vrai? Ah, I like to hear that, for I did see such a one. That night I look out the window and I see a figure dressed in black with the white, how do you say?" She circled her face with a finger. "Wimple." "C'est ça, wimple. I thought I drank too much wine. I turned to look, mais no, the carafe is still quite full. I look out again, but she has disappeared. Who else saw it?" "Perhaps I shouldn't say, as the young lady in question has experienced some ridicule over it." "Not from me. Not when I saw it too." "Very well. It was Miss Lane." "Miss Lane?" Her dark eyebrows rose. "This surprises me. So practical and serious." She wrinkled her nose. "You two don't get on?" "Oh, yes, now. I admit I was jealous at first. Before she came, I was companion to my lady as well as maid. I even dined with her when she felt lonely. Then Miss Lane came, so young, so pretty, so well-spoken. Ah, well, she is kind to me, so I overcome my bad feelings." "I'm glad to hear it." "And now we have this in common." Miss Jolie leaned back in her chair, shaking her head with apparent wonder.
When she said nothing further, he thanked the woman for her time. After seeing her out, Frederick sat heavily back down, exhausted. Talking to people did that to him on the best of days, and this had not been the best of days. Chapter 17. The next morning, as Frederick went downstairs to breakfast, he steeled himself to report to the coroner, wishing he had more to tell him. Mr. Smith, standing in the hall at the reception desk, looked up at his approach.
"Ah, Sir Frederick, I was just leaving you a note. We shall have the autopsy results tomorrow, according to Mr. Brown, so we shall reconvene then."
The coroner asked nothing about Frederick's interviews with the guests, and Frederick was relieved for the reprieve.
"Thank you for telling me. Well, I'm off."
Smith pulled on his gloves.
"There's been a death in Rushwick. Sounds like an accident, so I expect to be back before the day is out. Tomorrow morning at the latest."
Frederick nodded.
"Godspeed."
Walking through the passage, he saw Jack George leaving the coffee room and raised a hand.
"Mr. George, just the man I was hoping to talk to. May I ask you a few more questions?" "Very well, though I've already told the coroner what I know."
The man gestured to a table just inside the coffee room door, and the two sat down.
Frederick said, "First of all, just a point of curiosity. I've heard you referred to as both Mr. George and Sergeant George. Which is it?"
The man lifted his chin in acknowledgement.
"Mr. George will do. I was a trooper in the army, but didn't advance to officer. Still, some call me sergeant as a term of respect, and I don't correct them."
Frederick nodded his understanding and asked,
"You told the coroner that you had a shooting gallery. Do you no longer?"
The lines around the man's eyes and mouth tightened.
"That's right. Numbers were down. Could no longer justify the rent on the place." "I'm sorry to hear it." "Not as sorry as I was." "You mentioned Mr. Oliver came to your training gallery for only a few months." He nodded. "Right. Not long enough to gain much strength or skill. Never saw a fellow sweat so much. Had to stop and catch his breath every other minute."
"Was he still coming when you decided to close?"
"No, but he remembered me when this situation came up and asked me to accompany him. With the gallery closed, I was in need of a job, so I agreed."
"When Mr. Edgecombe was questioned, he said he was glad you were here to keep Mr. Oliver writing, but something you said seemed to call that into question."
George shook his head. "Edgecombe didn't want me here. As I said, he thought the whole situation a waste of time and money. He agreed to pay the author's hotel bill, but Mr. Oliver was supposed to pay me, which, true to form, he did not."
"I'll cover the cost of your stay, but I'm afraid I cannot reimburse your lost wages as well."
Mr. George held up a palm. "Wouldn't ask it of you. Not your responsibility."
Frederick said, "You also mentioned seeing another maid enter Mr. Oliver's room in Mary's stead."
"Yes, though I don't know which one it was, or her name."
"What did she look like?"
"Barely saw her, truth be told, with that floppy cap over her face."
"So you may have been mistaken about it being someone else."
"It's possible. Look, I don't want to get Mary into any trouble. She seems a good girl, quiet and respectful."
"Could you at least tell if she was young or old, fair or dark, pretty?" He looked down in concentration.
"Young, I think. Dark. Beyond that I couldn't say. Only got a glimpse. She ducked her head, I recall, shy-like, or scared. I worried Oliver might have tried something with her, but she scurried off before I could find out."
Frederick watched him with interest.
And what would you have done if he'd tried something? Mr. George looked up. And her unwilling? Frederick nodded. The trooper's eyes glinted, and Frederick was put in mind of a fierce dog they'd once had. He didn't bark, but he did bite. Then Mr. George leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. Advised her to take care in the man's presence. That all? He gave a casual shrug. What else? Frederick wondered, but changed tack. And what will you do now? Now? After this is over, I mean. George shrugged again. Don't know. I hadn't thought that far. Wasn't sure how long this job would last. Frederick nodded. Not long at all, as it turns out. Rebecca considered attending divine services at All Saints that Sunday, but instead sat alone in the dim Abbey chapel, the wrought-iron chandelier with its white tapers unlit above her, the ornately carved wooden pew hard beneath her, and the air sharp with the acrid smells of snuffed candles and turpentine polish. She gazed up to the coloured panes of stained glass depicting the Messiah's suffering, crucifixion, and resurrection. Sunlight brightened the scene and burned her heart. "What have I done?" she inwardly lamented. But she knew very well. She'd lied to Sir Frederick and sinned against God and her own conscience. She thought back to her conversation with Frederick in the garden the previous evening, when he'd confronted her about withholding the truth. She'd anticipated anger, but the eyes that met hers were gentle and disappointed, which was almost worse. She'd felt ashamed, but also grateful to the kind, patient man who somehow still believed her to be good and honest. Sadly, she was neither. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." The silent plea seemed to echo inside her troubled soul. She whispered aloud, "What should I do?" But the words again echoed across the empty chapel and back to her from the stone walls, apparently unheard and unanswered. Rebecca pressed a hand to her eyes as tears threatened. She had to make a decision, and make it soon. Later that morning, Rebecca came upon Lady Fitzhoward in the library and writing-room, studying a series of framed prints on the wall. As Rebecca stepped into the room, her employer glanced over her shoulder. "Ah, Miss Lane, have you seen these?" She must have walked past them, but there'd been little of beauty or colour to attract her attention. Now she joined the woman in her perusal of the trio of architectural floor plans in gilded frames. "You just missed Mr. Mayhew," Lady Fitzhoward said. "He told me about these. The first is the original Abbey as it was in the Middle Ages." Rebecca surveyed the black lines on yellowed parchment, the square cloisters at the heart of the monastic building, the long nave of the former church, as well as the chaplain's room and chapter house in the very space where they were now standing. The woman gestured to the second frame. "This is a plan for the manor house built over and around the original Abbey after the dissolution." Rebecca nodded, recognizing the hall, long gallery, and bedchambers, the gaping wound of the destroyed church like a missing appendage. She also noted the addition of a Tudor courtyard with its stables and coach-house. Finally, Lady Fitzhoward pointed to the third frame, the more recent plans to convert the manor into a hotel. The hall, cloisters, and stable-yard were still there, but much had been added and changed. Rebecca leaned closer and pointed from plan to plan to plan. "Look. The night stair is there in all three." Lady Fitzhoward nodded. "And there are other constants as well." Rebecca studied the drawings again and identified the constants as she found them. The cloisters, the remaining chapel, although the wall has been rebuilt and the entrance moved. The cellars. She slowly scanned the plans, following each drawn wall, wishing she had her reading spectacles. Mr. Mayhew said the abbess's room is now room 3. Mm-hmm. And what's this below it? This little curl or hook in the otherwise solid wall? Lady Fitzhoward screwed up her eyes, the crepey skin around them webbing into deep lines. You tell me. My old peepers are not what they used to be. I have spectacles upstairs if you'd like to borrow them, Rebecca offered lightly, knowing she would refuse. Ha! You know I'm too proud to acknowledge any imperfections. She gave a self-deprecating smirk. Well, when you work it out, let me know. I think I shall retire to the veranda and pretend to read. Lady Fitzhoward turned and walked from the room, her echoing footfalls growing softer and fading away. Rebecca continued to stare at the plans, but they blurred before her as a memory filled her mind, one of Rose telling her and John a story. While Rose talked, she'd sipped from a glass of homemade plum wine, which tended to make her wistful about the past. When I was young, the Abbey was home to the Sharrington family, Rose explained. I was quite close to their lady's maid. She slept in a small room adjoining the lady's bedchamber, so she would always be at her mistress's beck and call. Oh, but we were cheeky girls. Rose shook her head, smiling fondly. I would walk over there and let myself in through the chapel, which was open to visitors in those days. From there, I would sneak up the servants' stairs to her room. She was supposed to be mending for a mistress, but instead we would sit shoulder to shoulder on her little bed and drink wine and whisper and giggle like a pair of giddy fools. The housekeeper's eyes twinkled, but a moment later those same eyes filled with tears. I still miss her, after all these years. Did she move away, or— Rebecca let her question dangle, not wanting to say the words pass away. Thankfully Rose nodded. She moved away many years ago now, before you were born. You must think me a right nattering goose to still remember her, let alone miss her, but I do. The memory faded. Rebecca went upstairs to room 13 and retrieved her spectacles. Wearing them, she returned and again studied the prints. She helped herself to pen, ink, and a sheet of hotel stationery, and sketched a plan of her own. She then wandered out into the cloisters. Following her sketch, she walked past the night stair toward the chapel, then turned and walked along the passage that ran parallel to the church ruins outside. Nearing the next corner, she again consulted her drawing. From where she stood, the blue parlour would be on the other side of the wall in front of her and the hall to her right. Above her would be room 3, formerly the abbess's private chamber. She looked at her rough rendering of the old plans. Was anything still here? Some trace of the servants' stairs Rose had mentioned? Or were they long gone, demolished during the hotel renovations? Peering into that dim corner, Rebecca saw a small alcove she'd walked past without noticing before. On the left was an arched stone bay that had once, perhaps, been a low doorway leading into the long ruined nave. If it had once been a passageway, it had been bricked up long ago. On the right was a crude wooden door, low and a foot or more above the ground. The planks were painted a dull grey, with iron hinges and a sliding bolt. Rebecca assumed it was now some sort of storage cabinet, if it was used at all. Or was it? After attending church with his mother, Frederick returned to the Abbey. He came in through the garden door and walked through the cloisters, determined to have another look in room 3. He wanted to work out how a perpetrator managed to not only enter the room, but also to lock the door behind himself when he left. As he turned the corner, he saw a woman lurking in the shadows. A pert female figure backed from a dim alcove. The trim waist, hair, and profile were painfully familiar. His heart sank to see her sneaking around. What was she up to? "Miss Lane?" She jerked and whirled, clearly startled and perhaps guilty. Her eyes, wide behind spectacles, met his and skittered away again into the dark corner, which made him suspect she had been meeting someone. Rebecca placed a hand to her chest. "You gave me a start." Looking past her, he saw that she was alone. Even so, he told himself to remain aloof and objective in her company, more the magistrate and less the lovelorn fool. "What are you doing skulking about down here?" "Just exploring. Fascinating old place." "Yes," he absently replied. Gaze lingering on her face, he said, "I've never seen you wear spectacles before." "Oh." She quickly removed them, tucking them into the reticule dangling from her wrist. "Mostly for reading." "And what were you reading down here?" "I was, trying to follow the floor plans from the library." She held up a sketch as proof. "And where are you headed?" "Back up to number 3. I still have Mayhew's key." "May I come along?" He vacillated, mind and heart wrestling. "Well, I suppose that would be all right, though I'm surprised you'd want to see it again." "Actually, I'm very keen to do so." He looked at her in consternation, her expression strangely eager. Why? As they crossed the hall to the main stairs, Miss Lane said, "May I ask what you're hoping to find?" In a low voice, Frederick replied, "I'm still wondering how the perpetrator managed to enter undetected and then lock the door behind himself when he left." "You assume whoever it was stole a key?" "Or possessed one legitimately." "Do you suspect one of the staff?" He shook his head. "I don't, and yet, besides the maids, only Mrs. Somerton and Mr. Mayhew had keys to the room, and there's no other way in." "That may not be true." Surprise flashed through him. "What do you mean?" "I believe there may be another way into that room. At least there used to be." Frederick shook his head. "The windows were latched from the inside, remember?" She nodded. "Even so, there may be another way." He looked at her doubtfully. "Show me." When they reached the top of the stairs, Miss Lane paused to pick up a lamp from a table in the passage. She said, "In the days when this was an abbey, room 3 was part of the abbess's private chamber." "Yes, I heard." He unlocked the door and opened it, gesturing for her to precede him and hesitating a moment before closing in after them. She continued, "Lady Fitzhoward and I studied the floor plans in the library. There is what appears to be a small spiral staircase leading to and from this room, one the abbess probably used to go to and from the cloisters below and into the church beyond. After the Abbey closed and Mr. Sharrington renovated the building into a family home, this room became his wife's bedchamber. Her lady's maid slept in a small room adjoining it, with a second door leading to a servant's stairway, so the maid could come and go without disturbing her mistress or being seen by guests." "How do you know all this?" "Rose told John and me about it a few years back. She and the lady's maid were friends." He looked around the room. "Where would it be?" "I'm not sure." Rebecca went to the closet and opened it. A coat and discarded cravat hung from hooks on the wall, and a two-tier wooden shelf for shoes or hat boxes sat on the floor. It had been pushed to the right side, Mr. Oliver's hat atop it, looking abandoned and forlorn.
"That is only a closet,"
Frederick observed. Miss Lane nodded. "I assume the former maid's room was done away with during hotel renovations, leaving only this." She eyed the set of low shelves. "In my room, the shelves are set against the back of the closet."
"In mine as well."
She felt along the seam for some sort of hidden latch, searching all the way to the floor. Nothing. She straightened and, in mild frustration, pushed the rear panel. The panel popped open, and cool, musty air wafted out at them. He gaped.
"Why did Mr. Mayhew not tell us about this?"
"I doubt he knows. Remember, he bought this place after the first investors went bankrupt. Most of the work had already been done. In the floor plans, the stairs appear as a tiny curl within the wall, easy to miss. Or he may have assumed the stairs had been removed, since they're now completely hidden from view."
"Surely someone else must know of this. The workmen, the maids."
She shook her head. "You can ask Mr. Mayhew, but I believe most of the present staff were hired after the renovations were completed."
"And what about servants from the Sherrington days? Are any of them still alive and in the area?"
"Not that I'm aware of."
"And Rose told you about this?"
he asked again. "Yes, apparently she used to sneak over here to visit her friend, no one any the wiser." Some fleeting glimmer of an idea teased the edges of Frederick's mind and faded away as quickly. What was it? He tried to call it back, to no avail. He peered into the shadowy space, the light from the lamp descending into the shaft, revealing the uppermost stairs, chalky grey stone, almost white, curving sharply away into the darkness below. Miss Lane extended the lamp farther into the space, into this hidden capsule of medieval architecture.
"I'll go first,"
Frederick offered. The tightly wound stairs would be best navigated one at a time. His shoulder brushed the wall as he slowly descended. "Right behind you," she whispered. Part way down, a narrow shaft of light pierced the darkness. Studying it, he saw that a little section of masonry had been removed from the vaulting to form a squint. He had to bend to position his eye to it. People in earlier generations had been shorter, and he was above average height for the present age. Through the slit, he could see a small slice of the cloisters. There he glimpsed Miss Newport standing in the walkway, talking to someone he couldn't see. The woman reached out her hand, a look of consolation or resolve on her pretty face. "It will be all right," she said, and walked away, out of view. He wondered whom she'd been talking to. Thomas? Not like him to need consoling. Frederick then descended a few stairs to allow Miss Lane to look through the squint after him. She mused. "Do you suppose the abbess used this hole to spy on the nuns in the cloisters?"
"Maybe."
Frederick continued down the stairs until they abruptly ended at a wall. He felt around its surface, not a wall but a wooden door, the faintest lines of light showing through its vertical boards. He tried pushing it open. It didn't give.
"I think it's locked from the outside. Or perhaps this is permanently sealed and not a door at all."
She said, "I'll go around and unbolt it." Frederick would have offered to go himself, but knew there was no decent way to move past her in the confined space. He asked,
"Do you know where it is?"
"Yes, I know." Rebecca made her way back up the spiral stairs and let herself from room 3, shutting the door quietly behind her. Hoping to avoid a lengthy encounter with Lady Fitzhoward or anyone else, She decided not to use the closer, more public main stairway, and instead hurried through the gallery passage and down the night stair, returning to the cloisters that way. Reaching the southwest corner, she paused. Seeing only a waiter in the courtyard clearing a table, she stepped into the shadowy alcove. Leaning near the plank door, she whispered, "Sir Frederick? Can you hear me?" No answer. Disappointment flared. Perhaps this wasn't the same door after all. She tugged the sliding bolts, but it didn't give. Using both hands, she took a broader stance and pulled again. It stuttered to the side. "Miss Lane?" Frederick asked, his voice close by. "I'm here," she whispered back. She pulled, and he apparently pushed, and the plank door creaked open toward her, revealing cobwebbed corners, dust, and the handsome, intent face of Sir Frederick Wilford. He lifted his chin and looked out in amazement. "So there was another way into the room." She nodded. "By the way," she said, "I called your name a moment ago. Did you not hear me?" "Sorry, I'd retraced my steps to the squint. I found something interesting on the wall near it. Come and see." He extended his hand. She put her hand in his, lifted one foot to the door's bottom lip, and tucked her head. He pulled her into the entombed spiral staircase. "Up here," he said in a hushed voice. "It's another wall painting, like the ones Mr. Mayhew showed us." She shut the plank door behind herself and followed him up and around the sharp curve of the stairs. "See it?" he whispered. The glow from the squint, aided by the lamp, revealed a drawing on the wall nearby. Compared to the preserved paintings of St. Andrew and the abbess in the library, this was far simpler. The figure of a rabbit had been scratched into the limestone. Amateurish, almost childish. Below it were the words, "Johann Fecit Ho." Perhaps, Rebecca mused, the name of the abbess or chaplain who'd drawn it. "What does it mean?" she asked. He lowered the lamp to study the words. "John did this." The simple translation chilled her. She shivered and attempted to keep her voice light. "Why a rabbit?" "In Christian art, I believe they're a symbol of the resurrection." "Really? I didn't know that." "And in secular art, a symbol of fertility." She felt her neck grow foolishly warm at the word. "Silly creature, you're a grown woman, not a schoolgirl." "Or so they taught us at university," he said dryly. "Come, let's go up." When they returned to room 3, Sir Frederick lingered in the closet, eyeing the repositioned shelves. Rebecca looked as well. Had someone let themselves into Mr. Oliver's room and pushed the thing aside to get in? Or had someone moved it for them? Mary flashed through her mind. Mary going daily into Mr. Oliver's room. Mary with her head near John's, the two whispering together. But Rebecca kept those thoughts to herself. Frederick said, "This opens possibilities, does it not? No key needed to sneak into or back out of this room." Rebecca nodded, wondering dully if she had just made things worse for her brother, if indeed John did this. "I think I'll talk to Mr. Mayhew again," Sir Frederick said. "Ask if he knows of any builders still in the area, but let's keep this discovery to ourselves for now, all right? I'm not sure why, but I think it might be a wise precaution." "I agree." In the meantime, Rebecca longed to ask some questions of her own. She noticed a chalky white smear on Frederick's shoulder and automatically reached up to wipe at it, saying, "You must have brushed against something." The fingers lingered. Rubbing again, she felt the firm, rounded muscle beneath his sleeve. Frederick had turned his head to try to see the offending mark, but now his focus returned to her. He placed his hand over hers, and for a moment they stood that way in utter stillness. Rebecca felt the warmth of his gaze on her face, and the warmth of his hand on hers. Pulse racing, she looked up at him, tall and darkly handsome, his deep brown eyes fixed on her so intently that she struggled to breathe. Suddenly recalling her brother's possible crime, icy reality cascaded over her, and she snatched her hand away. "There, good as new." "Thank you," he said, his voice a low rumble. She nodded and thought, if only the rest of this calamity could be remedied as easily as a chalk smear. Chapter 18. So much for my resolve to remain aloof and objective in Miss Lane's company, Frederick thought as he walked away from her. He could still feel her hand on his shoulder, touching him, almost caressing him. He squeezed his eyes shut as though to blot out the memory. Imbecile. She'd merely wiped dirt from his sleeve like any friend would. And yet he couldn't forget the look on her face when she'd gazed up at him, eyes wide, lips softly parted. He'd been tempted to kiss her then and there, despite her lies, or at least her evasion. What a fool he was! When she'd pulled her hand away, he immediately wanted it back. Good as new? Hardly. With a concerted effort, Frederick returned his focus to the present task. He went to speak to Mr. Mayhew again and found him in his office. "What can you tell me about the workmen who renovated this building into a hotel?" "Precious little." Mayhew sat back and pursed his lips. "By the time I bought the place, the builders and stonemasons had moved on to other jobs. I had to hire new men for the finishing work, joiners mostly, and a few plumbers, to complete what the others had started." "And what about servants from the building's days as a private house? Any of them employed here now?" "I don't think so. Goodness, the only person old enough might be Abe Plaskett, our gardener." "I see." Mayhew tilted his head. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, merely following up a theory." Frederick was still reluctant to tell the man about the secret stairway, not ready to make that news public. Perhaps because he thought he might yet use it to his advantage, or perhaps because he feared revealing it might somehow endanger Miss Lane. As Rebecca descended the stairs and looked down upon the hall below, she saw Dr. Fox in his blue frock-coat sitting with a companion near the fireplace. Noticing her, the doctor stood. "Ah, Miss Lane, may I present my wife, Mrs. Jane Fox?" Rebecca walked over, footsteps echoing, until she reached the plush carpet. She curtsied. "How do you do?" Mrs. Fox inclined her head in return, her expression friendly and interested. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Lane. My husband tells me you are an old friend to the Wilford family." "Yes, we have that in common." Dr. Fox smiled in acknowledgement. "We have just returned from a stroll, and we're about to order chocolate to warm our bones. Will you join us?" "Thank you, yes, that's very kind." Rebecca sat down and began chatting with the woman while her husband ordered their drinks. Mrs. Fox was a pretty petite woman with a pleasant demeanour, dressed simply in olive green. When Dr. Fox sat back down, Rebecca said, "Sir Frederick mentioned something about your medical specialty. Could you tell me about your practice?" "Yes, if you'd like. I have an asylum for people suffering from various mental and emotional disturbances. You may have heard me called a mad doctor." Rebecca had heard Thomas Wilford refer to him as such, but didn't acknowledge it. Instead, she said, Sir Frederick describes you as a highly reputable physician with new and humane methods. The man nodded, eyes warm.
Frederick understands me. I detest the terms idiot, madmen, and the like. For centuries, ignorant people, many with little or no medical training, have mistreated or imprisoned those with mild hysterias, restless agitation, and even common melancholia. Some make no distinction between the truly insane and a merely nervous patient, for whom confinement should continue no longer than necessary. Often such dear souls are harmless, yet have been forced to endure barbaric practices like purging, shackles, ice baths, narcotics, and worse.
"My dear," his wife protested gently, "Miss Lane may not wish to hear all the gruesome particulars."
"Ah, forgive me."
"Nothing to forgive," Rebecca said, swallowing back the queasiness his words had caused. "I asked, and find it most fascinating." Their cups of chocolate arrived along with a plate of crisp almond biscuits. For a few minutes the conversation turned to other topics: the history of the hotel, the enjoyment of their holiday, the many games of chess they'd played, and the strange disruption of Ambrose Oliver's death. When Mrs. Fox finished her chocolate, she set down her cup and said, "Will the two of you excuse me? I've ordered a bath." Her husband rose and helped her to her feet.
"Of course, my love."
Mrs. Fox turned to Rebecca and said earnestly,
"Please do continue your discussion without me. My dear husband is always glad to find someone who is genuinely interested in his work."
Rebecca smiled at the woman, happy to oblige them both. Dr. Fox sat back down, and Rebecca said, "You'd begun to tell me about your asylum." He crossed one leg over the other.
"Yes. Wood Lane is a hospital for the curable and a comfortable retreat for the incurable. We offer compassionate, therapeutic, moral treatment."
"Forgive me, but what does that mean?" He entwined his hands over one knee.
"As opposed to places like Bethlehem Hospital or Bedlam, which primarily restrain the severely deranged, my specialty is providing professional guidance in a safe environment to help the anxious or depressed and those suffering from manias or hysterias. We employ gentle, long-term treatments to restore mental, emotional, and spiritual health."
Rebecca thought the doctor sounded rather like a pamphlet, but also sincere. "And may I ask what inspired this calling of yours?" He nodded.
"My father and brothers manage a large asylum near Bristol. They do good work overall, and have been quite successful. I agree with the majority of my father's practices, though not all. He has, on occasion, resorted to cold shower baths, strait waistcoats, and manacles for the most refractory patients. He also believes removing a patient from his own influence is of the utmost importance. At Wood Lane, I've changed what I disagreed with, while preserving the best of my father's methods in a smaller, more home-like setting. For example, we've abolished all use of restraints and encouraged visits and correspondence with loved ones to stave off feelings of abandonment. We promote physical and mental activity. Patients have access to my personal collection of books, and I encourage participation in regular divine services, which I find has a positive, peaceful effect. And I invite patients, in turns, to spend evenings with my family, so I might observe any improper behaviours and help to check them. I want my patients to lead as active and normal a life as possible while with me, with the aim of returning them to a fully normal life as soon as reasonable."
"Impressive. Where is Wood Lane?"
"Just north of Cheltenham."
He leaned forward and looked at her closely, speculation glimmering in his eyes. As my good wife said, I always appreciate an attentive audience, but may I ask to what your questions tend? Is there a particular sufferer you have in mind?"
Rebecca hesitated. The newspapers often reported accounts of wrongfully issued lunacy certificates and people held against their will for minor oddities, differences in religion, or simply so a family member could gain control of someone's finances. Would she endanger John by mentioning her concerns? Perhaps something in her expression betrayed her whirling thoughts, for he said in fatherly tones, "You may speak to me in confidence, my dear. If it is a loved one you're concerned about, I can promise I have no intention of intruding into your private affairs or forcing a certificate of lunacy into your hands. But I would like to help, if I can." Rebecca pressed dry lips together. "You are very kind. May I ask, are any of the people who come to your asylum cured? Is such a thing even possible?"
"I've seen many return to soundness of mind and to liberty. Of course, not everyone can be cured, as you say. Some will never recover, despite our best efforts. For many who suffer from severe mental derangement, release isn't the right answer, especially those who may pose a threat to themselves or others. And even those with more minor complaints may continue to struggle with depressions of spirit, but they can learn to ignore the vile voices in their minds that torment them with doubts, lies, and thoughts of self-harm. We encourage them to battle paralyzing fears with prayer and right thinking and a reliance on God's strength. A wise prescription for all of us in this troubled age, I'd say."
"Yes," she murmured. "True."
"I wish I could say I had a magic potion, a regimen of healthful diet, exercise, and therapeutic practices that would return all to soundness. Sadly, I cannot. But I don't give up hope, and neither, Miss Lane, should you."
She forced herself to meet his inquisitive gaze, then quickly looked away again. He added,
"Sir Frederick has visited Wood Lane."
"Has he?"
"Yes, as magistrate. One of his duties is to inspect asylums."
"I didn't realize."
"So if you're not comfortable asking me more specific questions, you might wish to talk with him."
"Thank you, At that moment Sir Frederick entered the hall from the rear passage, and seeing them walked over. He smiled at her and said to the doctor,
"Good day, Charles. Ah, Frederick, I was just telling Miss Lane that you are familiar with my methods."
His face stilled.
"Because of Marina, do you mean?"
Dr. Fox's lips parted, and lines of remorse scored his brow.
No, I said nothing of your late wife. I only said that you have visited Wood Lane several times in your role as magistrate." "Ah, yes, the quarterly inspections."
Frederick glanced at her, then away again.
"A commendable establishment."
He shifted from foot to foot.
"Well, only wanted to greet you. I'll leave you to your talk."
He bowed and walked away before either could protest. Dr. Fox sent her a telling look. Rebecca nodded and replied, "I will consider your advice."
Frederick walked away feeling like a blundering oaf. Of course Charles hadn't mentioned Marina's disturbing behaviour. He was too discreet for that. It was he who'd blurted out her name, embarrassed himself and the others too. Dashed fool.
He guessed Miss Lane had heard the rumours about his wife's death. He wondered if she believed them. Would she exonerate him if she knew all? Why should she, when he owned a share of the blame? When he'd met Miss Marina Seward, He'd been instantly taken by her beauty and charm, and astonished that she seemed to find him charming in return. Everyone said Frederick was lucky to marry her. At the time he'd agreed, but later he had cause to repent of his choice. The first few years of their marriage had been difficult, strained. Marina had remained distant from him, despite his best efforts. He'd concluded his efforts were lacking and had no idea how to bridge the ever-widening gap. Then one night she announced she had something to tell him. Frederick had steeled himself for the worst, a deadly diagnosis, perhaps, since she'd recently consulted a physician. But what she told him was good news, at least to him. Marina was expecting a child to love, an heir to the estate. He was elated. It felt like the sun finally rising after a long, dark night. Marina, however, was clearly unhappy. Said she wasn't ready to be a broodmare and lose her figure. Insisted she wasn't meant to be a mother and possessed no maternal instincts. Frederick had tried to reassure her, saying her doubts were only natural and that she would learn. They would learn together. She scoffed. His wife started leaving Wickworth more often without saying where she was going or why. When she was home, she insisted on taking long walks alone. She drank too much and ate too little. Frederick began to fear she would injure her health or that of the babe, or even that she would take measures to destroy the child. He wrote to his friend Dr. Fox, whom he knew to be a capable, discreet physician who treated people with disturbances of the mind, including female hysteria and unnatural feelings. Knowing Marina would resist going to the man's establishment, he asked his friend to come to Wickworth at his earliest convenience. Dr. Fox came as a personal favour and met with his wife. Of course, Frederick hoped Charles would suggest some cure, some simple treatment that could be completed before the child's birth. But in the end, Dr. Fox wasn't convinced she was hysteric, so much as flighty, devilishly vain and selfish. Even so, he gently counselled Marina and prescribed rest and a healthful diet. When she lost the child, whether by God's design or her own, Frederick had been devastated. His wife might not love him, but his child would have. One evening Marina came into his bedchamber and found him weeping. Even now, Frederick's face burned in shame at the memory. She stood, hands on slim hips, and rolled her eyes. "What are you crying about?" she said, voice dripping with disdain. "The child wasn't even yours." At that, she'd turned and swept from the room. Fury and incredulity burned away his tears and drove him to his feet. He strode after her and caught up with her at the top of the stairs. "Then whose?" he demanded. "Does it matter?" She started to turn away again, but Frederick grabbed her arm to stop her. She jerked away so forcefully that she lost her balance and fell backward down the stairs. Even thinking about it now, his heart lurched, that startling, breath-stealing terror seizing him anew. He'd lunged, reaching for her, but only caught the ribbon tie round her waist, which tore as she fell, and fell, and fell. In a blind panic, Frederick hurried down the stairs after her, shouting for the footman to summon a doctor. But it was too late. She had broken her neck and died instantly. Despite everything, sorrow had swamped him. He'd never meant her any harm, never wished her ill. How often he'd rehearsed that moment, wishing he had acted more quickly to stop her fall. He knew some people suspected he'd pushed his unfaithful wife to her death, but he had not. Even so, he knew he wasn't blameless. The constable, physician, and coroner had unanimously declared it an accident and exonerated him, but the guilt still hung heavy on his soul.
Rebecca watched Sir Frederick leave, but her thoughts soon returned to John. Her dear, disturbed brother, who could spew hateful disparagement one minute and sweet consolation the next. He needed help, more than she or Rose could give him. Could Dr. Fox help John? Maybe, but her brother would never willingly agree to enter an asylum. She thanked Dr. Fox again and walked through the cloisters, lingering in that reverent place to add a prayer to all the thousands that had been offered there over the centuries. "Oh God, please help us. I don't know what to do. Please give me wisdom." One minute her heart broke for John, her little brother who'd lost his mother young, and whose father could never relate to his more artistic ways, who, being small for his age, as well as sensitive, had suffered taunts from bullies and betrayals by childhood friends, and later had suffered a hope-crushing blow when the manuscript he'd worked on so long and arduously had been published as another's. The next minute her anger kindled against him. Yes, John had suffered setbacks and disappointments, but many people had suffered far worse. Incurable illnesses, unjust imprisonment, the loss of children, limbs, or sight. And not all of those people felt sorry for themselves, lay in bed all day bemoaning life's unfairness, numbed pain with drink, and spent the household money on opium. And most certainly they didn't take revenge, kill anyone, and ruin their families' lives. Rebecca sighed heavily. It was easy to blame John for her current misery, but she knew she had wrongs of her own to confess. Sins of omission, outright lies. They gnawed at her. When she prayed, God seemed silent and forgiveness not forthcoming. Was that perhaps because she'd yet to confess to the man she'd deceived? A man she deeply admired, yet whose trust she'd taken advantage of and broken? Her chest tightened with a growing realization. Every minute she delayed would only worsen her wrongdoing and widen the breach. Frederick returned to his room and lay on the bed, planning to rest a while. He was surprised when someone knocked on his door a short while later. Thomas, he supposed, or perhaps Dr. Fox, inviting him to play a game of chess in the library. He opened the door, but instead of either man, Rebecca Lane stood there, face pale and stricken, a book in her arms. "Rebecca, Miss Lane, what is it? What's wrong?" "I'm so sorry." "About what?" He glanced down the quiet corridor. "I would invite you in, but that wouldn't be the done thing. Perhaps we might talk downstairs." "No, I must confess all now, in private, and after I tell you what I must. Concerns about my reputation will not be uppermost in your mind." Frederick stared at her, wanting to hear her out, yet filled with misgiving. He made a decision. "Very well, come in. But keep your voice down." He let her into his room and closed the door, though he worried they might be heard through the wall. "I hate that I've lied to you," she said. "The guilt has been clawing at my insides." "Go on." Frederick leaned against a bedpost and braced himself, thinking about the man seen entering her room and fearing what she would tell him. She implored, "Please don't line up all the chambermaids and ask Mr. George to identify one. And don't question Mary again. At least not about the second maid who went into Mr. Oliver's room." "Why not?" "It was me." "You?" Disbelief washed over him, followed by disapproval. "Why on earth would you go into that man's room, especially alone?" She winced at his vehement reaction. So much for keeping their voices down. "For John. He asked me to give his manuscript to Mr. Oliver in hopes he would recommend it to his publisher. But Mr. Oliver almost never left his room alone, that I saw, and Mr. George shooed me away when I tried to approach the author's room as myself. It was all I could think of."
Frederick pressed a hand to his forehead.
"Rebecca."
"Nothing happened. I asked him, and he said he would consider it."
"Nothing else?"
"No. Well—"
"Well, what? No more lying, if you please."
"He asked me if I knew Selina Newport. When I said I knew who she was, he told me to ask her to come and see him. Seemed confident she would."
"For what purpose, if that's not indiscreet to ask?"
"I don't know."
"And you relayed Oliver's request, saying it had come from your chambermaid?"
Miss Lane nodded, looking abashed. "I did. But I've no idea if she went or not."
"Miss Newport claims she didn't go."
A new thought struck him.
"Has this anything to do with why Mr. Oliver came to your room?"
"No. Mr. Edgecombe had told him John Lane's sister was staying at the hotel. That's why he came, to see if I was the maid who'd given him the manuscript."
"I see."
He expelled a rueful sigh.
"Anything else to tell me?"
Rebecca lowered her head, then raised it again. "John did come here, to ask if I'd delivered his novel into Mr. Oliver's hands. He spent part of the night sleeping in my armchair. I believe it was him the page saw entering my room, and him I saw leaving that morning when you came upon me in the parlour."
"The morning we found Mr. Oliver dead?"
She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. His heart squeezed.
"Why are you crying? You don't think John struck Mr. Oliver?"
"I don't think he would, but—"
"But what? Had he some reason to resent the man?"
She nodded and swiped at her wet cheek. He longed to wipe away her tears himself, to draw her into his arms and tell her everything would be all right, even as he doubted it would be. Shoving his hands behind his back to keep from reaching for her, he guessed,
"Because Oliver was a successful author and John is not yet published?"
She shook her head. "It's more than that. When John worked briefly as his secretary, he asked Mr. Oliver to read his first novel, hoping he would recommend it to his publisher or at least offer some advice. Mr. Oliver read it and told John it was not good enough, not publishable, that he should start on something new or give up writing altogether."
"Difficult to hear, I can imagine, but surely not enough to kill a man over, years later."
"You're right. Though at first John believed the man's harsh criticism. He was bitterly disappointed, ranted and raged, and burned all his notes and old copies. Eventually he seemed to calm down and began working for the newspaper. But then, the following year, when Mr. Oliver's new novel was published, John discovered it was his book. His story, his characters, his plot. Mr. Oliver had stolen it. He'd changed the title and some names and places, but the story, the words, whole paragraphs and pages of description and dialogue, all John's.
Stunned, Frederick said, "You should have come to me. Perhaps I might have helped. Talked to our solicitor, something."
"We did try to assert John's claim. We first met alone with William Edgecombe. He asked for proof, and sadly we had very little. Mr. Oliver had never returned the pages John had given him, and John had destroyed his early drafts after Mr. Oliver's rejection, on his advice, we then realized, no doubt hoping to protect himself from just such charges. John hired a lawyer for a short while, but he had little money for his fees, and at any rate the lawyer told John he had no real case, not without proof. John did find an early outline, but the man said he could have written that any time, even after Oliver's novel was printed. He offered little hope.
Later, John and this lawyer met again with Mr. Edgecombe along with Mr. Oliver, who of course denied everything and said that ideas are two a penny and can't be owned. That even if they'd started with the same idea, it would become a completely different novel in a skilled author's hands. In the end, Mr. Edgecombe, eager to avoid scandal, offered John a small settlement on the understanding that he would drop the matter. In turn, Edgecombe's own lawyer threatened John with an action for libel should he breathe a word of his baseless charges to anyone. John accepted the settlement. I told him he shouldn't, for the amount wasn't worth giving up his right to reclaim what was his. But John rashly agreed, saying it was his word against Ambrose Oliver's, and why would anyone believe him? Frederick said, "Could you not testify to John's authorship yourself?" She again looked down, clearly embarrassed. "No, to my shame. John had asked me to read his manuscript at one point, and I'd meant to, but at the time I was reading a novel I loved, Pride and Prejudice, so I kept putting it off. It was terribly selfish of me, I admit. The truth is, I'd learned from a young age that John is highly sensitive to any criticism, especially from me. He didn't really want my opinion. He wanted my unmitigated praise, which I doubted I could give him. When this happened, John felt betrayed that I'd never read the manuscript. I've felt guilty ever since." Frederick slowly nodded. "I believe I understand. Thank you for telling me." Sudden realization twisted Frederick's gut. "Wait, are you saying John wrote The Faded Rose of Wickwood?" Miss Lane reddened all the more. "Yes, although under a different title. I'm sorry. Apparently, in John's version, any correlation to real people and places was more subtle. But after Oliver changed the names and made a few vague references less vague, well, John never meant to hurt you, I know. And here I vilified Ambrose Oliver. You were justified, though perhaps not for the precise reason you thought." He ran an agitated hand through his hair as though to calm his whirling thoughts. "Why would John want you to give Mr. Oliver his new manuscript when the man had stolen the last one?" Rebecca's eyes turned down at the corners. "I asked the same thing. He told me he'd tried every other way he knew to get a publisher to read it. Mr. Edgecombe won't look at any submissions unless they come to him through one of his authors. John said he was desperate enough to try one more time." "But wouldn't Oliver think it a trap, receiving another manuscript from John?" She nodded. "That's why he asked Rose to make a second copy and used a pen name this time. R.J. Stevens." "Ah," Frederick murmured, recalling the burnt fragment. She added, "If Mr. Oliver gave it to his publisher, John planned to reveal his true identity then." "And if Oliver stole it again?" "John had kept copies this time to protect his interests. He'd learned from his mistakes. Rose read it through, and I read a few chapters as well, all I had time for. I recognized John's words on the page we found under Mr. Oliver's chair." "So you think John was trying to trap Oliver, and succeeded?" Miss Lane hesitated. In lieu of answering, she asked a question of her own. "Have you ever read The Arabian Nights?" He felt his brow furrow in confusion. "I think so. I certainly recall your father describing some of the tales in it." She nodded. "He read them to us when we were younger, at least those he deemed fit for children. John's favourite was The Vizier and the Sage. Do you remember that one?" Frederick thought back. "Not the details, though it sounds familiar." Expression grave, Rebecca handed him the book she'd brought. Then perhaps you should refresh your memory. When Miss Lane had gone, Frederick sat in one of the room's chairs and opened the volume of the Arabian Nights' Entertainments. He searched the contents until he came to the Vizier and the Sage Dubin. He flipped to the page indicated, slid a candle lamp closer, then settled back. As he began reading, the old story returned to him. Dubin was a wise healer who cured a king of leprosy. A jealous adviser, or vizier, told the king that Dubin was planning to poison him, so the king sentenced the sage to death. Dubin seemingly accepted his fate and offered the king one of his prized books full of wisdom, so that the ruler might heal himself should he grow ill again. Later, after Dubin's death, the king opened the book and turned through the pages, surprised to find them blank. He continued to flip through the book, separating the sticky pages by licking his fingers, thereby absorbing the poison Dubin had spread there. He quickly began to die, realizing in his final moments that this was his punishment for killing the man who had cured him. Cheery tale, Frederick thought, then stilled as apprehension prickled over him. His heart pounded dully, and bile as sour as vinegar rose in his throat. Miss Lane had asked him to read this story for a reason, an awful, chilling reason. Merciful God, please, no. Chapter 19. When Rebecca left Sir Frederick's room after her confession, she'd felt only partially relieved. She hadn't been able to force out the last words, to admit she feared John may have poisoned Ambrose Oliver. She'd returned to her room with no intention of leaving the hotel, but the relentless inner turmoil that had driven her to confess now drove her to put on her things and walk back to the lodge to confront her brother, finally and fully. As she entered Fowler's Wood, the last of the waning daylight filtered through the tree branches, dappling the dirt road with shadows. Rebecca had forgotten how early the sky darkened at this time of year, especially in the wood. Ahead, the road curved around a sprawling yew. Anything or anyone might lie beyond. She shivered. Perhaps she should have started out earlier, or hired Rob Tarvin to drive her. Too late. She kept walking. The farther she went, the thicker the wood became, and the darker. A branch snapped behind her, and she halted, looking over her shoulder. She could see no one, nor did she hear any footsteps, so she continued on. To encourage herself, she whispered, "Not long now, brave Becky." The road curved again, and another branch snapped, closer this time. She drew in a sharp breath and turned. Footsteps shuffled to a stop somewhere out of sight. Was someone following her? "Who's there?" she called, endeavouring to remain calm, although her voice sounded young and high-pitched. "Hello?" Rebecca hailed and waited, but there was no answer. Her hands felt damp within her gloves. Should she start running? She made herself walk on, the back of her neck bristling all the while. Sudden pounding footfalls shook the ground from the opposite direction. A large animal came tearing through the trees. A scream rose in her throat as the creature burst onto the road, charging straight at her. She recognized the Fenchurch's Irish wolfhound, though the beast looked terrifying with his teeth bared. "Ranger, no!" she commanded with all the authority she could muster. "Ranger, stop!" She braced herself as the dog leapt into the air. He landed at her feet, panting eagerly up at her. Rebecca sagged in relief. "You remember me. Good boy." She petted his wiry head, which reached higher than her waist. A moment later, Ranger tensed, low growl at the back of his throat. He sprang into motion, kicking dirt onto her skirt as he loped away down the road. In pursuit of what? Or whom? Rebecca strode briskly on her way, now and again glancing nervously over her shoulder. She passed through the tall hedge and saw the welcome glow of candlelight twinkling from the windows of the underkeeper's lodge. Her spirits lifted at the sight. She knocked and let herself in. Rose looked up from her mending with pleasure.
"Ah, Miss Rebecca, you're out late."
"Yes, She turned to the window and stared out. "I heard someone in the wood. I think he may have been following me."
"Who?"
"I didn't see. Are you expecting anyone?"
"No."
Rebecca knew it wasn't someone simply passing through, as the road led only to the lodge and to the Wilfords' parkland and hunting ground beyond. There wasn't a farm or cottage for miles. Rebecca tried to shrug it off. Probably someone from the estate, then.
"At this time of day?" Rose said. "I doubt it. More likely that vile Leo Stoker. He's taken to meeting John in the wood, since I made it clear he wasn't welcome here. He supplies your brother with smuggled liquor and those little brown bottles. I don't mean to speak out of turn, but you've a right to know where all the money goes."
Rebecca frowned. "The newspapers describe how terribly addictive opium is. Does he not realize?"
"He says it's only laudanum. Doctors prescribe it all the time, so don't act so scandalized."
"What does he think laudanum is?" Rebecca protested. "A mixture of opium and alcohol."
"I know."
Rose sighed heavily and shook her head.
"I wish John would tell Leo Stoker to take his foul stuff and never come back. Indeed I do."
The older woman looked at her in concern.
"You don't think Leo, or whoever followed you, wished you harm, surely?"
"Probably not," Rebecca admitted, "though whoever it was certainly frightened me. Thankfully Ranger came along, the Fenchurch's dog. He ran down the road and probably scared off whoever was there."
"Good."
Rebecca studied Rose's careworn face, noticing how much she'd aged in the last few years. Rebecca sat down near her and said, "I know it's not been easy for you, caring for this place and for John. A thankless task, I imagine."
"Only when you're not here."
Rose raised a palm.
"No criticism intended. Your allowance and having one less to feed here have helped, I can't deny."
Even so, regret weighed down Rebecca's soul. "Is John at least civil toward you?"
Rose hesitated, then said, "I'm not the first housekeeper to feel uneasy around a master, to never know if I'm to receive a word of praise or rebuke. But it's hard sometimes, especially as he was once such a sweet lad and so fond of me."
Tears pricked Rebecca's eyes. Over a sudden lump in her throat, she managed, "I am sorry." She swallowed and said, "I hope you realize we'd be lost without you, especially John, although he might not admit it. However, I would understand completely if you wanted to find another place, somewhere more pleasant."
"And where would I go? Who would give me another place at my age?" Rose shook her head. "I don't know what will become of me if John has to give up this lodge."
"Don't worry about that. If all else fails, I'm sure Sir Frederick will find another place for you. But did not a certain yeoman farmer express interest in you? I remember him calling here. You might yet have a home and kitchen of your own."
"Oh," Rose said with a dismissive wave, "that was years ago. Mr. Fletcher brought me eggs and invited me to walk around his farm. He was very amiable. He just wasn't for me. I know it's foolish, especially after all this time, but I was in love once when I was young, and even now I can't help but compare every other man to him, and they all come up wanting. Not that there have been many, mind, but a few. I wasn't as pretty as Daisy, but he admired me, or so I thought. He moved away and married, yet I still think about him from time to time.
Where is he? Any idea?
No, I've not heard a word from or about him in 30 years. I try to tell myself he'd be fat and bald by now, though I know better. He'd still be trim and have that full head of hair. It might be silver, but he'd still have it. And laughing eyes and a devilish smile.
She shook her head.
I'd be embarrassed to see him, old hag that I am, round and wrinkled, my figure long gone.
You're not a hag at all, Rebecca assured her, and a few pounds and wrinkles wouldn't matter, not to a man who cared for you.
Rose smirked. You've read too many romance novels. A man may admire a woman's mind or virtue, but the attraction starts by what he sees. Unless, maybe, he's blind, Rose added with a saucy wink. Know any blind men with a snug home and sunny kitchen?
Rebecca grinned. I'm afraid not.
Nor I. More's the pity.
Rebecca set her gloves and bonnet on the side table and stood. Well, I'd better talk to John. To herself, she added, before I lose my nerve. Rebecca knocked and gingerly opened the door, expecting to find John asleep under the bedclothes, perhaps suffering the ill effects of drink, or worse. Instead, she found him sitting in his desk chair, turned to face the window, the fading evening light illuminating his profile. "What are you doing sitting here in the dark?" she gently asked.
"Hating myself."
"Oh, John."
"You'd think I would be happy he's dead, would you not?"
She bit her lip, then said softly, "Are you?" He shook his head.
"Maybe for a few minutes, but after? No, it's all vanity, futility, over."
She took a deep breath and said, "Your manuscript wasn't in Mr. Oliver's room. I looked. We did find a few burnt pages in the grate, your title page and a few others, but not your whole manuscript. Do you know what happened to it?" He gestured vaguely to a stack of paper half hidden by a discarded pair of trousers. She swallowed, her heart beating hard. "So you went to his room to retrieve it?" He nodded. "When?"
"You know when. The night I came to the hotel. I started having doubts after you gave it to him."
"Why? Did you have reason to believe Mr. Oliver might be killed?" He winced. She looked again at the jar on his desk, the paintbrush still propped inside. She also recalled the pages hanging on a line in the spare room, left to dry. "I have to ask, did you spread arsenic on the pages I gave to Ambrose Oliver? Is that why you were looking for a paintbrush and rat poison? To kill him?" She waited for him to deny it, to burst out in shocked anger. Yet he simply sat there, eerily calm. Gaze still on the window, he asked softly,
"Like that story in the Arabian Nights?"
She nodded, and he nodded back, which confused and frightened her. He said,
"If Oliver would have simply passed the manuscript on to his publisher, he wouldn't have been harmed, or so I thought. Only if he lingered over it, licking his fingers page after page, as is his habit, would he ingest enough to hurt him, to suffer as I've suffered. It would be his fault, not mine.
He would poison himself by his own perfidy. "Oh, John," Rebecca moaned, feeling as though her chest had collapsed, stealing her breath, her hope. "Then I changed my mind," he said. "I decided I couldn't do it. I didn't believe he'd give it to Edgecombe, but even so, I realised it was a risk. And Edgecombe had seen you there and might suspect our involvement. That night I came to the hotel. I waited until morning. When I worked for Oliver those few months, I learned his habits. I knew he stayed up half the night, burning the midnight oil. I learned from Mary when that guard fellow came on duty and went in earlier. I knew he wouldn't see me enter, but I didn't want him to hear me either." "You went up the abbess's staircase?" He glanced over. "Ah, so you remember Rose's stories too." She nodded. John went on. "At the top of those stairs, I listened and heard nothing, so I carefully inched open the door. Still I heard nothing, so I opened the panel all the way, slow going because of something in front of it, and stepped into the closet. I tripped over those low shelves and froze, sure Oliver would wake up and come to investigate. I held my breath, ready to retreat, but still, nothing. So I opened the closet door and entered the room. I was surprised to find his bed empty. Then I saw him sprawled on the chaise near the hearth. The fire had burned low, but a lamp gave off some light. At first I assumed he must have fallen asleep and hadn't heard me because he'd been drinking. Liked to drink, I recalled. Yet as I tiptoed closer, I saw his eyes were open, though he lay unnaturally still. I watched his chest, but saw no sign of its rising and falling. I put a hand in front of his mouth, but felt no breath. He was dead. I was stunned, truly. His lap desk had fallen to the floor, and looking at the pages spread about, John gestured again to the stack of paper, I deduced that he'd begun copying mine. I gathered up the manuscript. The title page and first few chapters were missing. I searched and searched, but couldn't find them. I concluded he must have burned them. On the pages in his handwriting I saw many words I recognised, and others I did not. I was too nervous to stand there reading, so I picked up all I could find. She asked, "Did you notice if the outer door was locked or unlocked?" He nodded. "Unlocked. I locked it and set the key on the table, not wanting that guard dog of his, nor anyone else, to come into the room and discover me there. When I had what I came for, I slipped out the way I'd come." "I saw you leaving that morning, crossing Dodge's field. I wondered what you were doing." "You haven't told anyone, have you? The coroner hasn't asked to question you?" She shook her head. "I've told only Sir Frederick." "Sir Frederick?" John repeated in alarm. "Why would you tell him?" "Someone saw you enter my room that night and reported it. I had to tell him it was you. If you'd seen how he looked at me, the shocked disappointment." "What is that to my life?" "I wasn't certain about the poison then, though I did wonder." He grimaced. "But the poison didn't kill him. Rob came by and told us he was bludgeoned." "They're awaiting results of the post-mortem. Sir Frederick thought he might have been poisoned or drugged as well. Otherwise, why would he just sit there and let someone strike him?" "Oh." John sat back hard, expression troubled. Rebecca asked tentatively, "Are you sure he was already dead when you got there? You didn't strike him out of anger, in revenge?" His eyes grew large. "I did not lay a hand on him. You must believe me, Becky." "I want to, John, but you've lied before, so it's difficult to believe you now, as much as I long to, especially when you freely admit to poisoning the paper." He sighed deeply. Oh well, what's the noose to me now? I've lost everything. That man stole from me in life and will now steal from me by his death.
John jerked a hand toward the pile of pages.
There's nothing to live for anyway. I'm a terrible writer. I finally accepted the truth of it.
That's not true. He nodded.
It is. I read the paragraphs Oliver rewrote, based on mine, yes, but better. He left my opening lines, then omitted the next few pages, and revised the first scene. So much more vivid and compelling than my rubbish.
No, John. Beyond some changes, it was still your writing. Writing he thought good enough to steal. Perhaps all you need is a skilled editor.
Ha! Even if you're right, it's too late.
But you have your early drafts, and most of Rose's clean copy. You can prove Oliver intended to steal it. This time you have proof. He threw up his hands.
How do we explain how Oliver got the manuscript in the first place, not to mention how I retrieved it? If I go to Edgecombe now, with Oliver's few pages and mine, he'll realise I was in his room, that I took them and maybe did worse.
I don't mind admitting I gave them to him, but you're right. I don't know how to explain the rest without implicating you. John shook his head.
It's not worth the risk. He'd probably take the pages Oliver wrote and hire a hack to finish the book. Tout it as Ambrose Oliver's last work. He'd never admit to any similarities, nor publish my version.
He might. When you show him, you've already written the rest of the novel.
It's too late,
John repeated, expression desolate.
I've lost my right to publish this book, as much as if Oliver had stolen it whole.
There must be something we can do. Let's talk to Sir Frederick. If you confess and convince him of your change of heart, perhaps he'll understand, be lenient.
It's not solely up to him, though. He'd feel honour-bound to report it to the coroner or take it up with the other JPs.
He probably would, Rebecca realised. I don't know what to say, she lamely replied, adding to herself, nor what to do. Oh, John, how could you even think of poisoning someone? And you, a vicar's son? She swallowed the reproof, pressed her brother's arm and said, I'll think of something. In the meantime, don't lose heart, all right? Worried John might harm himself, she took the white arsenic from his room and carried it outside to dispose of it, pouring it over a patch of weeds. Rebecca then donned her mantle and prepared to leave the lodge. Rose called sternly into John's room.
You walk your sister back now. It's late.
He grumbled something under his breath. Rebecca began, That's all right, Rose, Then John stumbled to the door, pulling on his coat as he did so.
I'll walk her as far as the village. She'll be safe enough from there.
Rose sniffed.
Very well.
Her brother walked through the wood beside her, hands in his pockets, head down. She thought of raising the subject of the laudanum, but decided he looked beaten down enough already. Besides, his problems went far beyond those bottles. They encountered no one in the wood, but John still jumped at every scurry of nocturnal animal or call of an owl. He walked her as far as the church, as promised. "Thank you," she said, pressing his arm once more. "Remember, don't give up. While there is life, there is hope."
"Yeah,"
he murmured, though he didn't sound convinced. When he left her, Rebecca pulled the hood of her mantle over her hair, preferring not to be recognized while walking alone after dark. As she neared the public house, she veered to the opposite side of the cobbled street to avoid being seen from its windows. Voices and laughter from within told her the place was crowded. The door opened and a man exited. She ducked her head and walked on, but it was too late. He'd spotted her.
"Becky!"
Rob Tarvin asked, then jogged over to join her.
Her stomach sank. "Good evening. I'm just on my way back to the Abbey."
"I'll walk with you."
She noticed the smell of ale on his breath and smoke on his clothes. "No need. I shall be all right." He fell into step beside her anyway, one hand tucked into his pocket.
"You ought not walk alone at night. Some men might take that as an invitation, or think you're not concerned about your reputation."
"That's not the case. As you well know, I was simply visiting John and Rose, and the hour grew late."
"Either way, I'm heading to the Abbey myself."
She made do with a nod and quickened her pace as they turned into Elderbury Lane, wanting to keep the uncomfortable interlude as brief as possible.
"What's the hurry?"
he said, lengthening his stride. A few possible replies played through her mind, but she discounted them, afraid they might be misconstrued. "I'm eager for my bed," or "I am cold." She settled for "I'm tired."
"Then slow down, you're making me tired."
She moderated her pace a little. They passed a few shuttered shops and cottages, many with dark windows, but not all. Which was worse, she wondered, to be seen at night walking alone or with a man? Rob extracted his hand from his pocket, swinging both arms to keep up with her. She noticed a pristine bandage wrapped around his hand. "What happened to you?" He glanced at it, as if surprised it was there.
"Oh, nothing much. Blasted horse bit me."
Realization flaring, she whirled on him.
"Horse my eye! I would wager anything that's a dog bite. You followed me into the wood, did you not? Trying to scare me."
Lantern light from the village hall illuminated his roguish grin.
"I was only hoping it would make you come running into my arms, but that dashed ranger ran at me instead."
"Serves you right." She turned and strode on.
"Did you think the ghost of the abbess was following you? I heard from Brixton you saw it again."
She knew he was teasing her, but raised her chin. "That's right. I did see someone in a black gown, but tonight I see only a mean-spirited scoundrel."
"Oh, don't take on so, Becky. I'm sorry, all right? Only meant a bit of fun."
"I did not appreciate the joke." They walked the rest of the way in grudging silence. Frederick fastened a few buttons of his greatcoat against the evening's chill and pulled his hat low on his head. He'd been walking the hotel grounds, gathering his thoughts. Now he paused and looked up at the building. Light twinkled from a window near the far end, Thomas's room. The other upper-story windows remained dark. He identified Rebecca Lane's room at the opposite end, with its small balcony overlooking the garden. Was she safe in bed, sleeping peacefully? Or perhaps she was tossing and turning, wrestling with doubts and questions, as he would no doubt do if he tried to fall asleep. Questions plagued him even now, walking alone in the brisk night, lit by a quarter moon. Was he doing the right thing by protecting her? Or was he opening himself up to betrayal and humiliation all over again? Growing cold, he walked on to warm himself. Striding around the corner of the building, past the chapel with its stained glass windows, and past the fallen ruins of the former Abbey church. As he neared the front of the hotel, footsteps crunched up the gravel drive. He glanced over and saw a tall man and a slight woman approaching the hotel, together on foot. Near one of the cone-shaped topiaries lining the drive, the young man pulled the woman abruptly into his arms and bent his head. Frederick looked away, not keen to witness young passion. But then the woman's gasp of protest caught his ear. Passion was one thing, but not when it was unwelcome. He started across the spongy grass of the manicured lawn toward the couple. The female figure turned her face away, and moonlight shone on her profile. Rebecca. Illogical jealousy curdled his stomach. though he had no romantic claim on her, nor any right to expect fidelity. "Rob, stop it!" The sound of her voice quickened his stride. "Come on, Becky, don't be like that. We're old friends." Concern washed away Frederick's jealousy, and anger quickly swept in to take its place. "Your father said I could do anything I set my mind to," Rob said evenly, "and I set my mind on having you. That's not going to happen." Nearing them, Frederick said, "Miss Lane, Mr. Tarvin, am I intruding?" Both heads turned in his direction. "Yes," Rob snapped. "No," Rebecca said rather breathlessly, and pulled away from the young man. Rob said, "I was just escorting Miss Becky back to the hotel." He reached for her arm, but she stepped farther away. "And for that I thank you, but for nothing else," she coldly replied. "You mistook the matter. Good night, Mr. Tarvin." "Mr. Tarvin now, is it? Weren't so formal-like before the high and mighty baronet showed up." "That's enough," Frederick said sternly. "I believe Miss Lane wishes you to leave, if you'd be good enough to oblige her." "So you can walk her to her room instead? Oh, sure." Rob frowned at Rebecca. "And you'll no doubt thank him more sweetly than you did me." Rob turned and stalked away. Frederick looked at her questioningly. "Shall I throttle him?" "No, thank you, although I'm glad you appeared when you did." "Are you?" "Definitely. As you may remember, my father championed him as a boy, and he believes that allows him a certain familiarity. He also assumes I admire him as my father did, but I don't." "He said you are friends." "As children we were, yes. He often came to the vicarage to borrow a new book, or discuss some scholarly tome with father. I sometimes joined them. As we grew older, his interest changed. Mine did not. He thinks my parents were encouraging him where I was concerned, and I have not had the heart to tell him the exact opposite was true. They sought to encourage his education, but that was all." "I trust he understands that now." She sighed. "I hope so." "May I escort you inside? I promise to behave in a more gentlemanlike manner than our wayward Mr. Tarvin." "Yes, you may." They strolled toward the hotel entrance. She stumbled over a clump of grass, and he quickly took her hand and tucked it under his arm. "You went to the lodge again?" he asked. "Yes, I hope you don't mind. I wanted to discuss a few things with John." He looked down at her, close to his side, and all those feelings of protectiveness washed over him once more. "Can you tell me what you learned? I will help if I can." "I know you would try." She sighed again. He said, "I read the Arabian Nights story you suggested." "Oh?" "You don't think—" "Maybe talk about it tomorrow," she said abruptly. "I'm tired and need to think. I shall be more myself after a night's rest." He hesitated. "Very well." At the bottom of the stairs he paused, fearing tongues would wag when the two of them showed up together in the hall. Hopefully it would be quiet at this time of the night. Instead, when they entered, they found the hall alive with candlelight and music. Miss Newport sat at the pianoforte, playing and singing, while a few others stood or sat nearby listening. Thomas turned the pages of music for her, watching in adoration. Thankfully, with all eyes on the beautiful singer, no one paid them much heed. Then Thomas looked up, just noticing them. "Is she not divine? Join us." Miss Lane smiled wanly back, then leaned closer to Frederick. "You stay. I'm going upstairs." "Are you certain?" "Yes. I think it would be best. Probably wise, he realized. Tongues would definitely wag if they went upstairs together. As tempting as that thought was, he pushed it from his mind. Rebecca continued across the hall, through the passage, and out into the cold, dark cloisters, leaving the cheerful warmth and music behind. The cloisters were lit only by a few torches, flickering in the breeze and casting ethereal shadows on the medieval stone walls. She hurried along, her slippers all but silent on the paving stones, when a figure darted into view between the pillars on the other side. Rebecca stifled a gasp and stopped dead, leaning into the wall as though it might hide her. Robed in black from head to foot, even the figure's face was concealed by a dark veil. It passed through the archway, then turned sharply, disappearing up the night stair. Rebecca's pulse pounded. There are no such things as ghosts, she told herself, except for the Holy Ghost. And religious habit or not, Rebecca sensed nothing holy about the being now hurrying up the stairs. Over the sound of her thumping heart, she heard the padding of feet, followed by a scuffle slap. The figure had tripped. Ghosts didn't stumble, and this evidence of humanity gave her the courage to creep forward. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Rebecca craned her neck to look up and caught a glimpse of the fluttering black gown and booted feet. Boots! The hand on the railing seemed surprisingly large and masculine. Then the figure rounded the railing and slipped from view. Rebecca started slowly up the stairs, listening for any returning footfalls and trying not to stumble herself. At the top, she vacillated between retreating into the relative safety of her room and turning right to follow whoever it was to see what she, or he, was doing. Curiosity spurred her on, as well as the desire to prove that she hadn't imagined the sightings. She tipped her head around the corner just enough to see along the corridor. There, the robed figure slipped into the room beyond the stairway. Miss Newport's room. Miss Newport? Apprehension washed over Rebecca. It made sense. An actress had access to costumes. But no. She'd just seen Miss Newport downstairs singing, and the hand and boots had appeared more like those of a man. Who, then, had just entered the woman's room, disguised as the ghost of the abbess, or at least a nun? And why? A shiver ran over her. Hearing the door click shut behind whoever it was, Rebecca paused a moment, considering. What should she do? Knock and see who answered? Confront whoever it was face to face? She quailed at the thought. Someone rounded the corner, and Rebecca gasped and pressed a hand to her chest. Miss Newport stopped, appearing both startled and amused. "Miss Lane? What is it?" "Oh, you frightened me. You look as if you've seen a ghost." "I have." "The ghost of the abbess?" Miss Newport asked, humour fading. Rebecca nodded. He went into your room." She pointed with a shaky finger. The woman's eyebrows rose. "He?" "I believe so. I only caught a glimpse." "I thought it was an abbess." "The person wore a habit, yes, but I think the boots and hand I saw belonged to a man." Miss Newport narrowed her eyes. Rebecca saw doubt there, and something else. Fear? Maybe. Or was it irritation? "Shall I call for someone?" Rebecca asked. "Mr. Mayhew or Sir Frederick?" "No, I can take care of myself. I've experience with strange males trying to sneak into my room, but dressed as a nun, that is a new low." "How did he get inside?"
Miss Newport lifted a casual shoulder. "I often neglect to lock my door until I retire for the evening. Don't like carrying a reticule to hold my key. Spoils the silhouette." Selina reached for the handle and put her rouged mouth close to the wood. "Ghost, beware, I'm coming in. And Miss Lane is here with me, so don't try anything." She slanted Rebecca a wry grin. The woman was mocking her. She apparently didn't believe her. Miss Newport opened the door and looked inside. Rebecca held her breath, then crept closer, ready, though terrified, to lend assistance if needed. A tense moment's pause hung in the air. Then Selina swung the door wide and announced, "Vanished, apparently. Ghosts walk through walls, after all. See? Empty." Rebecca peered inside. The room was dim and did appear empty. "Perhaps the balcony?" she suggested. "Ah." Miss Newport opened the balcony door and looked out, then closed it again. "All clear." "But I was so sure I saw someone enter." There, Miss Lane. No harm done." Miss Newport lay a comforting arm around her shoulders. "This place has a strange effect on people, enough to give anyone nightmares. It's no wonder you thought you saw something frightening. After all, a man recently died here." She shepherded her out the door. "You know, Miss Lane, you remind me of my sister." Selina's eyes abruptly filled with tears. "She had an imagination, too, and so sweet and innocent." Selina sniffed and swiped at the tears with her free hand. "Come, I'll walk you to your room." There, Rebecca bid her good night and closed the door, turning the key to lock it. But she was still not convinced she'd imagined the figure. Her gaze landed on her balcony door across the room. She hurried over and opened it, wincing at its creak. She stuck her head outside and looked at the balcony to the left of hers. It was empty, as Selina had said, although Rebecca thought she heard a metallic click of the door closing. Or was she imagining things again? A short while later, Mary came in to help her prepare for bed. "I have news." Mary's eyes gleamed impishly, and she waggled her brows. "I saw your ghost, the abbess in black." "Just now?" Rebecca asked. "No, this morning, after I left your room. I didn't say anything, afraid Mr. Mayhew would think me mad and send me packing, but since you saw her too—" Relief and confusion tangled within Rebecca. "I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw whoever it was, but—" "Oh, I know who it was." Mary's tone was matter-of-fact. "I didn't guess straight away. At first I thought it really was a ghost, but her veil slipped for just a moment before she replaced it. Guess who?" Rebecca opened her mouth to wager a guess, but before she could, Mary blurted, "Miss Newport!" Incredulity struck. She'd just seen the abbess and Miss Newport within seconds of each other. It couldn't be. Likely noticing her silent frown, Mary went on. "She's an actress, I hear, so it's not so surprising. Probably playing a trick on someone." "Did she see you?" Rebecca asked. "Know that you saw her?" Mary shook her head. "I don't think so. I was coming down the night stair when she came out of the chapel. Gave me a turn, I can tell you, seeing that shrouded figure coming out of there, of all places. But then I glimpsed her face and felt a world better." I can imagine. Rebecca wasn't sure what she felt besides bewildered. Were there two ghosts? What on earth was going on? Chapter 20. On Monday morning, Mr. Smith reconvened the coroner's inquest in the Swanford Abbey coffee room. Frederick attended, eager to hear the autopsy report. "As you know," Smith said, "the body of Ambrose Oliver was taken to an operating theatre in Worcester, where a post-mortem was performed. I received the results." He lifted a signed document and then summarized. "Using the Rose and Metzger methods, no evidence of poisoning was detected, nor was there any sign of inflammation or damage to the internal organs beyond what is normal for a man of his age and corpulence. The surgeon, Mr. Brown, concludes that Ambrose Oliver was killed by a blow to his cranium and the subsequent trauma to his brain." He sent Frederick a smug look. "As we originally thought." Relief and uncertainty wrestled within. Frederick knew he should be relieved for Rebecca's sake especially, but something was still nagging him. The coroner faced the jurors and asked, "Do you need to retire?" The foreman replied, "I don't think that necessary, Your Honour." The jury talked among themselves for a few minutes, quickly agreeing on a verdict, which was duly noted and relayed to the coroner. Smith nodded and pronounced, "The jury has reached a verdict of unlawful killing by person or persons unknown." Mr. Smith looked from juror to juror. "Thank you for your service, gentlemen. You are now dismissed. Be sure to give an account of any expenses to Sir Frederick Wilford before you go." Afterward, Dr. Fox followed Frederick out of the coffee room. "Are you satisfied?" "Not quite. If it helps put your mind at ease," Charles said, "I received a message from my colleague who tested the contents of Mr. Oliver's cup and bowl. The available tests are not foolproof, but he detected no obvious narcotic, nor, employing the reduction method, did he find any traces of arsenic." Frederick nodded, not really surprised. Thinking of the sage's poisoned pages, he considered asking Dr. Fox to test the burnt remnant as well. But since the autopsy had revealed no evidence that Ambrose Oliver had been poisoned, it seemed a waste of time. "So we're back where we started. If Mr. Oliver wasn't drugged nor poisoned, why did he sit there while his assailant approached? Perhaps the killer entered with gun drawn and told him not to move. Maybe. But then why go behind him to deliver the blow? Shooting him would be too noisy. True. However, to me, only one explanation makes sense, the one Miss Lane suggested. Mr. Oliver must have been acquainted with whoever it was, willingly let him or her in, then sat back down, not suspecting he was in any danger. Who, then? His publisher? I don't know. Yet.
Rebecca walked beside Lady Fitzhoward on the way to the refectory for luncheon, listening half-heartedly while the woman talked about departure plans and possible destinations. As they passed the quiet coffee room, Lady Fitzhoward said, "The inquest is over, by the way. I happened to overhear the verdict." "Oh?" Rebecca felt sweat prickling her brow. "Unlawful killing by person or persons unknown." "And the cause?" Rebecca asked, thinking, "Please not poison, please not poison." "As expected, the blow to the head. No evidence of poison." "Oh, good." Relief overwhelmed her. Lady Fitzhoward looked at her askance. "Is it?" "Well, yes. Poisoning would show such premeditation, while a blow might have been struck in a moment of anger." "I'm glad you approve." the older woman dryly replied, then returned to her one-sided debate about where to travel next. Could Rebecca go off again with Lady Fitzhoward, knowing what she knew? Leave John as he was, his already troubled self, and now his attempt to poison Ambrose Oliver, aborted though it was? Having heard the results of the autopsy, a part of her wished she'd never mentioned the Arabian Nights to Sir Frederick, never hinted at her own suspicions. Should she say nothing more about it and leave her brother to Rose's care, as she had the last few years? Or should she share John's confession with Sir Frederick and let justice take its course? She knew how Frederick's logical mind worked, knew he must wonder about, if not outright suspect, her brother. After all, if John was willing to poison Ambrose Oliver, then was he not the most likely to have struck him as well, resorting to a surer method? But Rebecca didn't want to believe that. It had to be someone else. She thought again of Mary seeing Miss Newport dressed as the abbess. Had Miss Newport killed the man? Mr. Oliver would certainly have let her into his room. If only Rebecca could prove it. Entering the dining-room, she saw Frederick sitting with an elegant older woman dressed in a fur-trimmed redingote and matching hat. Noticing them, Sir Frederick stood. "Ah, Lady Fitzhoward, Miss Lane, allow me to introduce my mother." His mother turned toward them. When Lady Fitzhoward remained still and silent, Rebecca dipped a curtsy. "A pleasure to see you again, my lady." The dowager's light brown hair held a touch of silver, fine wrinkles framed intelligent brown eyes, and her jawline had softened, yet she was still a handsome woman. "Miss Lane, how are you keeping?" "I'm well, thank you. And you are in good health, I trust?" "Tolerably well, yes." Her gaze fixed on Lady Fitzhoward, eyes narrowing, sunlight from the arched refectory windows giving them a steely tint. "Lady Fitzhoward, did you say?" "That's right," Rebecca's employer replied in equally cool tones. "You seem familiar to me, yet your name does not." Lady Fitzhoward met the woman's challenging stare and said mildly, "Yet it is my name." The dowager Lady Wilford said, "I don't know any Fitzhowards." "And yet I've heard a great deal about the Wilfords." One of the dowager's dark eyebrows rose expectantly, but Lady Fitzhoward didn't expand on her reply. Rebecca began to grow uncomfortable. Sir Frederick, clearly also noticing the tension, shifted and said soothingly, "Do you know, Mamma, I thought Lady Fitzhoward seemed familiar too when I first met her here in the hotel." He smiled from one woman to the other, but neither returned the gesture. His mother's gaze remained on Lady Fitzhoward. "And your husband was—" "Sir Donald Fitzhoward." "Would I have met him?" "Doubtful. He was from the north, Manchester." "And his title?" "Mamma," Frederick protested in dismay. Lady Fitzhoward's eyes glinted. "I shall save you the trouble of consulting Debrett's peerage. My husband was knighted for service to the crown. He was not a baronet, as was your late husband." "Ah." Lady Fitzhoward inhaled and said, "I do hope that satisfies your curiosity. Now, if you'll excuse me, I find I'm not hungry after all." She turned and walked away, head held high. Even so, Rebecca noticed the slight tremor of her hand. Voice low, Sir Frederick said to his mother, "It was unlike you to pry like that. I must say you were rather rude." "I don't know what came over me. I'm sorry to embarrass you." Rebecca turned to go. "I shall take my leave as well." "No, do stay, Miss Lane," the dowager urged. I apologize to you too, and please join us."
She gestured to a waiter, and Rebecca was soon seated with a bill of fare. The older woman glanced briefly at the day's selections, then set down the card, her brows knit.
"It's just... I know I've seen that woman before in some other context, and she wasn't the wealthy widow of a knight then."
Rebecca said, "She is the widow of Sir Donald Fitzhoward. That I can attest to. He was a successful manufacturer. He developed some improved piece of machinery, I forget what, that helped many others in his trade."
"Trade?" The dowager shuddered. "I do wish monarchs would cease granting knighthoods to ignoble persons. Mamma, you sound terribly haughty." "I suppose I do. In my day, knighthoods were awarded for bravery, as a military honour, that sort of thing. Not to every tradesman who devised a new mousetrap."
"Well, whatever it was made him a rich man," Rebecca defended. "He left his wife with an impressive house and fortune."
"No children?"
"He had one son with the first wife, who died young. Sir Donald left everything to his second wife. He's long been estranged from his son."
"Perhaps because the son disapproved of his second wife." "Mamma!"
Frederick protested again. Rebecca felt a spar of loyalty straighten her spine. She didn't like admitting she'd needed her position, but neither did she like hearing her employer unfairly maligned. "Before you say more, my lady, I think it fair to tell you that I am companion to Lady Fitzhoward, and have been for a 12-month now. And while she may possess her share of asperity, she's also been generous and kind to me."
"Lady's companion?" Frederick's mother repeated, taken aback.
Rebecca forced herself to hold the woman's gaze, overcoming the urge to duck her head in embarrassment. "Yes."
Lady Wilford sucked in a breath. "Oh, that's it." "What is, Mamma?" Frederick asked. "Are you suggesting Lady Fitzhoward was once—" He chuckled uneasily. "A lady's companion?"
Staring off into her memory, the dowager said,
"Not exactly."
After luncheon, Sir Frederick rose to walk his mother out to the Wilford carriage. Rebecca bid them good-bye and started toward Lady Fitzhoward's room to make sure she was all right. As Rebecca stepped into the cloisters, she saw it again, the black habit billowing out behind a retreating figure. Her heart lurched. Someone was masquerading as the abbess once more. Miss Newport? Or the unknown man? What should she do? Go back into the hall and remain out of sight? Or confront whoever it was, although the prospect terrified her? Sir Frederick appeared behind her, as if hearing her silent cry for help.
"Miss Lane?"
He studied her expression, and his eyes narrowed.
"What is it? What's wrong?"
Rebecca pointed to the swathed figure striding quietly through the opposite side of the cloisters. She whispered, "I know you didn't believe me when I said I saw a ghost, but there, look. Tell me I'm imagining that." His jaw tightened.
"I see it too, and it's no ghost."
In a flash, Frederick sprinted around the corner and shouted, "Stop!" With the swiftest glance over his or her shoulder, the figure began running. Rebecca glimpsed a pale face framed by a white wimple, not a veiled spectre this time. Frederick chased the fleeing figure around the cloisters and through the door that led back into the hall. The figure's gait struck Rebecca as feminine this time. What was Miss Newport up to now? Rebecca turned and hurried after them. She'd just reached the hall when Sir Frederick caught up with the dark figure, grabbed her shoulder and whirled her around to face him. Rebecca slowed, then stopped altogether, mouth slack in dawning dismay. The woman staring back at them was plain, middle-aged, and not familiar in the least. Frederick had rarely been so embarrassed, for Miss Lane and for himself. "I'm sorry," Miss Lane said yet again. "It was my fault." They had all gathered with Mr. Mayhew in his office, Rebecca, Frederick, and Sister Celeste Marrick. "I'm the reason Sir Frederick chased after you," Rebecca explained. "I thought you were someone else." The woman raised a sceptical black brow. "Who? You have other nuns in this place? Chase them as well?" The sister's accent was wry and decidedly French. Miss Lane's face reddened. "No, not exactly." Mr. Mayhew spoke up, saying in diplomatic tones, "May we ask what brings you to our hotel?" "My brother is chef here," the woman replied. "Monsieur Yves Marrick?" "Ah, yes, of course. Our order lives now in Winchester, but I'm here to visit my brother for his birthday." "Siblings are siblings wherever and whatever else they may be," Frederick mused, thinking of Thomas's birthday visit. "Why did you run?" he asked. The woman looked at him, eyes dark and sincere. "If you experience what I have, young man, you might run too." Despite her accent, she spoke excellent English. "During the Revolution, many religieux were persecuted, pressured to deny their vows, and if they refused, executed. Some of us fled to save our lives. Perhaps we were wrong to do so, weak, but we are human too, fearful and faithful at once. Now, many of us live as exiles. Even here, we are discouraged from wearing our habits. I travelled here in secular clothing, coward that I am. But in this place, built by a woman of faith, I receive courage to don my habit once more. Béni soit Dieu. Today I walk through the cloisters where many sisters have poured out their prayers. I feel close to them, close to God. But then," she gestured toward Frederick, "this man chases me, shouts at me, and all the terror comes rushing back. I ran, instinct taking over, to my shame." "You have no reason to feel ashamed," Frederick assured her. "It is I who am deeply ashamed of my actions." "Again, it's my fault alone," Miss Lane insisted. "You see, there are legends about this place being haunted by the ghost of an abbess who is buried here. Over the last few days, I've seen someone dressed much like you, and I thought... Well, again, please forgive me." The woman watched her with interest. "If you saw someone dressed like this before today, it was not me. Either a ghost, as you say, or another nun, which I doubt, or someone with reason to disguise themselves." "Yes," Miss Lane agreed. But what exactly was that reason? After the awkward interview was over and all had dispersed, Rebecca happened to pass Mr. Mayhew in the corridor. "Again, I am sorry, Mr. Mayhew," she said. "I hope I've not caused Sister Celeste too much hardship, nor you." "Not at all, Miss Lane. Sister Celeste is all gracious forgiveness, as one might expect. I've put her in a better room at no extra cost, and have sent up a hot bath and tea tray with my compliments. I've also given her brother time off to spend with her. He's cooking for the pair of them now. Both seem well satisfied." "I'm relieved to hear it, and," she added sheepishly, "somewhat surprised you've not tossed me out for the trouble I've caused." He regarded her, his expression thoughtful. Then he said, "You and I are not well acquainted, Miss Lane, but Sir Frederick clearly thinks highly of you, and that's good enough for me. Not to mention, I believe Lady Fitzhoward would see me put out of business if I dared speak one word against you." He ended his little speech with a grin, and she returned the gesture, chagrined and grateful in turns. Rebecca continued through the hotel, looking for Sir Frederick. Eventually she saw him in the courtyard. She pushed through the door and approached him, still not sure what or how much to say. He turned at her approach, his expression difficult to decipher. She clasped damp fingers together and said, "Again, I'm sorry about Sister Celeste." He waved a gracious hand. "It's over, and I'm sorry about my mother's rude behaviour toward your employer." That was rather surprising. Yes, and out of character for her. She said nothing else about the matter after her outburst. Even so, it made me all the more curious about Lady Fitzhoward's past. Rebecca said, "I believe she was here years ago and has friends in the area. That's all I know." "And where does she go from here?" "She's not yet decided. Brighton, most likely." "And will you go with her?" "That, depends." "On what?" "John, you. What happens next?" He stepped closer. "You had better explain." She took a deep breath, resisting the urge to back away. "I heard the inquest verdict and the autopsy results." "Yes, no evidence of poison found in Mr. Oliver's body." He watched her carefully, waited. Her stomach seemed to twist one way, then the other, as her inner struggle continued. Tell the truth, tell him. No, say nothing, walk away, save John. But would sparing John from repercussions really save him? No. She admitted the truth to herself. She couldn't save her brother, never could, never would. She was not God. Sobering words from the book of Hebrews rumbled through her mind. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. But was it not also the only place to find forgiveness and restoration? When she said nothing, Frederick said gently, "Are you wishing now you'd never mentioned the sage and his poisoned pages?" She ducked her head in shame, then forced herself to lift her eyes. "Yes, a part of me is." "And the other part?" "Is so tired of secrets and lying to protect him. Rose and I have tried to help. We keep holding out branches, as to a drowning man, but he won't take them." He nodded, slowly and solemnly. "Did John poison the manuscript pages he asked you to deliver to Ambrose Oliver?" She stared, unseeing, blood roaring in her ears. Should she? Dare she? God forgive me, for John never will. She licked dry lips and replied, "Yes, he confessed as much to me." Again he nodded. Something flashed in his dark eyes, but otherwise she saw no change in his expression. He must be an excellent magistrate with that calm, inscrutable countenance. He asked, "And did John return to Mr. Oliver's room to take back his manuscript, and to finish what he'd started, this time by striking the man?" "No," Rebecca exclaimed, then quickly amended, "he changed his mind and sneaked into Mr. Oliver's room to retrieve the pages before he could consume a harmful amount of arsenic. Yes, he took back his manuscript, except the pages Mr. Oliver had already copied and burned. And he took the plagiarized pages as well, except the one we found under the chaise.
But John did not strike him. The author was already dead when John climbed the abbess's stair.
Any proof of that?
No, though I believe him.
I want to believe him too, but I also need proof.
Did John see or hear anything that might point to another suspect? Rebecca's mind whirled. Not that he said. Though he mentioned finding the door unlocked, he locked it himself and laid the key on the table. And there's something else. Not from John, but Mary told me she saw Miss Newport dressed in a nun's habit. Why would she disguise herself unless she was up to no good? Might she have killed Mr. Oliver?
Sir Frederick grimaced. I know you are desperate to spare John, but we can't lodge accusations without proof.
And Mary seeing her is not proof?
He shook his head. Unless Mary saw her coming out of room 3 with weapon in hand, no, it's not sufficient proof.
I saw the figure fleeing down the corridor that very morning.
But you didn't see her face or a weapon?
No.
Again Rebecca lowered her head, feeling defeated.
He cupped her chin and gently lifted her face to his.
Don't despair. We are not beaten yet.
His dark brown eyes held hers. She wanted to sink into their depths and stay there forever. Then Frederick leaned close, bringing his cheek near hers. His breath tickled her ear as he whispered,
Don't lose heart, brave Miss Rebecca.
Too late, she thought. She'd already lost her heart to him all over again. Chapter 21. Later that afternoon, the Wickworth steward came to the Abbey with a letter delivered by special messenger. Frederick read the contents with grim interest. The report was relevant but inconclusive, sending questions and theories volleying through his mind. How to best marshal his thoughts? Frederick summoned 2 people to join him in the library and writing room. While he waited for them, he sat knee-bouncing, considering how to proceed. He found himself staring at the chess pieces on the game table before him. An idea formed. When his guests arrived, Frederick rose and gestured to chairs on either side of his.
Please, be seated.
Miss Lane sat first, and his brother took the other chair. Thomas regarded the chessmen, then looked awkwardly from Rebecca to Frederick.
This is a 2-person game, Freddie. I feel like a 5th wheel, or is it a 3rd? I don't enjoy being gooseberry. I've not asked you here to play chess, Frederick said. The game has already been played. We are here to determine the role of each player.
He gave them a sheepish glance.
Please, humour me. I think better aloud.
Thomas winked at Rebecca.
And with an audience, apparently.
Frederick remained serious.
You 2 are here because I trust you and value your insight. You must be joking.
Thomas sat up straighter.
I'd better pay attention, then.
Frederick gestured to the pieces carved of light and dark wood.
Don't read too much into the colours. I'm aware that no one is perfectly pure nor completely evil. Most of us are somewhere in between. However, for illustration purposes,
Frederick picked up the darker of the 2 kings.
Ambrose Oliver, a man whom many despised for different reasons and is now dead.
He laid the piece flat on its back.
Let us consider those reasons.
He picked up the pair of dark rooks, resembling castles.
The publishing house of the 2 Edgecombe brothers. William Edgecombe was driven to near bankruptcy, not to mention ill health due to the strain of working with Ambrose Oliver.
His endless requests for advances, his empty promises of a forthcoming manuscript, and publishing another man's work as his own. That cost Edgecombe more money in legal fees and to pay off the young writer in question. "Abominable!" Thomas interjected. "How did you learn that?" "I'll explain in a moment." Frederick continued. William Edgecombe died, leaving his brother Thaddeus holding the bag, with debts and a justifiable hatred of Ambrose Oliver. He lifted a rook high. He was the one man Mr. George would allow into Ambrose Oliver's room, no questions asked. Thaddeus Edgecombe had the opportunity and the hatred. However, even though he detested Oliver, he needed him too. He was the firm's best chance of recovering financially. Because of that, I don't believe he did it. Either of you have reason to think he did? I've no idea. Thomas raised his palms. I've never even met the man. Miss Lane said, I briefly met both brothers, and while not well acquainted, I believe them reputable and respectable. I don't think Mr. Edgecombe would stoop to murder. With a solemn nod, Frederick removed the dark rooks from the chessboard. Then he lifted one of the dark knights. I briefly considered the moneylender, Isaac King. Yes, Mr. Oliver owed him money. Yes, he came to the Abbey to warn him the debt hadn't been forgotten. Yet, like Mr. Edgecombe, I believed him when he said he wanted Oliver alive for financial reasons. Moreover, it struck me as too easy that he should be guilty, like the emblematic villain in a melodrama. An obvious hackneyed solution. Frederick set the knight aside. I asked Mr. King how he knew Ambrose Oliver would be staying here. He said he received a letter notifying him of that fact, as though someone wanted him here to take the blame. I wonder who it was. Then his fingers hovered over a dark bishop before picking up a pawn. Rebecca Lane. She sucked in a breath. Only a pawn? Thomas teased. I think she ranks higher than that. Frederick sent him a quelling look. In this game, one doesn't wish to rank high in terms of suspicion. Oh! I did suspect Miss Lane initially, not of killing Ambrose Oliver, but I knew she'd lied to me, and I knew she was hiding something, or several things. Rebecca dipped her head, clearly mortified. He looked at her with compassion and gentled his voice. I also know you had compelling reasons of family loyalty and the desire to protect those you love. Yes, she breathed. Frederick went on. Miss Lane went into room 3, disguised as a maid, and gave Oliver her brother's manuscript, asking him to recommend it to his publisher. Instead, desperate for a new novel to pay his debts, Oliver began to rewrite that manuscript as his own, as he'd done once before. The devil! Thomas said. Then his eyes widened. Ah! John Lane was the young writer you mentioned. Yes. Frederick picked up the dark bishop. John set a trap for Ambrose Oliver, this time armed with copies and witnesses that the novel was actually his. With a look at his well-meaning but indiscreet brother, Frederick chose his next words carefully. We know he was tempted to take revenge. We know he changed his mind and sneaked back to retrieve his manuscript. For a time, I wondered if he'd struck the author while he was in the room. As much as I hated to think it, John Lane was the most likely suspect. He had the motive and the opportunity. Thomas blinked, then sent Miss Lane a pained, sidelong glance. Countenance pale, she said, You use the past tense. Does that mean John is no longer your primary suspect? Frederick heard the plea in her voice and wished he could assure her all was well. But the most he could say was, "He is not my only suspect." He picked up the second dark bishop. "Mary Hinton. She helped Miss Lane enter Mr. Oliver's room in secret. Beyond that, however, I don't believe she was involved in any wrongdoing." He removed her piece from the board. He next picked up a white bishop. "We shall let this represent Dr. Fox. He's been exceedingly helpful throughout this process and will hopefully continue to offer his services." He set the piece beside John's on the edge of the board without further explanation. Then he selected another pawn. "Rob Tarvin met Mr. Oliver in Worcester and delivered him here in his fly. Rob offered to review the author's next book for errors and was soundly rebuffed. He wasn't pleased to be rejected, nor to receive no gratuity." "Sounds like Rob," Miss Lane murmured, "but I can't see him taking revenge for something so minor. He might resent the man's success and strike out with words, but not with a weapon." "I agree with you." Frederick began clearing away the remaining pawns and several other pieces. "After questioning everyone, I don't believe any of the other hotel staff were directly involved, including Mayhew and Mrs. Somerton." He lifted the white rooks and set them aside. "Who's the White Knight?" Thomas asked eagerly. "I do hope it's me." "It is," Frederick agreed, "although your role has been more dupe than gallant knight." "Dupe?" Thomas protested, lower lip protruding. "You must be joking. I'm chivalry personified." Yes, very well. And when you questioned me earlier, you said you believed I wasn't involved." "Not knowingly. But you certainly played your part in instigating our stay here and meeting with Miss Newport." "Miss Newport? What has she to do with this? Nothing, surely." "I'll get to that, but first—" He lifted the remaining king. "Before you chide me for making myself the other king, I'd be happy to make myself a pawn, if you prefer. Either way, I don't think it right to exclude myself from examination." "You did have a motive, after all," Thomas reminded him. Frederick conceded the point. "Yes, I resented Ambrose Oliver because of his unflattering allusions to me and my wife in his previous novel. There were also rumours that Marina might have had an affair with the man, though I doubt it. Either way, I give you my word, as a gentleman, a Wilford, and a justice of the peace, that I had nothing to do with Mr. Oliver's death. If that is not sufficient, and either of you wish to question me further, now is your chance." "I believe you," Miss Lane said softly. "So do I." Thomas winced and shifted in his chair. "While we're clearing the air, I want to make sure you don't... That is, I gather there was another rumour that I might have been involved with Marina. She did, flirt with me, which is one of the reasons I began staying in London. But I give you my word, as a gentleman, a Wilford, and a White Knight, that nothing happened. I hope you believe me." Frederick sighed. "I do, but thank you for saying so." He removed his and Thomas's pieces. Left remaining on the chessboard were the dark king lying flat, one white knight, and both queens. Frederick slid forward the remaining knight. "The brave knight, Mr. George, sworn to protect a man he clearly didn't like or respect. In the end, he failed to do so. Beyond that, I have no proof he was involved." He looked to his companions. "Have you?" Thomas shook his head. "I never met him either. Miss Lane said thoughtfully. "From my brief interactions with him, I agree he didn't esteem Mr. Oliver, but he seems honourable. Though, come to think of it, he is another man Mr. Oliver would probably have let into his room."
"Good point. Had he a motive?"
"Not that I'm aware of." Rebecca considered, then added, "He did warn me to take care around Mr. Oliver, implying he was something of a rake, as we've heard. Mr. George, however, was polite and respectful to me, and to Miss Newport the one time I saw them together." Interest flared.
"You saw them talking?"
"Only very briefly. He helped her unlock her door when it stuck."
"Do they know one another?"
"I don't think so. They seemed to me polite strangers." Frederick remembered seeing Miss Newport talking to someone in the cloisters. Might it have been Mr. George? He tucked that possibility away in his mind. Frederick next moved forward the White Queen.
"Selina Newport. She came here, supposedly to see Thomas again, but we soon learned she had an unhappy past with Ambrose Oliver. I wrote to my solicitor and received his reply today. He asked around the theatre for me, and found someone willing to talk for a few shillings." "You spied on her?" Thomas exclaimed. "Went behind my back to ferret out information against her?"
Anger sparked in his usually mild eyes.
"Yes, I confess I did. The man my solicitor spoke to said he remembered Ambrose Oliver making unwelcome advances to Selina Newport, without success. So the author turned his attention to her younger sister, who was visiting."
Rebecca said, "Selina mentioned she failed to protect her little sister somehow." "Oh."
Her eyes grew round.
Frederick glanced at his brother.
"If Oliver took advantage of the girl, that would give Miss Newport a motive."
Thomas sullenly crossed his arms.
"Even if true, it doesn't mean... Not Miss Newport. It must not."
He nodded toward the chess pieces.
"You've made her the White Queen, after all."
Frederick slid the Dark Queen beside it.
"Lady Fitzhoward," Thomas blurted.
Both of them looked at him in surprise.
"Well," he defended, "you said she seemed familiar and secretive." "True," Frederick allowed, "and she says some rather strange things. She was also oddly interested in the inquest. Miss Lane, you know her best. Do you have any reason to suspect her? Had she any grudge against Mr. Oliver?"
Rebecca shook her head. "No. She's read his books, but only came to Swanford now because I wanted to see John. We had no idea Mr. Oliver would be at the hotel. Lady Fitzhoward has said nothing against the man, except, perhaps, to criticise his self-importance."
Frederick nodded. "There is something mysterious about the woman, to be sure, but I don't see her striking anyone a fatal blow. She barely made it up the stairs unsupported." "If not her, then who is that?" Thomas gestured toward the Dark Queen. "The Abbess." "Abbess?" Thomas repeated, incredulous. "Surely you don't mean a ghost?" "I do. Not a real ghost, of course, but someone masquerading as one." "A prank, no doubt." Frederick shook his head. "Why would someone disguise themselves this last week of all weeks, when murder was afoot? I shall never believe it a coincidence or harmless prank. No. Someone wished to move around the hotel without being identified. And what a dramatic way to sneak around a place rumoured to be haunted. At first it seemed only Miss Lane saw this ghost, but later Lady Fitzhoward's maid admitted to seeing it as well, as did Mary Hinton."
Thomas frowned. "But you saw how the author looked at Miss Newport. If she had gone to his room, which I doubt, he would have let her in, no disguise needed." "But if she wished to leave it again without being recognised?" Frederick set the queens back to back. "I believe the two queens are one and the same person. In fact, Mary Hinton clearly saw Miss Newport's face while the woman was dressed in the costume." His brother's mouth fell open. He asked in alarm, "Are you saying Miss Newport killed Ambrose Oliver while in disguise?" The clock ticked once while the two waited, twice more while they stared at him. Frederick huffed a sigh. "I don't know. I feel as though I'm missing something, and even if I fully suspected her, I don't have evidence to prove she struck anyone. Masquerading as a nun or ghost may be strange, but it's not illegal." He ran a hand through his hair. "Well, I've kept you two long enough. I dare say it's time to dress for dinner. Thank you for obliging me. If you think of anything else, let me know. In the meantime, please keep this between us." He sent his brother a pointed look. Thomas scowled. "Of course I won't repeat it. It's all supposition, a bag of moonshine. Do you suppose I want to tell Miss Newport my pompous brother has been poking about for skeletons in her closet? And even suspects her of murder?" He stood abruptly, his chair scraping the floor, and stalked from the room. Frederick felt his neck heat and glanced ruefully at Rebecca. "Sorry about that." She rose, and Frederick followed suit. "I didn't realize his feelings for her ran so deep," Rebecca said. "He's more like you than I thought, longing to protect those he cares about." She flushed. "Not that I didn't mean to imply—" "It's all right if you did." He held her gaze. "I do care, Miss Lane, very much." He slowly leaned down and pressed a feather-soft kiss to her cheek. He heard her sharp inhale of surprise, but not, he hoped, displeasure. After dinner that evening, Rebecca returned to her room and began packing. She would leave the next day, she decided. She'd already stayed at the Swanford Abbey Hotel too long and spent too much of her meagre savings. And in return, she'd thought she was helping John. Instead, he was now under suspicion for murder. The conviction grew that she could not go off again with Lady Fitzhoward with things as they were. She would move back into the lodge and try to help her brother and Rose through whatever came next. With a heavy heart, Rebecca pulled her valise and bandbox from her closet. As she did so, the low rumble of voices caught her ear. She realized her closet must abut that of room 12 behind the night stair. Rebecca usually kept her closet door closed, and she supposed Miss Newport had little cause to talk to herself, but now, stepping farther into the dim space, Rebecca heard the rise and fall of conversation. A higher voice, a lower one. She couldn't identify the voices, although she assumed the higher one belonged to Selina Newport. Was Miss Newport meeting with a lover, or the man Rebecca had once seen disguised in nun's attire? Even though Sir Frederick didn't seem convinced Selina was guilty, Rebecca's suspicions mounted. Had the actress disguised herself to go to and from the author's room without being identified, much as Rebecca had done, although with a far more malevolent intent? Had she struck him and Mr. George as well? Rebecca strained to hear, but could make out only rare words amid the muffled flow of conversation. She quietly shut the closet door and tried to think. Frederick said they had no proof. What if she could get evidence for him?
An idea came to her. She wanted to know what was going on next door, and here was an opportunity to do so. More than curiosity drove her now. She felt, or at least hoped, that discovering who had killed Mr. Oliver might help to exonerate John. Dare she? Rebecca pulled on her deep blue pelisse and kid gloves and slipped out onto the dark balcony. Clouds covered the moon, and the balconies to the left of hers were empty. No one would see her. Rebecca eyed the space separating her balcony from the next. 8 feet? More? She wished she had a board or something to lay over the gap, but she had nothing. Her gaze fell to a narrow wall ledge between the 2 railings. Was it wide enough to cross? Was she brave enough to attempt it? For John? She took a deep breath. Would it be that much more difficult than climbing the garden wall or a tree? She looked to the stone veranda far below. It would certainly be more dangerous. She dragged the wrought iron chair to the rail, grimacing as it rattled and whined, and then stood atop it. From there, she stepped carefully onto the ledge, hands outstretched for balance. 1 foot on the rail, 1 on the ledge, Rebecca sought a handhold on the wall. A row of decorative bricks protruded at regular intervals. Grasping one of these, she breathed a prayer and stepped out, placing both feet on the ledge. Pressing close to the wall, she inched her right foot over, grasped the next brick, then slid her left foot over. Her heel slipped from her flat leather shoe and she teetered, then gripped the wall tight. She wished she'd taken the time to lace on her half-boots. Pausing to catch her breath and regain her courage, Rebecca sidestepped again and again. Soon the other balcony was in reach, and she carefully stepped onto its rail. Taking another breath, she leapt down as gracefully as she could, dropping low and wincing when her shoes thudded onto the balcony floor. She held her breath and looked toward the door. 1 second, 2, 3. When the door remained closed, she exhaled in relief. Rebecca straightened and crept across the balcony toward the door. A few inches of candlelight shone through a narrow opening between the curtains. She tiptoed closer until she could see inside. She hoped she wouldn't find herself spying on a romantic encounter. How mortifying for all. At first, she saw only a slice of the room. Dressing chest, table, and thankfully an empty bed. Then she saw a man standing with his back to the balcony. Selina in the black habit stood nearby, her face revealed within the frame of the white wimple. The man held a weapon in his hand. Rebecca stifled a gasp, fear for Selina thrumming through her. It appeared to be a short, blunt, lethal-looking mace. The mere sight of it sent horror sluicing through her. Selina reached for it, but he raised it over his head, to elude her or to strike her. Rebecca held her breath. What should she do? Knock? Flee? But Selina didn't look frightened. She looked sad, yet resolute. She shook her head and said, "No." The man lowered his arm, and she took the weapon easily from his hand, the fight gone out of him. Miss Newport's face appeared over the man's shoulder, and one of his arms wrapped around her waist. The embrace struck Rebecca as protective rather than romantic, the image marred only by the mace still clutched in her hand. Suddenly Selina stilled, staring straight at the balcony door. Rebecca pulled back. "I think someone's out there," Selina said. "What? I'll go and see." The man's voice seemed familiar. "You hide that, and get rid of that garb." Pulse drumming, Rebecca quickly climbed back up onto the rail and stepped to the ledge, just as the balcony door opened behind her. She found herself praying words from the Psalms.
Hide me under the shadow of thy wings, from the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies.
Glad for her dark police, Rebecca clung to the wall, her face turned away. Scared to move lest she be seen or heard, yet also scared to remain where she was, within reach of the man, and the mace. Rain began to peck against her exposed cheek. Oh no! Rain would make the ledge slick and her escape even more dangerous. For a moment longer the door remained open. She waited, tense, barely breathing, anticipating a shout or feet rushing toward her. But they didn't come. The door closed. Rebecca squeezed her eyes tight and breathed a prayer of thanksgiving. Keeping her face averted just in case, she moved as quickly as she could across the ledge. She jumped back onto her own balcony, striking her ankle on the wrought iron chair, and slipped into her room. Pain flaring, she closed the door, bolting it for good measure. Rebecca stood catching her breath, limbs trembling and ankle throbbing. She lifted her hem and saw the gash on her ankle bone and the blood flowing down her slipper and onto the floor. Fiddle! She grabbed a handkerchief and tied it around her ankle to staunch the blood, deciding she would clean up the rest later. Putting her ear to the outer door and hearing nothing over her own ragged breaths, she cracked it open and looked down the corridor. No one in sight. Suddenly a door opened down the passage and the black-clad abbess stepped out, veiled once again, and walked in her direction. Rebecca gingerly shut her door and waited for the footsteps to pass. Then she opened the door again and listened, hearing the faint sound of footsteps descending the night stair. Had Miss Newport hidden the weapon in her room, or was she, or perhaps the man, going somewhere now to dispose of it? Rebecca longed to ask Sir Frederick to accompany her, but worried she would lose sight of the furtive figure if she delayed. Slipping her room key into her reticule, Rebecca left number 13 and tiptoed down the night stair. Following slowly and cautiously, she reached the lower passage in time to hear the chapel door close. Rebecca stood there, heart pounding, afraid to enter the dark chapel alone. If she could be sure it was Miss Newport, she would brave it, believing she could best the slender woman in a skirmish if need be, unless she had that mace with her. But having seen masculine boots and hands protruding from the same gown once before, Rebecca hesitated. She couldn't fight a man, mace or no. It would be foolhardy to follow him into the dark, remote chapel and put herself in harm's way. Lord, what should I do? No answer was forthcoming. She slowly tiptoed toward the chapel door, thinking she would peek in and see what was happening. If he or she was about to hide the weapon, maybe Rebecca could spy out the hiding place and return later with Sir Frederick. Drawing near, she reached for the door, only to have it flung open in her face. Selina Newport emerged from the chapel in ordinary dress, nothing in her hands. Miss Newport's eyes widened. "Miss Lane, I almost ran you down. Forgive me, I didn't see you there. Is anyone else in the chapel? Only God, I hope. I was praying. Oh, but I did see a nun enter and leave again by the outside door. Apparently we have one staying here now." Rebecca blinked. She doubted Selina had told the truth. Now what? Miss Newport took her arm. "Shall we go into the hall together? Perhaps I might play while you sing." Rebecca ignored the woman's tug and remained where she was. "I don't really sing." "Were you going in to pray as well?" "I was, yes, if you'll excuse me." Miss Newport gave no sign of leaving. Her eyes held Rebecca's, alight with challenge and suspicion. Then her expression changed, like the drawing of a curtain or the donning of a mask.
She smiled. "Of course, I won't keep you." She gave a little wave and sauntered away, hips swaying. When Miss Newport had disappeared down the passage and presumably into the hall, Rebecca looked around to make sure no one was watching and then entered the chapel. Moonlight shimmered through the stained glass windows, and someone had left tallow candles burning on the brass candelabra, flames casting flickering light and shadow on the ancient stone walls. Rebecca walked slowly up the aisle, then paused to survey the dim interior. If Miss Newport had concealed the weapon and habit in here, where would be a likely hiding place? The small adjoining sacristy? The altar ombre or communion cabinet? Her gaze landed on the stone baptismal font, with its heavy wooden cover crowned by a cross. Her senses stilled, centred on the font, moonlight from the tall, narrow lancet windows shining on it. She had never lifted the cover off a font before. Finding it exceedingly heavy, she widened her stance, pushed it to the side, and reached in, trying to feel whether anything was inside. She felt something hard lying in a nest of coarse fabric, a smooth handle followed by a bulbous knob. The mace. She slid the cover farther, afraid it would topple with a clang and a shuddering wobble to the floor. Rebecca carefully pulled the wooden handle until the mace's brass head was free. Just touching it made her shiver. She set it down momentarily, tugged out the long swath of material, and replaced the cover. Then she wrapped the mace in the material and wadded it up as compactly as she could. She turned and started back down the aisle, just as the outer door into the chapel opened. She ducked behind a column. Footsteps slapped the stones, echoing across the vaulted space. Boot steps. Pulse as rapid as a swift's wings, Rebecca peered around the column and saw the shadowy silhouette of a man approaching the baptismal font. A shaft of moonlight from the sword-shaped window sliced across his face. Mr. George? Rebecca tiptoed as quietly as she could to the door leading back into the hotel. She waited until the man was as far away as possible before taking a deep breath, pushing open the door and sliding out.
"Hey!" the man shouted. "What are you doing there? Stop!" For a fraction of an instant, Rebecca considered running upstairs to her room and locking the door. In the next, she thought of the flimsy lock on the least important guest room, occupied only occasionally by a valet or lady's maid without valuables to safeguard. She dismissed the idea. A strong man could likely break it down in a matter of seconds, and she had no idea how to use a mace. Terror shook her. She had to act quickly. On impulse, she tossed her reticule toward the stairway, hoping it might convince anyone pursuing her that she'd gone up the night stair. Then she ran in the other direction through the cloisters. Out in the courtyard, rain was falling in earnest now, obscuring her view of the other side. She hoped she could make it across the cloisters and into the safety of the more public reception hall, but from behind she heard the chapel door screech open. Rebecca ducked into the shadowy corner alcove, opened the low door, and climbed onto the spiral staircase, shutting herself inside, just as running boot steps clattered across the cloister's flagstone floor. She had plunged herself into darkness, except for the thinnest crack of torchlight leaking around the door panels. She prayed the man hadn't somehow heard about the hidden entrance. How ironically awful to be caught in the abbess's stairway by one of the abbess's ghosts. Heart beating hard, she pressed her free hand into her aching side and told herself to calm down. If he came to the lower door, she would hurry up into room 3 and escape from there down the main stairway in view of the clerk on duty. The footsteps in the cloisters stopped. Hearing nothing for a time, Rebecca rose and carefully climbed halfway up the spiral stairs until she reached the squint. She positioned her eye to the slit and saw Mr. George. Her mouth fell open. She'd been so sure he was a chivalrous, honourable man. He stood in the cloisters, head cocked to the side, hands extended, fingers splayed, as though alert to any sound. Dust tickled her nose, and Rebecca put a finger beneath her nostrils, hoping not to sneeze. He began walking slowly, calmly, in her direction, and stopped abruptly below the squint. She held her breath. Then he continued around the corner toward the hall, or perhaps beyond. Unsure what to do next, Rebecca thought again about slipping upstairs into room 3. But what if someone was staying there now? She hadn't heard that the room had been put back into circulation, but she couldn't be sure. She seemed safe where she was for now, so she decided to remain. However, if Mr. George opened the bottom door, she would scramble up like a rabbit from its burrow and face whatever consequences or person she might find above. At the thought, and aided by the faint light coming through the squint, she found and traced the childish rabbit scratched into the wall and the artist's signature. John did this. Thank heavens those words hadn't turned out to be as prophetic as she'd feared. Rebecca sat down on the stone steps to think. Setting the wrapped mace on the step beside her, she tried to breathe normally, swallowing often to dampen her throat, which had begun to feel scratchy from the stirred dust. She was afraid to cough. How long should she wait? She couldn't remain in that dark, cramped cocoon all night. Her bladder would revolt, not to mention the rest of her. She was growing chilled already. And even if she hid for hours, might not Mr. George simply wait outside her room until she returned? Lord, give me wisdom. Please protect me. Chapter 22. Frederick was descending the main stairs when Mr. George strode into the hall, looking harried. "Sir Frederick, have you seen Miss Lane?" "Not recently. Why?" "I came in through the chapel a few minutes ago. I'm afraid I may have startled her. She ran out in a fluster. Must have thought I was another ghost." He gave a small chuckle, but the humour didn't reach his eyes. Frederick surveyed the hall. "I don't see her. Which way did she go?" "I thought this way." George looked past him into the blue parlour, empty except for Thaddeus Edgecombe. "Perhaps she returned to her room," Frederick guessed. "I didn't see her on my way down, but may have missed her. Shall we go and see?" Mild concern simmered in his veins. Had Rebecca seen the abbess again? Might Miss Newport have threatened her? "I'm sorry to trouble you," Mr. George said. "I'm probably worrying for nothing." Together the two men went upstairs and through the gallery passage to number 13. Frederick knocked, and the door creaked open. Discovering the door unlatched increased his uneasiness. "Miss Lane? It's Sir Frederick and Mr. George. Are you all right? Are you in there?" He tentatively opened the door wide, and by the light of a lamp on the dressing-table saw the room was empty. Something on the floor caught his eye. Frederick picked up the lamp and trained its flickering light on the wet red smear. "What in heaven's name? There's blood here." Clearly stunned, George muttered, "Thunder and turf." Frederick rose, now in full alarm mode. If anything had happened to Rebecca, he'd never recover, never forgive himself. Please, God, let her be all right. Aloud, he said, "Let's make sure she's not gone to Lady Fitzhoward's room." They hurried down to the grand suite on the ground floor, but Lady Fitzhoward hadn't seen her. "Is something wrong?" the woman asked. "Probably nothing," Frederick said, striving to reassure her as well as himself. "But we shall keep looking." The two men continued across the cloisters and returned to the hall, but there was still no sign of her. "Let's split up,"
Frederick suggested. "If you think it best," George replied, "though you're more likely to know where she might have gone."
Frederick did have an idea where Rebecca might hide if she was frightened, but he didn't want anyone to follow him there. Mr. Edgecombe saw them and waved Mr. George into the parlour.
"Are you sure Oliver said nothing to you about his plans for his next book?"
While Edgecombe occupied Mr. George, Frederick hurried back upstairs alone. After what seemed an eternity, Rebecca began to believe Mr. George had given up the search. Maybe I should... Click. Panic gripped. Focusing her hearing, she realized the sound had come not from below, but from above. Then came the wooden pop of the panel door opening. Rebecca rose to a crouch, prepared to scurry down the stairs, willing to risk a sprained ankle and anything else to escape.
"Rebecca?" a man whispered. "It's me."
"Frederick." Rebecca released a pent-up breath. "Thank you, God." Then she managed a weak, "I'm here." She wanted to walk up to meet him, but her legs seemed suddenly made of jelly, and she sank to the steps once more. Why now did she tremble? Was the shock only now hitting her?
"Are you all right?" he asked.
She heard the scrape of footsteps on the stairs, and light shone around the curve of the central pillar.
"What is it? What's wrong? Here, let me help you up."
He set down the candle lamp and reached for her, running his hands along her arms until he found her limp fingers. He grasped them and pulled her to her feet.
"Are you injured?"
She shook her head. A grazed ankle didn't merit mentioning.
"You're shaking."
He pressed his back as far as he could to the outer wall and gently pulled her onto the same stair, bringing her nearer to eye level, although she still had to look up to see into his face. Their hands, trapped between them, were all that separated them in the narrow space. He studied her, concern tightening his familiar features.
"Were you hiding?"
She nodded, lips trembling.
"From Mr. George?"
She blinked. "How did you know?"
"He came into the hall looking winded and asked if I'd seen you."
"Oh, yes." In utter relief at Frederick's presence, Rebecca closed her eyes and leaned forward, resting her cheek against his chest. She heard the strong, rapid beating of his heart and took comfort in the sound. He tugged his hand free, and for one awful second she thought she'd offended him, but then both of his hands bracketed her shoulders, drawing her nearer, holding her close. He smelled of spices and safety, childhood memories and unrequited love. Rebecca breathed him in deeply, wanting to slow down this moment, press it between the pages of her favourite book. She sneezed.
"Here, let's get you out of this dusty place."
He picked up the lamp and carefully helped her up the stairs, his strong, steady hand enveloping hers. He led her through the closet, set aside the lamp and closed the panel behind them. Then he turned to her and rubbed her arms.
"Are you cold?"
Without waiting for a reply, he picked up a folded blanket from the foot of the bed and draped it around her shoulders.
"Here, this should help."
He rubbed her arms again through the thick wool and tucked his chin to look into her face.
"What happened? Mr. George said he saw you running from the chapel in a panic."
She swallowed, but found it difficult to speak through a tight throat, her body still trembling. He tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her ear.
"We tried your room first, but it was empty. You hadn't locked it, you know."
Had she not?
"We also saw blood on the floor. Are you certain you're not hurt?"
"Only cut my ankle."
"That's a relief. I didn't want anyone to follow me, so I waited until Mr. Edgecombe cornered George with some question. then let myself in here. You still have the key? Frederick nodded. Mayhew hasn't asked for it back, and guessing I might want to look again, I held on to it. Now I'm glad I did. So am I. Her shivering slowly subsiding, she added, though you frightened me half to death when you opened that panel. He bit his lip. Can you tell me what happened? She nodded. You'll probably think I'm seeing things again, but... She went on to tell him what she'd seen in Miss Newport's room and in the chapel. When she'd finished, she looked up into his face, wincing in anticipation. You don't believe me, do you? Uncertainty lined his forehead. It's just so strange. Are you saying Miss Newport and Mr. George are in league together? That they both may have disguised themselves as the abbess at different times? She nodded. I saw a man wearing the habit once. Saw masculine boots and hands, though not his face, so I can't be positive it was him. Why would Mr. George walk around the hotel dressed that way? To not be seen somewhere he shouldn't be, like entering Miss Newport's room, or maybe to deflect suspicion away from her. He frowned. And you saw them arguing over a... mace? Yes, he tried to keep it from her. Are you sure? Those haven't been used in battle for hundreds of years. I can prove it. Wait one moment, I forgot it on the stairs. She started back toward the closet, but he forestalled her with a hand to her arm. I'll go. What am I looking for? The habit and mace I found hidden in the baptismal font. Picking up the lamp, he again descended the stairs, returning less than a minute later with the bundle in his hand. He slowly unwound the black fabric, stillness settling over him as he regarded the mace, its brass knob gleaming by lamplight. It's rather short, ceremonial, perhaps. Does it not seem a likely weapon? A likely weapon, indeed. He tested its weight in his hands. I'll ask Dr. Fox his opinion, but I think even slight Miss Newport could have killed a man with this. His brows knit. What is the connection between Jack George and Selina Newport? I can't imagine the two of them being romantically involved. He's far too old for her. Age isn't important to everyone. His gaze shot to hers, then away again. Actually, she said, the way the man embraced her didn't strike me as romantic, but more paternal. Might he be her father? He shook his head. No, remember at dinner? She mentioned her parents were gone. Her father died in the war. That's right. An idea came to Rebecca. Her father was a military man, and Mr. George is a former trooper. As were many thousands of other men. I realise the chance of a connection is slim. Just a thought. It's a possibility, though this is all supposition, not solid evidence. I would say that mace is quite solid. Having a mace doesn't necessarily prove she used it on Ambrose Oliver, but if you're right, does that mean she struck Jack George with it too? Perhaps, though if she did, Mr. George must not know it. You didn't actually see one of them hide it in the font? No, but they had it in her room. He cocked his head to one side. How exactly did you see that, by the way? Oh, she glanced down, face heating. I'm afraid I peeked in from her balcony. I climbed over from mine. That's how I cut my ankle. He slowly shook his head, surprise and mild censure in his expression. Rebecca. He drew himself up. Well, we shall leave that for later. Now to decide what to do next. He stared off into the distance, then swiftly back at her. Do you have reason to fear Mr. George? Did he threaten you?"
"Well, when he saw me leaving the chapel, he shouted for me to stop, and when I didn't, he followed me."
"He told me you seemed frightened, and he was concerned about you."
"I was frightened. Of him." Another thought struck her. "Did you find my reticule near the night stair? I tossed it there, hoping to misdirect him."
"I didn't see it. Maybe it's still there."
Looking first to make sure the corridor was quiet, he held the door for her and locked it behind him. After returning the lamp to its place on the passage table, they walked through the long gallery to the night stair.
"There it is."
He jogged to the bottom of the stairs, bent to retrieve the small stringed bag, and brought it up to her. Accepting it from him, she noticed it felt suspiciously light. She looked inside. A few coins and hairpins were still there, but that was all. "My room key is missing." Another shaft of terror pierced her. Had Mr. George taken it? For later?
"Perhaps someone returned it to the front desk," he suggested. "Or to your room. Shall we look there first?"
Turning toward the door of number 13, which was still unlocked, she opened it and glanced inside, glad Frederick was with her.
"Has anything been disturbed?" he asked.
"No, but I don't see the key either." She looked up at him. "You'll think me foolish, but I don't want to stay here tonight. I think I'll walk back to the lodge."
"All that way at this time of night, and in the pouring rain? I would offer you a ride, but all I have here is a horse, and Tarvin's fly isn't covered. I believe the other rooms are occupied, except for number 3. I hesitate to suggest it, with its unsecured second entrance, but if you want, we could ask to have it readied for you."
She shook her head. "I don't want to trouble anyone. I just want to be safe." He considered a moment, then said,
"Gather your things and come with me."
She blinked up at him in mute surprise, then collected the rest of her belongings into her partially packed valise. "Where are we going?"
"I know it's not the done thing, but you can have my room. I'll share with Thomas next door."
"That is kind of you, but—"
"It'll likely cause tongues to wag, I can't deny. If you prefer not to—"
He looked at his pocket watch.
"Perhaps I could take you to the Dower House. It isn't as far as the lodge, and Mamma has a guest room."
"Heavens, no. Your mother retired long ago, I imagine. I would hate to disturb her."
"True."
He paused, then said,
"But I agree with your decision to sleep elsewhere. I don't like the thought of you being alone in this room, off by itself. So what's it to be? Wake my mother, or take my room?"
"Are you sure you don't mind?"
"Not in the least. I wouldn't sleep otherwise, worrying about you."
He led her down the corridor. As they passed the door to number 12, her skin prickled as though she were being watched. When they reached his room, Sir Frederick unlocked the door and quietly ushered her inside. He closed the door behind them, though he stood with his back against it.
"You'll be safe here. Thomas or I will be right next door. The sheets are fresh. I did lie on that pillow for a short rest, but otherwise all should be clean for you."
"Don't you need to gather your night things?"
"Yes. Pray pardon me as I do. It'll take just a minute."
"You needn't clear out everything. I'll likely go to the lodge tomorrow, now the inquest is over."
"Very well. That would be quicker."
He gathered what looked like a nightshirt and his toiletries.
"That should tide me over."
He returned to the door. There he pressed his lips tight as he considered.
"Before I go to bed, I'm going to find Mr. George, let him know you are safe, and make sure he means you no harm. I'll not mention your change of rooms, but will make it clear you are under my protection, just in case. I won't be gone long, and in the meantime I shall ask Thomas to remain vigilant. After that, I shall be next door the rest of the night. All right?"
She nodded.
"I hope you'll be able to sleep."
He handed her his key.
Secure the door when I leave, and don't hesitate to knock on the wall or to call out if you need anything."
"Thank you. I shall feel better knowing you're nearby." When he closed the door behind himself, she locked it. Then Rebecca set her valise on the dressing chest, opened it, and extracted teeth-cleaning things and a hairbrush. Someone knocked on the door. Her nerves jangled. Thinking Frederick may have forgotten something, she went to the door and asked softly, "Yes?"
"It's Tommy."
Relief. She unlocked and opened the door a crack, glad she hadn't yet undressed. His eyebrows rose.
"You really are in there. Had to see it for myself. Thought Freddie had a bad dream or spied a mouse in his room. Hasn't crawled into bed with me since I was 4.
Frederick appeared behind his brother.
"Hush, man, and get back to your own room. I wish it were still only my room. I won't sleep a wink with him driving his pigs to market all night."
Frederick grasped him by the shoulder, turning him toward the adjacent door.
"That's only when I have a cold, and I feel perfectly well. Thank heaven for that."
Rebecca closed the door with a small smile on her lips. Perhaps this was a good idea after all, assuming Lady Fitzhoward didn't find out. And she should have thought to tell Mary where she was. It was too late now. She was not going to wander the Abbey late at night trying to find her. She shivered. Either way, she would work it out in the morning, which would arrive all too soon. Now, how to get out of her dress and stays? She wished she had worn a frock that fastened in the front that day, and her more comfortable wrap-around stays. Another light tap sounded on the door. "Miss?" Mary's voice. At this rate, everyone in the hotel would know she'd switched rooms, which to her ear sounded less shocking than saying she'd moved into Sir Frederick's. She opened the door. Mary said, "Sir Frederick found me knocking on your door. I'd come earlier, but you weren't there, so I came back. He said you didn't feel safe in your room, something about a rat." The girl shuddered. "And here I thought those were only in the cellars." Instead of lying, Rebecca said, "He offered me his room for the night. He's sharing with his brother. It was kind of him to let you know where to find me. I hope you didn't think the worst." The girl grinned. "I've seen stranger things here, that I can tell you." "Oh, like what?" "Well, let's just say you're not the first lady I've found in the wrong room, nor gentleman." Mary's gaze swept over her. "Now, let's get you out of that frock and into your nightdress." After Mary left, Rebecca pulled back the counterpane and fresh sheet and climbed into the bed, which was higher and wider than hers had been. Giddy excitement tickled her stomach as she settled into Frederick Wilford's bed, at least the one he'd slept in the last several nights. She laid her head on the one indented pillow, the same pillow he'd rested on earlier. A whiff of his spicy cologne enveloped her. Citrus and cloves. She turned her face into the pillow and breathed deeply, instantly feeling her nerves calmed and her senses stirred. She remembered her younger days when she used to dream of kissing Frederick and becoming his bride. Her girlish imagination had never ventured beyond that, and certainly not as far as the bedroom. Oh, but she had longed to kiss him. There, in the warm embrace of his bed, she admitted to herself that she still did. After asking Thomas to remain alert for any sound or call from Miss Lane, Frederick went out, bent on finding Mr. George and satisfying himself that he posed no threat to Rebecca. He found him below stairs in the bar. Upon his entrance, Mr. Heck said, "Sorry, sir, I've already taken last orders." "That's all right. Just want to speak with Mr. George there." Frederick walked over to his table. "Binder?" the man asked. "I did. May I join you for a few minutes?" "Suit yourself." Frederick sat down and explained the situation.
She said what?
Mr. George stared at him.
Can you imagine a man like me dressing up as a woman, let alone a nun? The fellows would never let me hear the end of it. Why on earth would I do such a thing? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Mr. George shook his head, lips pressed into a regretful smile.
Look, I don't like to say anything against a lady, but let's remember this is the same young woman who reported seeing a ghost who turned out to be a living, breathing nun. I'd put it down to a vivid imagination and too many Gothic novels. That's my guess. Then why did you chase her into the cloisters? Chase her? What would you do if you saw a young lady bolt from a room? Would you not think she was in danger? Maybe needed help? Would you stand there and do nothing?
No, Frederick allowed, then studied the man's face.
Has Miss Lane any reason to fear you?
Mr. George's nostrils flared. He looked genuinely offended.
I'm a man of honour where women are concerned. Ask anyone. I do my best to protect them, though I've not always succeeded. Miss Lane has nothing to fear from me.
Frederick relaxed a bit, finding he believed him, on this point at least.
May I ask your connection to Miss Newport?
Frederick didn't mention he'd been seen in Miss Newport's room. First, because Rebecca had seen only his back there, and second, because then he'd have to explain how Rebecca had managed it. The role of peeping Tom wasn't a flattering one. George made a face.
Connection?
He chuckled.
I hope you aren't suggesting a romantic one. You couldn't be more wrong. I've known her since girlhood.
Frederick wanted to ask more about the mace and the chapel, but Mr. George abruptly stood.
Look, it's late. In my current temper and after 2 whiskies, I might say something terribly rude. Can this not keep till morning? Are you staying on here? I'd planned to go tomorrow, but I'll not leave until we talk again.
Frederick held his gaze.
Very well. I'll take you at your word as a man of honour.
George's eyes glinted. Then he turned on his heel and strode away. Frederick would have liked to detain Mr. George and demand more answers. He had reason to suspect Miss Newport, but had insufficient grounds to demand anything of this man. Frederick returned to Thomas's room. His brother was in bed, but had left one lamp burning low. Frederick sat in a chair near him and asked,
Did Miss Newport ever mention Mr. George to you? Hint at any connection? Mr. George, the guard?
Frederick nodded.
He and Miss Newport pretended not to know one another, but they were seen talking again tonight.
Thomas sat up in bed with a frown.
I don't understand. Are you suggesting Selina is involved with this George fellow? In some way, yes, although not romantically. He admitted he's known her since her girlhood.
Thomas blinked, his complexion sallow by lamplight.
You think they were in on it together? That Selina... I can't believe it. Wait, you said you had no proof she struck anyone.
Frederick narrowed his eyes.
Forget I said that. What? For now, forget I said that.
Miss Lane had described the former trooper as protective, and Jack George was certainly not one to stand by and do nothing when a young woman was in danger, especially a woman he cared about. Frederick said,
I think this will be exceedingly difficult to prove, but I have an idea.
Thomas glared at him.
Are you still determined to try to pin this on her? I know Marina gave you cause to distrust women, but now you're prejudiced against them and suspect them all of foul play. I pity Miss Lane.
He abruptly rolled over, turning his back on him.
Frederick had rarely seen his brother so angry. Was there a trace of truth in his accusation? He sighed and undressed for bed, already dreading the morrow and hoping his plan did not go awry. Chapter 23. The following morning, Frederick knocked softly on Miss Lane's door. A few moments later, she opened it. She had already dressed, though her hair was still down around her shoulders, like a curtain of rich honey-brown silk. He dragged his gaze from it and went on to describe his plan, such as it was, in a low voice. He hoped and prayed it would work, and the true killer would be revealed. A flash of nervous excitement lit her eyes as she gathered her hair. "I shall be out in 2 minutes." Thomas had angrily refused to take any part in the scheme, trumped up or not. So Frederick alone assembled the other players, assigned them their roles, then waited with them for the opening act to begin. On cue, Noah Brixton pounded on the door of number 12. "Open up! It's the constable." Another barrage of knocking. "Mr. Mayhew is here with a key and will not hesitate to use it." Roused by the noise, curious guests opened their doors and peered out. "What's going on?" someone called. Miss Newport slowly opened her door, fully dressed and appearing supremely beautiful and supremely poised. "What is it?" she asked with cool indifference. She really was a skilled actress. Mr. Brixton proclaimed, "Selina Newport, I'm taking you into custody for the murder of Ambrose Oliver." Deadly calm, she replied, "I did not kill him." "That's for the court to decide." She stilled, then said evenly, "Very well, allow me to gather my things." She retrieved her reticule and valise, and a few moments later they paraded through the corridor toward the main stairs. Mr. Brixton held her arm, and Frederick walked on her other side. Mr. Mayhew and Miss Lane trailed behind them, watching, witnessing. Mr. George came out of number 4, drawn by the hubbub. "Hey, what's happened? What are you doing? Where are you taking her?" Brixton said, "Miss Newport is being arrested on suspicion of murder." "Murder?" Mr. George thundered. "What? No." Frederick nodded. "She was seen hiding a wicked-looking mace in the chapel's baptismal font, a probable murder weapon, according to Dr. Fox. She was also seen dressed as a nun, running away from room 3 the morning Ambrose Oliver was killed. We are holding her over for trial." Selina Newport's face, stoic till now, showed a ripple of fear. Even so, she lifted her chin and said resolutely, "Don't worry about me. It's all right." "Thunder and turf," George muttered. "It's not all right." "It was my fault," she said. "No, it dashed well wasn't. It was his." Mr. George turned to Frederick. "Let her go, and I'll tell you what really happened." "Don't," Selina called. "There's no use in both of us being destroyed by this." George winced. "Bit late for that, lass." "Uncle Jack, no. I don't want anything to happen to you. You're all I have left." "And you're all I have left. Please. It's my responsibility. My right." Tears glimmered in Selina's eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, lips trembling. Jack George stepped near and laid a hand on her shoulder. "Do you trust me?" A short while later, Frederick led Mr. George into the small office where he had conducted his earlier interviews. "I'll tell you all," he said, "but you must let Selina go. I can make no promises until I hear the truth. You strike me as a fair man, Wilford. so I'll trust you. Just you, though, if you please." He shot the constable a look. When Brixton opened his mouth to object, Frederick said, "It's all right. I shall apprise you later. Please keep Miss Newport in custody here in the hotel for now." "Yes, sir." When the two of them were sitting alone together, behind closed doors, Mr. George drew a deep breath and said, "None of this is Selina's fault, though she blames herself for Edie's death." "Edie was her younger sister?" "Yes. My best mate's girls. I was their guardian and raised them after their parents' deaths." "She called you uncle?" Mr. George waved a dismissive hand. "Term of affection, that's all." Frederick nodded. "Go on." "The whole thing started a few years ago. Selina was performing in a theatre in Cheltenham, living in a pair of rooms in a lodging house. Edie begged to go and stay with her sister for a time, have an adventure. I didn't like it, but they cajoled, and I've always been too soft when it comes to those girls. I figured they could look out for each other, but the reality was Selina worked long hours. The novelty of loitering behind stage soon wore thin, and Edie began spending more time on her own. I knew something was wrong as soon as she came home. She was quiet, tense, teary, though I didn't guess the worst of it for several months, when she could no longer hide the fact that she was with child. She was barely more than a child herself, only 16. She wouldn't tell me who the man was. Said she knew I'd kill the lecturer and end up hung for it. As far as I knew, she didn't tell her sister either. Yet I could see Selina felt guilty, so I figured Edie must have met the man through her or the theatre. For a time, I agreed to let it lie, for Edie's health and peace of mind. Then she died." Jack George shook his head, a bitter twist to his lips. "The midwife couldn't turn the babe. I ran for a doctor, but by the time I located him and basically dragged him back, it was too late. She'd lost too much blood. Lost the babe as well." His voice thickened. "Selina and I were mad with grief. I had promised her father to protect his girls, and I failed. I would have gladly given my life for hers if I could." Another regretful shake of the head. "After Edie died, I swore to myself I would find out who was responsible and make him pay. Took time, asking around the theatre and the lodging house. Finally, I found a girl who'd cleaned for Selina. She told me who she thought it was, who used my Edie ill. He talked Edie into letting him into Selina's place. Said he'd left something, his gloves or some such, although the maid assured him she'd not seen them. He told the maid to leave, and the timid thing obeyed. But not before she heard Edie call the man by name, Mr. Oliver. Edie had mentioned in one of her letters home that she'd met the author at the theatre. I'm sure she never imagined he'd show up at her door and refuse to take no for an answer. I didn't tell Selina what I'd learned. Didn't want her involved. I asked around until I learned where Oliver lived. Not far from me, actually. I didn't strike directly, hoping to keep my neck out of the noose. Instead, I slipped a printed notice under his door, advertising my gallery and tailor-made to appeal to his vanity. Men of letters, important, learned gentlemen, deserve to keep their bodies in as fit condition as their minds. I also offered a very good price. It worked. He came, notice in hand, and asked for a trial. He blustered about how he'd some fencing experience, written about it anyway, which must count for something. All the while I agreed and clucked, pretending to be impressed. I trained him, and got to know him and garnered his trust. Then I began playing on his fears. I'd learned he was a habitual gambler, always sure he would win and always losing. Under the hatches in debt. I told him a man had come to the gallery sniffing around, asking about him. I dropped the name of the moneylender, Isaac King, and could see it frightened him. I bided my time, not eager to get myself arrested while one of my beloved wards might still need me. But Selina has grown up and grown hard since Edie's death, almost too hard, I sometimes think. She has the determination and strength to survive in this world, strength Edie didn't have. At all events, I sent Oliver a letter. I wrote a better hand than you would suppose. In it I wrote, "Pay up or pay the consequences." He came to the gallery and said he was done with fencing. He wanted to learn to fight hand to hand, to defend himself. Eventually, he grew desperate. No new book, no more money. He convinced his publisher he needed to get away to some quiet place out of town where he could work without distractions. He came to my lodging and asked me to accompany him. I said it was propitious timing, as I'd recently closed the gallery. Oliver told the publisher I would be here to keep him accountable, to keep him writing. But I saw the panic in his eyes and knew it was bravado. He mostly wanted me here for protection, should an angry moneylender learn where he'd gone and come to collect, or dole out punishment. "So he trusted you," Frederick said. The man's eyes glinted. "More fool him. I even wrote to Mr. King in Naples. Paid a pretty penny for his direction, too. A gamble, I knew. One that didn't pay in the end." Frederick asked, "Why did Miss Newport come here to the Abbey, really?" George grimaced. "When she wrote of her plans to come to Swanford, I was wary. I guessed she'd set her sights on a man. Knowing Mr. Oliver was staying here, I worried she might be meeting him." "To take revenge herself?" "Didn't say that. I would ask you not to put words in my mouth, sir." "Very well." "No. Turns out she was here to see your brother. I was relieved, though I could see she'd have little chance there. She'd reached too high." "Tell me what happened the day Mr. Oliver died." Mr. George nodded. "I went to his room rather early that morning, just after sunrise. I knocked and identified myself. He let me in, cross as a badger, didn't like being woken early. He must not have been asleep long, for his fire hadn't yet gone out. I said, 'Sorry, sir, but with Mr. King staying in the hotel, I thought it would be wise to make certain all the windows are locked, and there's no other way in.' He bid me get on with it, lit a lamp and sat down, said he might as well get some work done since he was up. I made a pretence of making sure the windows were secure, working my way around the room until I was positioned behind him. Then I pulled out the mace, which I'd hidden beneath my coat." Here Mr. George gave a humourless chuckle. "Do you know where I got that old relic? Oliver himself gave it to me instead of paying his bill for the training. Some admirer of his books had given it to him, and he passed it on to me and considered his debt settled. And now it truly is settled." George sent him a piercing look. "You, no doubt, think me a heartless villain for what I did. I don't ask for mercy, only for understanding. Ambrose Oliver ended forever the happiness of the only two creatures I loved in all the world." His voice grew hoarse. "He ruined our sweet Edie, left her with child, and denied all responsibility, left her to die. And he left Selina feeling responsible and miserable. That man was more my enemy than any foreign soldier I faced in battle, so yes, I struck hard. One decisive blow. And after? His shoulders drooped. Selina came along some time later, wearing her idiotic disguise. I was just sitting there outside the room, mace in hand. I'd expected to feel victorious, relieved, satisfied that justice had been done, but I felt none of those things, only numb. "Why did she wear the habit?" Frederick asked. Again George shrugged. "I'd written back to warn her Oliver would be here, hoping she wouldn't come. She came anyway, and brought along that costume, having just played a nun in Measure for Measure. She thought she might frighten him, deliver a message from beyond the grave that his vile deeds wouldn't go unpunished, like Richard III visited by the ghosts of those he killed. And if scaring Oliver failed, she could at least come to my room without being seen or thought to be doing anything improper." "Did she go into Mr. Oliver's room? We know he sent a message through one of the maids asking her to come." George hesitated. "She came to the door, but I turned her away." He shifted. "At all events, that morning I told her I'd done it. Ambrose Oliver was dead." "How did she react?" "She said, 'Well, don't just sit there. Go, run, hide.'" Jack George smiled wryly. "I declined. I said running would make my guilt obvious. The authorities would quickly track me down." Selina retorted, "And sitting there with a weapon in your hand won't shout your guilt. You're not thinking clearly." She told me to give her the mace so she could hide it. Then she thought a moment and told me to lie down on the floor, to not move or open my eyes until someone came and raised the alarm. I knew Mary would be coming at 9 with Oliver's breakfast, but I still didn't understand. So I remained sitting in the chair, confused, and asked Selina how lying on the floor would help. She said it would appear as though I'd been struck by the assailant before he went into Mr. Oliver's room. I told her no one would believe that, not without a head wound. I'm not the actor she is. Selina said I wouldn't have to act. She also said she knew better than to try and surprise me because my reactions are too fast. She said I would have to let her. "Let you what?" I asked. She said, "I'm sorry to have to hurt you, but it's all I can think of." Then she looked me in the eye and asked, "Do you trust me?" And I bowed my head. Mr. George exhaled a deep breath and rubbed the back of his skull, apparently without realizing he did so. "For a while after that, I hoped I might go free, that the verdict of death by person or persons unknown would stand. But I was, and still am, willing to face the consequences. Truth is, I've experienced enough of this weary world. Selina, however, has so much life ahead of her. She might yet fall in love, marry, and raise a family of her own, given the chance." He held Frederick's gaze. "I failed to protect Edie, but let me protect Selina now. Leave her out of it. She may have guessed what I planned to do, but she did nothing herself." "Nothing except strike you to provide an alibi?" "I'll deny it till my dying day, which will be here soon, I imagine. Besides, who would believe it? That slight, feminine Selina, my own loving ward, knocked down a man like me, a former trooper and expert fighter. Everyone knows the infamous moneylender Mr. King was here, rings on his fingers and vengeance in his eyes. You accuse her, and I'll say he struck me to get to Oliver. Which version do you think a jury will believe?" The man had a point. "Are you saying you will confess under oath to Ambrose Oliver's murder if Selina is left out of it?" "Completely out of it, yes. When Frederick didn't respond, Mr. George added,
"Please, young man, have you never wanted to protect someone you love? A woman you love? She's done nothing wrong, has punished herself for years because of her siblings' suffering."
Frederick thought of Rebecca and her guilt over not being able to protect John from Mr. Oliver's cruelty. Mr. George continued,
"While Ambrose Oliver has gone on with his eat, drink and gamble life without a backward glance or a glimmer of remorse for what he did to our beloved Edie. Our hearts—"
The man's voice cracked, and Frederick felt his resolve crack with it.
"You will confess in court?" "I will, once I have your word as a gentleman that no harm shall come to Selina."
Frederick considered. He still suspected Miss Newport might have been more involved than Mr. George let on, or at least had been tempted to harm the author herself. Yet, knowing he couldn't prove it, he concluded this was likely their only chance for a conviction. He felt no satisfaction at the triumph, if triumph it was. He said, "I reserve the right to tell Miss Lane and Thomas in confidence about your relationship with Selina, and that she was aware of what you did and didn't report it. I promise it'll go no further." The man's mouth twisted. "To warn your brother off?" Frederick held his gaze. "You are not the only one who feels duty-bound to protect his family." Mr. George hesitated, then nodded. "I understand." "Then yes," Frederick promised. "You have my word." A short while later, Frederick followed as Mr. Brixton led Jack George across the hall toward the hotel's front door. He glimpsed Miss Lane and Lady Fitzhoward sitting near the fire. Both turned solemn faces toward the grim procession. Miss Newport appeared at the top of the stairs and gripped the railing tightly. She called down, her usually eloquent voice as plaintive as a little girl's.
"I'm sorry, Uncle Jack. So sorry."
He looked up, neck craned, and called back.
"It's all right, Selina."
She vehemently shook her head.
"I still feel like it's all my fault. I can't forgive myself."
Expression adamant, he said,
"Then I forgive you, and I love you. Never forget."
She raised a hand in farewell, and the tears streaming down her face were no act. When the men had left and the hall was quiet once more, Rebecca leaned closer to Lady Fitzhoward and explained the morning's events as best she knew them.
"Ah, I heard a commotion upstairs and wondered what was going on."
The older woman gazed thoughtfully into the distance.
"So it was the guard dog after all."
It seemed so, yes. Rebecca felt strangely sad for Miss Newport, and even for Mr. George, whom Selina apparently looked on as an uncle. She was relieved John had been exonerated in the bludgeoning, but her relief was tempered by what her brother had done, and by what she must tell her employer. Lady Fitzhoward inhaled deeply, then thumped the floor with her stick.
"Well, now that's over, we can get on with our plans. What do you say to Easter in Canterbury, and then on to Calais?"
She saw the hope in the woman's eyes and hated to disappoint her. "I'm sorry, my lady, but I cannot go with you. I can't leave John when he—" Her words trailed off as she struggled with how much to say. The truth was, she didn't want John to face whatever was coming alone. Nor did she feel it right to leave the whole burden on dear Rose. After all, Rebecca was John's only remaining family. His sister. For some reason, the word sister echoed through her mind. Sister, sister,
Sister. She blinked and looked up to find Lady Fitzhoward watching her, waiting for her to finish her sentence, eyes narrowing when she did not. Rebecca swallowed and finished lamely.
I can't leave him. Not now.
Lady Fitzhoward sighed. I was afraid of that. Ah, well, I admire you for putting family first, even if it's devilish inconvenient for me. Never mind. I'll go and see those friends I put off visiting before. Jolie will miss her French chef serving up savoury reminders of home, but life, I find, often serves us disappointments instead.
Rebecca managed a wan smile and pressed her hand. Goodbye, my lady. You've been very kind to me, and I hope our paths cross again.
So do I, Rebecca.
It was the first time the older woman had called her by her Christian name. Rebecca wondered if it would be the last. When she crossed the cloisters, Sir Frederick was waiting for her at the bottom of the night stair, hat in hand.
Miss Lane, I wanted to speak with you before I go to the lodge.
He gestured her into the library and closed the door most of the way behind him.
He explained, Mr. Brixton is taking Jack George to the county jail to await trial.
He confessed to striking Mr. Oliver? She asked.
Yes.
Then your plan succeeded. Well done.
He flinched. No need for congratulations. It's a sad business all round.
I agree. He looked at her, expression sombre.
As your friend, I'm relieved to prove John wasn't ultimately responsible for Mr. Oliver's death. As magistrate, however, I cannot ignore what John did. I could authorize a warrant to search the lodge, seize John's manuscript, and have Dr. Fox's colleagues test the pages for arsenic.
She ducked her head, dread weighing down her soul anew.
But as John has already confessed to attempting it and changed his mind before harm could be done, I don't think that'll be necessary, assuming he cooperates and accepts the consequence I intend to require.
Which is? Rebecca asked, a tremor sweeping over her. What would it be? Imprisonment? Transportation?
At least 1 year at Wood Lane Hospital, under Dr. Fox's care. He held up a preemptive hand. Before coming to this decision, I considered all of John's actions. He may have planned to trap Mr. Oliver into stealing his manuscript and ingesting poison if he did so. But he repented and retrieved the pages. Because of that, I feel a stay in a private asylum a more fitting consequence than prison. I hope it'll reform his weaknesses of character and mind, and at the end of a 12-month, it'll be up to Dr. Fox's professional recommendation whether John remains there or is released.
Thank you.
Rebecca's relief was quickly followed by worry.
But the fees?
Will be covered, never fear.
Never fear? Oh, what a heavenly ideal. What joy and freedom it must be not to live with constant guilt and fear. And if he doesn't cooperate?
Then I'll have no choice but to pursue charges of attempted murder. The judges at the Oxford Circuit are stern and unyielding, so I would anticipate a severe penalty, especially considering Mr. Oliver's fame.
Please be sure you make that clear to John, otherwise I doubt he'd go willingly.
I shall.
He started to leave, then turned back, eyes downturned with regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Lane.
It's not your fault.
Nor yours.
I wish I could believe that.
And I wish this didn't have to come between.
Sir Frederick broke off, then finished stolidly.
I hope it won't spoil our long friendship.
I hope so too. But how can it not change things?
You are probably right.
He shifted and tightened his grip on his hat.
If you'd like to bid your brother farewell, we can wait a bit.
Yes, thank you. I must gather my bags, but I shall be there shortly. He nodded.
Very well.
Sir Frederick managed a sad smile, bowed, and then walked away, looking as dejected as she felt. Chapter 24. Stepping out of the hotel a few minutes later, Rebecca saw Rob Tarvin and paused at the bottom of the steps. Before she could decide whether to speak to him or not, he raised a hand and jogged over to her.
"Hoped to catch you," he panted. "Wanted to apologise."
He dipped his head, then earnestly met her gaze.
"Sorry I acted like a brute before." Rob grimaced and then added, "I've a jealous nature, Mum says, and she's right. That's no excuse, though. Pray forgive me."
Seeing his sincere contrition, Rebecca took pity on him. "All is forgiven," she said, then added, "And please forgive me for any misunderstanding. I wish you every happiness."
"And I you, Miss Lane."
He expelled a relieved breath, and, with a glance at her valise, said,
"Finally leaving this old place for good?"
"I believe so." She decided to offer her old friend an olive branch. "By the way, I saw Kitty Fenchurch the other day. We talked for some time."
"Oh? And what did you and Kitty talk about?"
"You, among other things."
"Me?"
"She speaks very highly of you, you know." He shook his head.
"Kitty Fenchurch is a silly creature. A fine figure, I own, but not an ounce of sense between her ears."
"Maybe, but within that fine figure lies a kind and loving heart, and she admires you, Rob." He slanted her a wry look.
"Trying to fob me off on Kitty?"
Rebecca huffed. "Fob you off? Kitty is a pretty young woman from a good family." He said wistfully,
"She isn't you."
Rebecca shook her head. "But you'll always have my friendship, Rob," she smiled, "if you want it."
"I do."
Before leaving, Rebecca asked him to deliver her trunk to the lodge when he had time. He was heading out on another job, but promised to see to it when he returned. When Rebecca reached the lodge a short while later, she found Sir Frederick and Dr. Fox there before her. Upon her entrance, the two men stepped out to give her time to say goodbye to her brother in private. She set down her things and took a deep breath, bracing herself for John's anger and remonstrances. Then she entered the sitting-room. He stood before the hearth, staring up at the mantelpiece. Was he thinking of their family portrait, which had hung there until he sold it? Anger again nipped at her, remembering Rose say, "Your living, breathing family is more important than any portrait." Rebecca bit her tongue. Now wasn't the time. She noticed with relief that his hair had been recently washed, and he'd shaved as well. A half-filled valise lay open on the sofa. He looked at her over his shoulder, his face taut.
"Tell them, Becky. Tell them it's not my fault. Ambrose Oliver ruined my life. It's his fault. He did this to me."
His voice pitched higher with desperation.
"Don't let them take me away, Becky. Talk to Sir Frederick. He likes you. Always has. Tell him to let me go."
She resolutely blinked back tears and spoke over a tight, burning throat.
"No, John. What Mr. Oliver did was wrong, but that doesn't justify what you did. Life is precious, and only God has the right to end it." When he didn't respond, she added,
"Do you not realise that if Mr. Oliver had died from the arsenic, I would share the blame, as I delivered the poisoned pages myself?" "But I had to do something," he blurted with little apparent remorse. "You're wrong, John, and you need to accept responsibility for your actions. It could be worse. You should be grateful for Sir Frederick's mercy and for God's."
He frowned and opened his mouth to argue, but she went on.
"This is a good thing, or can be if you let it. A chance to put the past behind you, to heal." "I could do that here. I don't want to leave."
Rebecca shook her head and walked closer.
"You need more help than Rose or I, or those little brown bottles can give you. I believe Dr. Fox can help you." "I don't want—" "John!" She pressed his hand tightly. "Better this than prison."
For several weighty moments she held his gaze, then with forced brightness said,
"Now, have you got everything you need?"
She looked at the valise, stuffed haphazardly with clothes.
"You forgot paper and ink and your favourite books."
Rebecca began moving around, gathering things. The fight seemed to go out of him, and he pushed the hair from his face, shoulders slumped.
"I am sorry, you know. Never meant to put you in danger. I never should have involved you or Rose or Mary."
Rebecca paused in her packing. Yes, poor besotted Mary. And what would happen to Rose once John was no longer here to pay rent on the lodge? They would worry about that later. If John was willing to admit he was wrong, there might be hope for him yet.
"I forgive you, John," she said earnestly. "And God will too. Ask him."
He hung his head. Rebecca sniffed and said,
"Now, listen to Dr. Fox and do as he advises. You've nothing to lose and everything to gain." "I hope you're right."
Rose came in from wherever she'd been hovering and no doubt listening, and embraced John, cheeks streaked and handkerchief in hand.
"I shall be praying for you, my lad."
While her brother's back was turned, Rebecca slipped into the valise their father's small New Testament and Psalms, and their mother's 3 sketches to remind him of family and home. When John walked out the door, only then did Rebecca let the tears come. She and Rose stood at the window side by side, watching his departure in a duet of soft weeping. After the men disappeared from view, Rose wiped her eyes with the wadded handkerchief and blew her nose. She said,
"Reminds me of the day Daisy left, although there were more harsh words than tears that day. The tears came later."
Rose looked up at the clock.
"Good heavens! The day's half gone, and I haven't given a thought to dinner. Are you hungry? I'm afraid there's little in the larder. Perhaps some cheese."
The woman trudged into the kitchen and Rebecca followed. There the cook-housekeeper lifted the domed lid off the cheesekeeper. Empty.
"Sorry, Miss Becky."
"That's all right," Rebecca assured her. "It's been quite a day already, has it not? And it's only mid-afternoon." Rose lifted her market basket to the table and reached for the punched tin box, which held her household funds.
"I shall go into the village and find something."
She shook the box, and a few small coins clacked together.
"Not much in our coffers, sadly."
"I'll go," Rebecca offered. "I have some money left. Lady Fitzhoward paid more of my bill than I expected."
"But you just got here."
"I don't mind. I feel too restless to sit now anyway. My pulse is still racing after that scene."
"Mine too. Very well. Get some ham and cheese, fruit if you want it, and I'll make some savoury scones. I'm sure I have enough flour and such for that."
"Sounds an excellent plan." Donning her outdoor things, Rebecca picked up the market basket and left the lodge. She strode through Fowler's Wood, glad it was daytime, and into Swanford. Her steps were light and her spirits surprisingly buoyant with relief. She walked past the church and vicarage without flinching and waved to Mr. Fenchurch coming out of the public house. Rebecca was halfway to the high street when the word "sister" echoed through her mind once again. She stopped then and there on Eldbury Lane and walked back to Henwick Cottage on the corner. Rose's childhood home. She recalled Lady Fitzhoward staring up at it, with a sad, faraway look in her eyes. Little scraps of remembered conversation began falling over Rebecca's mind like reviving rain. "I haven't spoken to mine in years. Have you been to Swanford before, my lady?" "A lifetime ago." Understanding flickered, then flamed to life. Rebecca hurried down the lane and turned up the high street, passing by the butcher's shop and cheesemonger's without stopping. Heart rate accelerating, she walked as fast as she could all the way back to the Swanford Abbey Hotel. She let herself in through the garden door and started to turn right toward her employer's room, hoping the woman hadn't already left. At some faint sound, or internal urging, Rebecca turned left instead, toward the library and writing room. If nothing else, she told herself, she would take a final look at the painting of the abbess. Pausing in the threshold, she glanced inside. There sat Lady Fitzhoward, shoulders slumped, head bowed, all alone. Rebecca stood still and silent, transported back to the day almost a fortnight ago, when she'd stepped into the parlour of the inn they'd stayed in prior to coming here. Rebecca had been surprised to come upon Lady Fitzhoward sitting in a high-backed armchair, her posture sagging. She appeared to sink into herself, to shrink. She looked almost like a child in that massive chair. In her veined hands she'd held a letter. Lady Fitzhoward stared down at it, face grey, but eyes wide. "What is it?" Rebecca had asked. "Not bad news, I hope." Lady Fitzhoward started, as though awakening. "What? How should I know?" She struggled up with effort. "I've not yet stooped to reading your letters. Our forwarded post arrived this morning." She thrust the unopened letter toward Rebecca, adding, "From home." Rebecca looked at the postal markings and recognized Rose's handwriting. "It's from my brother's housekeeper." "Rose, I believe you call her?" Rebecca nodded. "What's her surname, by the way?" "Watts." "Rose Watts?" "Yes." "She never married?" "No. Why do you ask?" The woman shrugged. "Merely curious. You speak of her often." "We are fond of her," Rebecca replied, thinking of the housekeeper's generous nature and tart, forthright tongue. Then she studied Lady Fitzhoward's face once more, wondering why she looked so disconsolate. "My lady, is something the matter? Are you not feeling well?" "I'm perfectly well. Quit fussing and read your letter." "All right." Rebecca opened the seal and unfolded the page. As she read about Rose's growing concerns over John's behaviour, and her plea that Rebecca return to Swanford as soon as possible, all other thoughts faded away. Now, Rebecca felt a quiver of unease to find Lady Fitzhoward looking similarly dejected, although this time she held no letter. "What are you doing here, my lady?" she asked gently. "I thought you were visiting friends for Easter." The woman shook her head. "The truth is, I haven't any friends.
I told you that so you wouldn't feel sorry for me. And my sister and I've been estranged for 30 years.
Rebecca held out her hand. Then come home with me. Engaging Rob to drive them, they made a brief stop for provisions at the High Street shops, then rattled through Fowler's Wood. The late afternoon sunshine slipped through the tree branches like bars of yellow gold. Birdsong and the smell of wildflowers filled the air with promises of springtime. Arriving at the lodge, Rebecca opened the door for Lady Fitzhoward and gestured her inside. Rose met them in the entryway and drew up short, clearly startled. Rebecca said, "Rose, this is Lady Fitzhoward." The housekeeper stared at her for 3 full ticks of the clock. Then her mouth tightened. "No, it isn't." "It is." Lady Fitzhoward, looking tense and pensive, rested gloved hands rather heavily on her walking-stick. "Rosie," she said simply. "Daisy," Rose replied. How strange to hear her exacting employer referred to as a sweet, humble flower. Lady Fitzhoward glanced at her and explained, "Never liked the name, so I changed it when I left here." Eyes narrowed, Rose blurted, "You didn't marry him, then?" "Elias Westergreen, no." Lady Fitzhoward looked down, then said somewhat sheepishly, "I might have done, but we'd got no farther than Manchester when he left me for an innkeeper's daughter named Modesty, which was an irony, I can tell you." Rose shook her head, lip curled accusingly. "I've imagined you married to him all these years and hated you for it." "I know," Lady Fitzhoward softly replied. "Why didn't you tell me? And share my disgrace and shame? You would have enjoyed that, I wager." "I would have indeed," Rose snapped, then amended. "For a few minutes, or a year." "As I thought." Rose huffed. "Why not? You stole him from me." "Or rather, I borrowed him for a few days. Honestly, I spared you a great deal of heartache and betrayal." "Just because he left you doesn't mean he would have left me." Rebecca winced at the harsh words, but Lady Fitzhoward merely inhaled a long breath. "Perhaps, although I went back through that part of Manchester not long ago, and stopped at that same inn, and guess what? Modesty was working there again, as buxom as ever, but otherwise aged and weary. Elias had left her too, left her to raise a child alone, left a whole string of women by now, I imagine." "Well," Rose lifted her double chin, her sharp gaze sweeping over Lady Fitzhoward's fine gown. "You don't seem to be suffering too badly. You've done pretty well for yourself, even so." "Yes," Lady Fitzhoward allowed. "I fell in love with an older widower and broke my heart when he died." "At least you had a husband, and money by the looks of it, probably a grand house, too." Lady Fitzhoward nodded. "I've decided to sign over the house to his son. I cannot stand to be there without Donald. I've a small annuity and a settlement. I'm going through somewhat rapidly with all my travelling and investments." Rose gestured toward Rebecca. "Well, when the Lanes are through with me, I'll end in the poorhouse, no doubt. Perhaps we can go together." She froze, seemingly realizing what she'd said. Her sister stilled as well. Lady Fitzhoward said, "You think I would live with you in a poorhouse?" Rose's eyes flashed. "Heaven forbid! You're too good for me now, my lady, is that it? Pardon me." "That is not it," her ladyship retorted.
I may not have as much money as I once did, but we can do better than the poorhouse. A small cottage like this one might suit us rather well." Rose tilted her head, expression vulnerable. "Oh?" "With your industry and my charm," Lady Fitzhoward gave a self-deprecating grin, "we might deal very well together." The two sisters held each other's gazes, hope and uncertainty wavering there. Rebecca took advantage of the break in conversation to excuse herself. Lifting the basket, she said, "You two must have a great deal to discuss. I will just, take this food into the kitchen." After a brief trip to the larder to stow the food they'd stopped to purchase, Rebecca grabbed her shawl and slipped outside to let the sisters talk in peace. As she strolled across the front garden, a man rode up on horseback. Curious, Rebecca walked to the gate. Sir Frederick Wilford dismounted and looped a rein over the gate-post. "Sir Frederick, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." He glanced beyond her into the empty garden. "May I ask what you're doing out here alone?" "Just giving Rose a little privacy to talk with her sister." He reared his head back in surprise. "Her sister?" "Yes, Lady Fitzhoward, the former Daisy Watts." His brow furrowed. "Daisy? I thought her name was Marguerite." Rebecca nodded. "She told us she never liked the name Daisy and changed it when she left here." "Ah, and Marguerite is the French word for Daisy, after all." "Is it?" "Yes. No wonder she looked familiar." "I'm surprised I didn't guess the connection earlier," Rebecca said. "But their situations and demeanours were so different, especially after 30 years apart, and with the different names." He nodded. "I would never have guessed either. And how is it going in there?" "After a tense beginning, things are looking more promising." "Good, good." He shifted from foot to foot. "Well, John and Dr. Fox have set off all right." Rebecca swallowed. "I'm relieved to hear it." He grimaced. "Again, I'm sorry, Miss Lane. I couldn't in good conscience ignore his actions." She ducked her head, mortified anew. "I know." Keeping a tight grip on her composure, she said, "Thank you for showing mercy to my brother." In her heart of hearts, Rebecca wondered if John had truly repented. Had he really worried she might be implicated, or had he simply wanted his prized pages back? Perhaps realizing almost too late that if his manuscript killed Oliver, he would never be able to claim it as his own. Or maybe it had been a combination of those factors. In the end, the poison hadn't been what had killed Ambrose Oliver, and they could all take some comfort in that. Frederick looked up and squinted into the slanting afternoon sunshine. "Well, I just wanted to let you know, and to make sure you were all right. I hope you don't despise me for it." "Of course not." "Thomas does. He's still angry with me for arresting Miss Newport as a ploy to force Mr. George to confess." "He'll forgive you in time." "I pray you're right." He picked at a loose paint sliver on the gate. "So, do you and Lady Fitzhoward depart soon, or will you delay, now that she's been reunited with her sister?" "I'm not certain of her plans, but I believe we'll be here for some time." He looked up, and something sparked in his eyes. "Good. His Adam's apple rose and fell. "I hope we shall see you again while you're here." She managed a wobbly smile. "I would like that."
The lodge door opened and Lady Fitzhoward stepped outside, her cane noticeably absent. Indeed, she seemed more spry than usual as she crossed the garden toward them.
"Frederick!"
She raised a hand. When she reached them, she said,
"Yes, I know I should call you sir, but after all, we played ball together on the village green."
His dark brows rose.
"Did we really?"
She nodded.
"Rose and I met there almost weekly. She and I talked while you ran about, and then you would beg me to play with you, and I always obliged. The last time must have been when you were about 5 years old. Such a polite, handsome boy you were."
She grinned.
"And still are."
"Thank you.
I wonder if that's why you seemed familiar to me, or if I simply noticed a resemblance to your sister. If the former, I'm surprised you would remember. If the latter, I'm flattered. Either way, thank you for not pressing me for details earlier. I wasn't yet ready to reveal my connection here, which I feel irreparably severed. Not so, thank God. Well, I shan't keep you. Do forgive the interruption."
"Not at all." Lady Fitzhoward returned to the lodge. Rose held the door open for her and waved to them, and the sisters walked inside, arm in arm. Sir Frederick returned his gaze to Rebecca, seemed about to say something, then hesitated.
"Well, I'll leave you."
He untied the rein and mounted his horse.
"Goodbye, Miss Lane. Please give Rose my regards."
"I shall." Rebecca watched him ride away, feeling deflated. Had his words been merely polite platitudes? She doubted he would call again or invite her to Wickworth after the awful business with John, as well as her own lies and misdeeds. After all, she was no wealthy, renowned beauty like Marina Seward had been, and never would be.
"Goodbye, Sir Frederick,"
she whispered, after he was too far away to hear. She was afraid it truly was goodbye, and wished that little word did not sound so final. Chapter 25. One morning a few days later, as Rebecca and the pair of reunited sisters were talking together in the sitting-room, the sound of an approaching carriage drew Rebecca to the window. A barouche landau came up the wooded lane, pulled by matched bays. The equipage was familiar, as was the coachman.
"Who is it, Miss Rebecca?"
Rose asked.
"The Wilford carriage." "It's rather early for visitors, is it not?"
Lady Fitzhoward patted her coiffure, making sure every hair was in place. As Rebecca watched, the dowager Lady Wilford alighted with the help of a liveried footman. Then she strode up the path, looking like a woman on a mission. "It's the dowager," Rebecca announced, beginning to perspire. Rose pressed a hand to her fichu-covered bosom.
"Heavens above!" "Heaven help us," Lady Fitzhoward grumbled under her breath.
A knock sounded. Rebecca moved to answer it, but Rose forestalled her, adjusted her lace-trimmed cap, and opened it herself. With the utmost politeness, Rose said, "Your ladyship, what an unexpected pleasure." The dowager Lady Wilford inclined her regal head.
"Rose, you are well, I trust?"
"Yes, thank you. Do come in and be seated." The dowager entered with a solemn air and sat down. She looked across the room at Marguerite, Daisy, Fitzhoward, and said,
"That lady, I understand, is your sister?"
"Yes, my lady," said Rose with evident delight.
"We've lately been reconciled after some 30 years.
How nice for you," the dowager said, glancing around the small sitting-room.
I trust our steward is keeping everything in good order."
Rose hesitated, and Lady Fitzhoward opened her mouth, perhaps prepared to launch into a litany of needed repairs, but Rebecca spoke before either could do so.
"We, have no complaints."
"I'm glad to hear it." Rebecca wondered at the reason for the woman's call. Had she heard about John and wished to express her disapproval? For even though Rebecca had come and gone freely at Wickworth as a girl, she'd never been close to Lady Wilford, and she'd certainly never entertained her in the humble lodge. As the woman's silence lengthened, Rebecca grew increasingly puzzled. Rose, with great civility, offered refreshment, but the dowager declined.
"I shan't stay long," she said,
then turned to face Lady Fitzhoward.
"I came to apologize for my rude behaviour when last we met. It was only that I couldn't place you, and, at my age, lapses in memory are so vexing. Now that we are to be neighbours, I hope you will pardon me."
Lady Fitzhoward narrowed her eyes.
"You apologize, even though you must now know I was once a lady's maid?" "Yes. As I recall, Lady Sybil spoke very highly of you and your unmatched skill in dressing hair. Even now, I quite envy your coiffeur."
"Well, in that case, we shall let bygones be bygones." Lady Fitzhoward's mouth quirked.
"As it happens, I may have to return to arranging my own hair. My lady's maid fancies herself in love with the hotel's French chef." "Ah, that is a pity."
The dowager rose.
"Well, thank you for receiving me, and now I shall bid you good day."
Turning, she said,
"Miss Lane, perhaps you would walk me to the carriage?"
"Oh, of course." Both sisters raised their sparse brows high in surprise. The twin looks might have been comical were Rebecca not so uneasy. Pausing to don her mantle, Rebecca attended her august guest outside. In the garden, the dowager stopped and lowered her voice.
"Is it true that your brother was sent to an asylum?"
Rebecca's face heated. Before she could fashion a reply, the woman went on.
"Frederick will tell me next to nothing, and Thomas left for London in a pet after giving me only the scantest account. In his anger, some of what he said was unintelligible and certainly not repeatable."
She looked at Rebecca earnestly.
"I cannot believe the son of our former vicar could be involved in any wrongdoing. His being sent to Dr. Fox's asylum seems a patched-up business."
Rebecca forced her chin up. "I'm afraid I cannot contradict the report about my brother. He is not well. We believe a year or more under Dr. Fox's care will help him."
"I see. I'm grieved indeed to hear it."
The dowager studied her.
"Tell me, is my son courting you?"
Taken aback, Rebecca faltered. He is not." Rebecca expected the woman to be relieved. For while Rebecca might be a gentleman's daughter, she was without connections or fortune, and her brother's mental state called into question the family's soundness as well. But instead of showing pleasure, the dowager's countenance fell. She said,
"Frederick's wife was a diamond of the first water, descended from a respectable and ancient family. Their fortune was splendid. You, Miss Lane, are nothing at all like her."
The dowager glanced over, and perhaps seeing Rebecca's injured expression, raised her hand.
"That, my dear, is a compliment." She went on. "For years I blamed myself. I'd encouraged him, extolling Miss Seward's impressive connections and dowry. How I've repented of that. He has, however, exonerated me. Says he was bound and determined to marry her at any price, dazzled by her beauty and what appeared to be her charming nature, which was, in the end, a ruse. Favour is deceitful, and beauty is vain, has never been more true.
"Why are you telling me this?" Rebecca asked.
Because I know you once admired and cared for my son.
That was years ago.
And now?
Rebecca swallowed, but pride kept her from replying.
Never mind, the Dowager said. I would say it's none of my affair, but once a mother, always a mother. We never stop caring for our children, even when they become adults. When their hearts break, ours break with them. Of course, we are no longer the ones they turn to for advice and comfort. Relegated to the background we may be, yet our children forever remain in the forefront of our thoughts and prayers.
With a tremulous smile, Rebecca confessed, "You make me miss my own mamma." The Dowager patted her shoulder.
I may have once nurtured selfish hopes that my sons would marry wealthy, lovely young ladies to give me pretty grandchildren and to add to the prosperity of the estate. But life has doled out some hard lessons. Now all I want is for my sons to marry kind and virtuous women who share our faith and will honour their marriage vows. I'll not ask for pedigree or dowry, or even that she likes me." She gave Rebecca a wry grin. "The latter of which, I suppose, is impossible."
"Not at all, my lady." The Dowager Lady Wilford signalled the footman to open the door, then turned back to her.
"I'll take my leave before I meddle further. Good day, Miss Lane."
Rebecca curtsied. "Thank you for coming, and for thinking of me." When Rebecca returned to the house, Rose asked,
"Well, what did she want to talk with you about?"
Rebecca summarised their conversation. Lady Fitzhoward nodded with satisfaction.
"That bodes well."
"Don't read too much into it," Rebecca cautioned her and herself. "I don't think Sir Frederick will be eager to spend time with me after my behaviour at the hotel, not to mention John's." Rebecca sighed and dropped into a chair. The sisters exchanged knowing glances. Rose said,
"I believe it is time."
"Time for what?" Rebecca asked moodily.
"To pull your old riding habit out of storage. It's still in that trunk in the attic?"
"I believe so, though no one has suggested riding."
Rose turned to her, a shrewd glint in her eye. "Then you suggest it, my girl."
"Would that not be terribly forward? Besides, I don't exactly want to remind him of myself as a little girl, forever pestering him to ride."
"I saw how he looked at you at the hotel," Lady Fitzhoward said. "He looked at you as a man looks at a woman, an attractive woman."
Rose nodded.
"It's obvious you care for him and he for you. Don't you doubt it."
"Do you think so?" Hope flared and then faded as quickly. "I don't know."
Lady Fitzhoward shook her head, lips compressed. "Don't be a fool, Rebecca. Rose and I don't agree on much, but we agree on this. Sir Frederick admires you. All he needs is a little encouragement."
"But I—"
"Listen to me." Lady Fitzhoward sat forward. "I've had one great love in my life with Donald. If there was even a chance I could have more time with him, I wouldn't waste it shilly-shallying."
Rebecca considered, biting her lip.
Was it possible?
When she protested no further, Rose said eagerly,
"I'll go and fetch the habit."
A short while later, Rose returned with the deep green riding habit, brushed, smoothed out, and sprinkled with rosewater. Rebecca donned the long skirt and close-fitting jacket. Closer fitting than she recalled, but she managed to fasten the jacket buttons while Rose laced the back of the skirt.
"Is it too tight, do you think?" Rebecca fretted.
Lady Fitzhoward stepped back to survey her.
"Yes, it's tight, in all the right places."
The sisters shared wry grins, and Rebecca blushed.
"What a pity," Rose added. "Sir Frederick might notice your figure."
Lady Fitzhoward advised,
"Take shallow breaths."
Frederick had spent a few days at home, feeling exhausted and defeated. He hoped he hadn't ruined forever his relationship with Thomas, nor lost any chance he might have had with Miss Lane. Whenever she saw him, would she always think of the consequence he'd doled out to her brother? The canal project also seemed doomed to fail before it had begun, much like his relationship with Rebecca. The footman brought in a silver salver with 2 letters upon it. The first was from his solicitor, bearing the unexpected news that Lady Fitzhoward had bought a significant number of shares in the canal project. Surprise and relief flooded him. That was something, at least. The second was from Thomas.
"Sorry, old boy. May have overreacted. I know you meant well and were just trying to do your duty and fill Papa's shoes as magistrate. Better you than me. In the meantime, I hope you've not let that sweet-faced Miss Lane slip through your fingers. On the subject of romance, I've renewed my acquaintance with a most charming redhead, an opera singer. Ha-ha, knew that would get a rise out of you. Only joking, but she is a peach, and I shall look forward to introducing her to you and Mamma soon. Yours, etc., Tommy."
Frederick slowly shook his head, a tolerant grin lifting his mouth. He was pleased to receive this conciliatory gesture from his brother, although it didn't fill the hole in his heart. He walked upstairs. In the corridor outside his bedchamber, he stood before a framed family portrait. Husband, wife, daughter, son. The family hadn't been perfect, but they had loved one another. Would he never have a family of his own? A loving wife? Children? A part of him thought he should just let Rebecca go. Let her find someone younger, who'd never married. But he wasn't ready to give her up. He liked her too much. Loved her, actually. With a sigh of resignation, he reached up, took the frame down from the wall, and wrapped it in brown paper. Feeling restless, he walked downstairs and through the house, his footsteps echoing through the lofty Wickworth gallery. He stopped abruptly beneath another oil painting. It was one he'd never really taken the time to appreciate. By Titian, he believed. Painted in dark drab colours, the only spot of light, the one shining behind Christ's head as he hung there on the cross. Beside him was the good thief in the shadows, one arm still strapped to his cross, the other raised in praise, gazing up to heaven in reverent expectation. Frederick recognized it for what it was, a portrait of Christ's mercy, his unmerited forgiveness and grace. As Frederick stood there, he heard a still, small voice whisper deep in his soul, "I forgive you, and I love you." Heart burning within him, Frederick strode resolutely across the hall to stand below one more portrait, his wife's. How beautiful Marina looked, how lifeless, how cruel. Frederick took a deep breath, asked God for strength, and whispered, "I forgive you, and I love." The sound of soft slipper treads caught his ear, and he turned in surprise.
Miss Lane?
His pulse accelerated as he took in her flushed, lovely face and form-fitting riding habit. Concern and cautious hope tangled within him. "I'm glad to see you, but has something happened? Something else, that is?" Rebecca breathed a prayer and gathered her courage. "No. I hope you don't mind me showing up like this unannounced." "Not at all." "I passed your mother outside. She said there was no need to stand on formality between old friends. In fact, she insisted on letting me in through the garden door herself."
"Ah," he glanced behind her. "Did she not stay?"
"No. Busy helping your gardener ready the flower beds, apparently. Or trying to give us privacy," Rebecca thought. She turned toward the wall. "May I ask what has so captured your attention?" Looking up at the portrait, she realized he'd been staring at his wife's beautiful face. Beautiful everything. Rebecca felt daunted, her confidence draining away like water from a punctured pot.
"You, Miss Lane, are nothing at all like her."
Then she reminded herself what else his mother had said.
"That, my dear, is a compliment."
Rebecca took a steadying breath and said, "She truly was lovely."
"Yes, though I'm not pining for her, if that's what you think. I was forgiving her."
He glanced at Rebecca.
"Marina may have been unfaithful, but contrary to rumours, her fall was an accident. I did not push her. I hope you believe me."
"I do, completely." He exhaled in relief.
"Good. Shall I show you what inspired me to forgive?"
Rebecca wordlessly nodded. He led her to another oil painting, this one in the gallery. It was a portrait of Christ on the cross, with one of the criminals crucified beside him, the man's eyes raised to heaven. The old words whispered through her mind. "Thou shalt be with me in paradise."
"I've walked past this 1,000 times," he said, "but today was the first time I stopped and really looked, really saw."
She watched his dear profile as he spoke, relishing the sweet intimacy of his confession and this moment, and hoping not to do anything to break the tantalizing spell.
"You may think me daft," he added, "but as I stood here, I thought I heard a voice whisper, 'I forgive you and I love you.'"
"Like Mr. George said to Selina as he was taken away," Rebecca observed. He nodded, and for a moment they both stared up at the portrait of the Saviour. Then Rebecca said, "I have accepted God's forgiveness for my deception, but I still need yours."
"You have it."
Holding her gaze, he took her hand, raised it to his lips, and kissed her fingers. Her skin warmed, and tingles of pleasure swept through her. As if suddenly remembering something, he said,
"Oh, I have something for you. I'd planned to bring it to the lodge, but now you're here."
"What is it?"
"Come with me."
She eagerly followed him across the hall, up the stairs, and along the corridor. Near the door she knew led to his bedchamber, she noticed an empty place on the wall in a long row of regularly spaced portraits. On the floor, propped against the wall, was a rectangle wrapped in brown paper. He lifted it and held it toward her. Afraid to hope, she tentatively tore away one corner, then ripped away more. "Yes."
"I am returning it to you," he said. "I never should have agreed to purchase it. John said he needed the money, and I'm a dupe, apparently."
"You are kind and generous, and always have been." She stared down at the family portrait. Her father, mother, herself as a girl, and John as a toddler. Seeing it again, her heart swelled with love and the sting of loss. "Thank you," she whispered, aware of the tears filling her eyes, but powerless to stop them.
"The truth is," he added, "I was afraid if I didn't buy it, John would sell it to someone else, and you might never see it again."
Had it been hanging there before now? She pointed to the empty spot on the wall.
He nodded. "For nearly a 12-month. I wanted to hang it somewhere I would see it often, which I did, whenever I went to my bedchamber."
At the word, said in that tone, her chest gave an odd palpitation, and her mouth went dry. She looked up at him, her gaze drawn to his mouth, his lips. Then reality intruded.
"You keep it,"
she said in a shaky little voice, and pushed the painting toward him.
"I don't know where I shall be living.
I've no proper home to give it." He bent to set the painting down, then rose, framing her shoulders with warm hands. Frederick gently guided her to face him. He reached up and stroked her jaw, then cupped the side of her face, looking deeply into her eyes.
"Nothing would give me greater pleasure or honour than to share my home with you, Rebecca Lane."
He slid his thumb over her bottom lip, then slowly leaned close, touching her mouth with his in an achingly slow, sweet kiss. Raising his head, he said in a husky voice,
"Say you will marry me and bring this dusty place to life. I love you, and will do everything in my power to be a good husband to you."
Her heart lodged in her throat. She found it difficult to speak. When she didn't immediately reply, his eyes dimmed.
"Please don't tell me I'm too old or have waited too long."
Her eyes filled with a new wave of tears, and happiness beat a rhythm in her veins. With a trembling grin, she said,
"It's been a rather long wait. But I love you too. I always have and always will."
Pleasure brightened his dear face.
"And here I feared I'd lost my chance with you."
"Thankfully, God offers second chances."
Rebecca gazed into his adoring eyes, raised herself on tiptoes, and pressed her lips to his, as she'd long dreamed of doing. He wrapped his arms around her and gently kissed her back. Then he pulled her against him, arms tight around her waist, as if he couldn't get close enough. He angled his head, and passion deepened their kiss. It had definitely been worth the wait. Eventually they broke apart, foreheads resting together. Then, hand in hand, they walked back downstairs. In the hall, he smiled down at her.
"I noticed you're dressed for riding. May I hope that means you will ride with me?"
"Yes, happily."
She glanced around. "But first, let's do one other thing." Together they ran laughing through the house, lifting the Holland cloth off the furniture, and with them the dark cloud that had hovered over Wickworth for too long. Afterward, they set out together on horseback, with occasional stops to talk about their future or steal a kiss. The long, glorious ride was worth the minor discomfort of her restricting jacket. By the time they returned, Rebecca was quite breathless, and her tight habit was only partly to blame for it. The following week, Easter arrived in Swanford, bright and beautiful, bringing with it the promise of new life. As if in response, the bluebells in the woods raised their heads in praise, and the wild daffodils danced in the soft breeze. The whole village seemed to turn out for church. Rarely had Rebecca seen All Saints so crowded, its pews filled with old and young, pressed together in a crush of souls eager for worship. Or perhaps for the hot cross buns, simnel cake, and delicious Easter dinner to come. Near her, Daisy and Rose sat shoulder to shoulder, sharing a prayer book once again after many years apart. It warmed Rebecca's heart to see it. Across the aisle, in the Wilford family pew, Sir Frederick turned to find her amid the throng, and their gazes met and held. Love and longing communicated in that single glance. In 2 months' time, they would be husband and wife, and Rebecca would move into Wickworth and make her home with him there for the rest of their lives. She was aware of John's absence, but not unduly pained by it. The day before, Rebecca had visited him at Wood Lane. John appeared to be settling well into his new home, had been pleased to see her, and seemed to hold no grudge against Sir Frederick for sending him there. He'd even begun writing a new book, extolling Wood Lane's calm, quiet setting as ideal for creativity. For all his faults, perhaps Ambrose Oliver had been right about the benefits of solitude for writing. Rebecca had left the visit with her brother feeling free, and without crippling guilt for the first time in years. Presently, as the divine service drew to its close, the congregation sang in joyous celebration of Christ's resurrection and the unparalleled hope it secured. Afterward, the two sisters stopped to talk to friends, including Abe Plaskett, the elderly gardener who'd recognized Daisy at the Abbey. Now Rebecca understood why he'd called her a flower. Then they headed back to the lodge together, Daisy and Rose followed by Rebecca and Sir Frederick, arm in arm. The sisters looked back at them and shared smug looks. Thomas and his new lady-love were expected at Wickworth for Easter dinner with Frederick and their mother. Rebecca had been invited to join them, but she'd politely declined. She would become the new Lady Wilford soon enough, but for now she chose to spend the holy day at the lodge, enjoying the dear sister's company while she could. The two were soon to depart on a fortnight's holiday. Rose wasn't ready to travel any place as far off and disconcertingly foreign as Calais or Paris, but she was quite eager to accompany her sister to the seaside resort of Brighton, and there see the royal pavilion of King George IV, which was well on its way to completion. Rebecca chuckled at the thought of the well-travelled Daisy showing her more sheltered sister parts of their country she would never otherwise have seen. Rebecca could well imagine the two of them sightseeing, laughing together, and occasionally squabbling, all the while having a much-deserved good time. Reaching the lodge, the sisters continued inside, while Rebecca and Sir Frederick lingered in the garden, warm and fragrant now that April had arrived. Rebecca smiled brightly at her cherished intended. Frederick met her gaze, held her face in both hands, and gave her a tender, lingering kiss. The church bells rang out over the sun-showered village, and the shadows of Swanford Abbey were dispelled at last. Author's Note. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed Shadows of Swanford Abbey. Now, just a few notes to share with you. Swanford Abbey is a fictional place, inspired by visits to the historic Laycock Abbey in Wiltshire, England, as well as photos and floor plans of the Stanbrook Abbey Hotel in Worcestershire, where I long to stay one day. My fictional abbey's history closely parallels that of Laycock, which was founded by Lady Ella, Countess of Salisbury, who is indeed buried in the abbey. The abbess's hidden spiral stairway really does exist in Laycock Abbey, complete with squint, now walled up except for a small opening. I didn't see it during my visits, but later, when studying floor plans, much like Rebecca does, I noticed the small curl in the wall, and came across a mention of the staircase in one of my research books, and later found an outline photo of the stairway opening. I love discovering that kind of historical detail and weaving it into a novel. When travel plans for 2020 were curtailed, I looked for some place in the US to visit to help me capture the sights and smells of a nunnery-turned-hotel. That led to a weekend stay in the lovely Celeste Hotel, not far from my home in St. Paul, Minnesota. I was thankful for the personal tour and background information the hotel staff kindly provided. While the Celeste is far more modern than my fictional Abbey, it was still wonderfully atmospheric and conducive for writing. My stay there inspired some of the descriptions in the book. Wood Lane is a fictional asylum based on the real institution of Edward Long Fox and his sons in Bristol, called Brislington House, with some improvements. If you're interested in reading more about how mental health issues were dealt with in previous centuries, you might want to read Inconvenient People by Sarah Wise, or A Gentleman's Mad Doctor in Georgian England, Edward Longfox and Brislington House by Leonard Smith. The characters in the novel are also fictional, but you're correct if you guessed that my Mr. or Sergeant George was loosely inspired by a similar character in Charles Dickens' Bleak House. Other nods to favourite novels include Agatha Christie's At Bertram's Hotel, the flavour of Chapter 2's description of the reception hall, Lady Gaskell's North and South, a phrase or two of Sir Frederick's discussion with the constable about a man seen entering Rebecca's room and his decision to protect her, and Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. The Dowager Lady Wilford's visit to the lodge borrows a few lines from Austen's Lady Catherine. And Lady Fitzhoward's aversion to doctors was inspired by Austen's Lady Denham, who said, "Let us have none of that tribe at Sanditon." The moneylender in the novel is also fictional, but was inspired by a fashionable and patronised moneylender of the era known as Jacob John King. Rest assured, the despicable Ambrose Oliver is not based on any authors I know. We can all be glad of that. Thank you to Nancy Mayer for her class, Constables, Coroners and Courts, and for answering my legal questions. Also, thank you to Yves Maric for helping me with French. I'm grateful for the helpful input I received from Carrie Weber, Anna Paulson, talented author Michelle Greep, and my agent Wendy Lawton. Warm gratitude also goes to my editors, Karen Schurer, Hannah Oldfield, and Rayla Shaneher, and my entire team at Bethany House Publishers. Finally, thank you again for reading my books. I appreciate you. For more information about me and my other novels, please follow me on Facebook or Instagram and sign up for my email list via my website, www.julieklassen.com. The End. This book was read for you by Elizabeth Jasicki, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Shadows of Swanford Abbey by Julie Klassen. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.